This is my Workout AI, a complete full-stack AI workout tracker for iOS and Android built from scratch with React Native and Expo. In this course, you will learn how to build the entire application step by step from scratch. We will cover creating app icon and splash screen for the app, building a clean welcome page and modern onboarding experience, setting up a new Postgres database with Drizzle ORM, adding secure email and Google Authentication with better Auth, creating custom tab navigation with support for the native iOS class effect, building a personalized home dashboard with weekly calendar, stats, workouts, and recent session, creating searchable exercise lists and workouts with pull to refresh functionality, displaying detailed exercise with equipment, difficulty, target muscle, and movement information, AI coach to guide you on each exercises, creating workouts with image upload and handling device permission, starting live workout session and login set with a built-in workout timer or automatic rest timer, track workout history, session detail, and training volume, adding user profile and support for dark mode, finally deploying the API to Expo Hosting, and creating production build at on a physical device and preparing for publish. As a bonus, you will also get a complete streak feature, the finished app icon and splash screen assets, reusable App Store and Google Play Store screenshot templates. By the end of this course, you will have a complete full-stack mobile app that you can customize, publish, or add to your portfolio. And lastly, don't forget to subscribe. So the very first thing we're going to do is to set up our React Native project. So just come over to reactnative.dev and then click on the Get Started button and it should take you to the documentation. So once you land on the documentation, if you come over to this page, you can see this line. You can see Expo. You can see it here. So React Native is telling us that we should use Expo because it provides features like file-based routing and high-quality universal library. This is just like using React and next.js on the web. So Expo is more like using next.js on the web. So if you come over to Expo, just click on the link provided in React Native doc, and then come over to doc.expo.dev, get started, create a new project. You can see how to create a new project here. You just copy this command and create a new project. So before we create this project, we need to see something here. It's a note here doing SDK57. So currently, if you use this command, it's going to install Expo SDK57. So before we go ahead and install, I want to show you how to set up your environment. So because we need to run this on a device or emulator. So just click on set up your environment. And then this is where we're going to look at how to preview your app or develop your app. So we have different ways. We have the Android devices, the iOS device, we have the emulator, we have the iOS emulator. So if you scroll down here, so there are two ways to build Expo app. We have the Expo Go and we have the development build. So the Expo Go is just like a sandbox you install from your app store. So if you go to App Store, just type in Expo Go, and then you can just go to Apple Store or Play Store, and then you're going to see the Expo Go app. You can install it. And then we also have development build. So in order to use development build, you have to have Android Studio or the Xcode in your system. So for the Expo Go, once we set it up, you see this QR code, then you use the app to scan this QR code. But for the development build, you have to set up. So if you click on development build, then click on, let's say, click on emulator, then you will see how to set up your Android Studio in order to run this in your Android emulator, or you can use your physical device with USB. So the reason why we are on this page is because of the Expo Go. So if you go back to the create project and look at this line here, it's a note because of the SDK57. So the Expo Go in Apple Store or Play Store might not have the version of SDK57. So we need to have the Expo Go that matches this version that we are going to use, or we can use the SDK54, which is going to match with the Expo Go in the Apple Store or Play Store. So I'm going to be using the latest version, which is SDK57. So in order to get the version, the Expo Go, just come over to expogo.dev/go, and then you can then come over here and install the latest version from here, or you can just use the Expo Go 54. So let's just go ahead and set up this project first. So I'll copy this command now, and let's head over to the terminal. So I'm going to open my terminal, and then I'm going to paste this command. So let me wait for it. So I'll paste this command, then I click on enter, and then this is going to show up the options here. So let's wait for it. So let me type dot. So yeah, so click on enter, and this should install this inside this project. So you can see latest version SDK 57 recommended for most projects. For learning, use Expo Go 50 SDK 54. So I'm going to be using the latest version. So I'll click on enter, and then this is going to create the project for us here. So let's wait for it. So the project has already installed. So we can go through the project. So the first thing we can look at the package.json. We can see some of the dependency that has already been installed by Expo. And then we can go into app.json. So app.json is like the entry file or the settings for the app, where you set in the name, the stock, the you can add plugins, you can add in your app icons, and also think app icons here, and splash screen too. So if you come into the SLC folder, you can click on the app folder here. So you can see layout is more like the way next.js is. So you click on layout, we have this code here. We click on explore and then index here. So I'm just going to remove this old code. So what we can do, we can go into the package.json, and if you scroll down to script here, you can see reset project. So I'm going to run this command. We'll do npm run reset project. So this is going to clear up this project. So let me clear my terminal. So the npm run reset project, and this is going to remove. So we can see it's going to ask you to want to save the project inside an example folder. You can say yes or no. So I'll just click on no and click on enter, and then it's going to delete all the projects. And then we have basic example here. So I think this is not yet installed. So let me save this file. So let's go back to the layout, and we can see that okay, it has stopped. So it's not giving that error again. So we can go ahead and run this project. So just go to package.json, and then you can see the different ways like I mentioned earlier on. To use the Expo Go, we can just run Expo start. Then to use development build, which require you to have your Android Studio or Xcode, you can run this Expo start with Android, Expo start iOS to run, or you can use the run command. So let's just run this with Expo start. So I'll just open my terminal, I'll clear, and I'll do npm run. Let's check it. We can see let me just use this command expo npx expo start. So let's run this. I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to start the project. It's going to start expo. So let's wait for it. So let's wait. So we can see that it has started the project. So we can see the QR code we can scan, and you can see using Expo Go. So you can, if you want to use development build, you just press S to switch to development build. But before that, you have to run the command to create. For now, we just focus on the Expo Go. Then later on, we are going to look at the development build. So you can go ahead and scan this. Once you run it, just use your phone, open the Expo Go app, and you can go ahead and scan this. So I think in my emulator I should have Expo Go, or if you are using the emulator, you can let's just press in this question mark. So I'm pressing question mark here. So I've pressed in a question mark. Now you can see that you have press S to development, then press A to open in Android, Shift A to select an Android device emulator, reload, debug, and more tools. So I'm just going to be using, I'll press A to open in my Android phone the emulator you're seeing here. So I just press A. Once I press A, this is going to look for my device, and then it's going to go ahead and install the Expo Go inside. So let me see. So I think it's not installed due to my internet. So let me quickly fix this. Okay, you can see now. So I had to rerun it again. So you can see it is downloading the Expo Go. So if you are using iOS emulator, just press I. So I used A for Android. You can use I for iOS. So just wait for this. This is going to install the Expo Go app. So you don't need to even go to the website to install it. It's just going to install the app for you directly inside your phone. So let's wait for it to run. So now it has downloaded the app. So it's installing the Expo Go into the emulator. So if you already have this already, the Expo Go installed in your phone, you can just scan this and then it will work. So let's wait for this. So now you can see the app is already open. So now this is how the app is going to look like. So let's wait for this. So this is going to build it app. So let's just go this asset we have here. You can look at the asset. We can see the images. We have the splash icon, the app icon. So inside the asset folder, I forgot to mention that. So I'm going to wait for this to. So now it has run. So we can see that. So I'm going to click on close, and then we can see the app. So if I close this terminal and I go into index.txt, you can see this text. So I can just change this to subscribe to the channel, and I click on save, and we should see the text has changed. So basically, this is how to set up your React Native app with Expo. Don't know what React Native is. Well, React Native is used to write both the React Native app for both Android and iOS. So typically, you just write once and the code runs on both platforms. So we can also look at the elements, compare this with React. So in React, we usually write div, paragraph, image, button. These are the elements or JSS we write in React or Next.js. So in React Native is different. So we import view, text, image, pressable, and some other components in React Native. And there is the full component, core component in React Native. So we have the view for container or layout, text for writing content, image. We have text input instead of input in React on Next.js. In React Native, we have text input. We have the button components from React Native 2. We have the pressable, touchable, opacity. We have flat list. We have scroll view and safe area. So these are the core components in React Native. We're going to look at all of them in this project. So let's look at some example of the core component in React Native. So we've looked at text component. So if this text, the content here is removed from the text and paste here, let me paste it here. If you save this, this is going to throw an error. You can see the error coming up in the emulator. So this must be inside the text component. We also have the button component. So let me import the button from React Native. So I'll just import this. So if we hover this, we can see that it's going to ask us to type in title, and then we can just give this hello, and this is going to display the button. But the problem with this is limited, so you can't customize it. You can't add in, let's say you want to add icon or other children component in the button the same way we write in Next.js or React. So we use the pressable like this, and then we use text, and then we can just say click me, and we can save this, and then you can see the click me button. Then you can just use on press. So we use on press here instead of on click. We also have, let me open this, you can see on press in. So let's do we have on long press, on magic tap, and so others. Yeah, so let me just put on press, and then we can just do or let's return. We just say alert. You can import alert from React Native alert. Give this a title, Let's just give it a title and a message. We can just say testing. Save this. Once you save this, you can click on the click me, and this is going to open this. So we can also let me duplicate this. So we can copy this, paste it here, change this to touchable opacity. Just replace this with it, save this, and then you can see this. So if I click on this, it's going to also have the same it's going to also show this dialog. But if you look closely, once you click on the click me button, you see this opacity on the button. So that's the reason why this is called touchable opacity. So we can also style this here, and you can see that we have this style sheet imported from React Native. You can also have inline style like in React. So this is going to be, we can just give this, let's say, a background color. Let's say background color, let's do blue. And then we can give this a padding, and you can just give it 10. And then let's save this, and you can see. So but the problem is that if I write color and let's say white and save this, sorry, so it's trying, so just let me remove this. So let me just do it here and save this. We can see the color now is white. So we can also let's import the text input, and once I save this, we should be able to see, let's add in, you should see a space here. So I'm just going to add in a placeholder. So let's give it a placeholder. So I'll just say type and type here, and I'm going to save this. Now we can see the inputs. We can type in inside the input. So you can see we can type in. So let me just delete everything. So we can also give this a style. So let me give this a style here. So I've quickly written a style. So just give this a simple style, and then you can see the inputs properly. So let's say we want to make this like password. We can just do something like secure entry, and I'll just set this to true, then save this. So let me type in something. So if I type in let me remove this mouse, this keyboard. So if I type in anything, you can see that it is hidden. So basically that is it. So to make this let's remove this. To make this a text area, we're just going to do multi-line, and let me save this. So we can also give this, let's increase the maximum length. So let me save this, and then I can also do text align vertical, let's do top, and then you can see that it has moved the text to the top. You can just increase the height, let me say 100, and this is going to increase the height. So the last thing for the text input is, in React we just do unchanged, but in React Native is unchanged text. So you can just type in anything, and then you can use the use state hook here, and this is it for the text area. Let's also look at images. So I'm going to import image from Expo, so from React Native, and then we need to pass in the image. So to pass in the image, we just use source, and then we can use require, and then let's say let me wrap this in a view. And then let's say I want to show up the image for, let's use Expo logo. So I can just do, let's go to assets, images, images, and then we can just do Expo, Expo logo .png. And I'm going to save this. Let me give this, let's give this a height. Let's give it a style. So let me just give this a width of 100, height of 100. Saved, and we should be able to see the logo. So this is now showing properly. Let's use the icon. And now we can see the image showing up. So if we are using images from, let's say, a URL, we just use URI and then passing the URL. So this is it for images. So now we want to go ahead and look at one of the most important things in React Native. So this, which is called safe area view. So for example, let me go into layout and let me remove this tag here. And let's say I have a view. Let's import it. Let me add in a text. Let's import text. And let's say I just say hello world. And then if I save this, now you can see my text is above the content area. So this is the reason why it's important to use the safe area view. So if I go to the package.json, this is already installed. You can see it's React Native safe area context. So we are going to use this inside let's use it inside the layout. So what we are going to do, we're just going to replace the entire, the parent component here with that package. So let me import it here. So I'm going to paste it here, and now just simply copy this and let's just replace it with this, and then we should save it. Once we save it, now you can see that it has given like a padding space from where the a space from the top to where the content is going to start from. So now our content is going to be in this view. So this is very important. So let's say you want like an image that takes over the whole the whole top. You can just do edges, and then you can just specify, let's say you don't want the top, you can just do only bottom. Now the text is going to go back to the top. So this is where we're going to, like, if you want to take show image to take over the top and to a specific point. Let's look at another component in React Native. So we have the scroll view. So this is used to, let's say you have the content you want to show that is not really much long, that is not dynamic, or it's not coming from the database. You can just use the scroll view, and then let's say I'm adding text here. Let's do hello, and let me remove this one at the top. Then I'm going to remove the edges here, save this, and then let's loop through an array. So I'm going to paste this here, and then save this. And once I save this, you can see, okay, we need to add in a key. So I'll add in a key and then we can see the scroll bar at the bottom here. So if I scroll, you can see this. So this is for the scroll view. We also have, let's say we are fetching data from the database. We don't want all the contents to be rendered in the viewport, so we can just use the flat list. So the flat list, and then we need to pass in data. Let's say I can just define a list of data here. So I've written the data. This is just a simple data I've written here. And let me close this. So if I come down here, I'll just pass in the data and the error should stop. Okay. So what we're going to do again, the error has not stopped yet. After we pass in the data, so inside here, we're going to have to pass in the render item. So we are going to pass in render item, and in the render item, we are going to just open this like this, and we can get the item, and then we need to return this. So let's use view, and then we can just use text, and then we can just do item dot title here. So let's import the text component. So now the error is going to stop, and we should be able to see the list items here. So you can have long lists like this, and it's going to add like this. So there are some other things you can add here. You can also have list empty component here. You can also have item separator. I say we want to add in let's do height 1, background color black, and then you can add it. We also have list header components. You can just add list header components, and then you can just have a view. Let's do a text, and let's say a header. And we can also have list footer component too. We can copy this and just put footer here and save it. So we also have content style, and then we also have refresh control, and then we can just import refresh control from React Native. And I think something's missing here, so we need to pass in is refreshing. Let's say true and save this. So you can see the refreshing. So head over to nativewind.dev and let's click on the docs. So we're going to go ahead and set up NativeWind. So make sure you select version 4, and then we can go ahead and just copy this command. Let me pick npm. Let's copy this. Okay, we can see the installation here. So just copy all of this, and then we're going to install all of this. So let's go to the code, and then I'm going to open my terminal, and let me just open a new. So let me let me stop the server from running. Let me clear this, and I'm going to just paste this. So let me copy it properly. So I'm going to remove this. Just install that. So the other packages we've already Expo's already installed it, like we animated and then safe area context. So let's wait for this to install. So NativeWind has already installed. We need to install the other packages. So the dev dependency package, table CSS, prettier plugin, table CSS and bubble. So click on enter, and then this is going to install the dev dependency. So the package dev dependencies has already installed. So let's go back to the documentation. And then the next thing we are going to do is, so after installing, we need to run npx. We need to create the table config.jx. So let's go back to the code, and then let's just paste this, and then click on npm init. So this should create the table css config here. So we can see that the table css table config has already installed, has already created. So in the content here, we need to replace this with this. So src and gx, cx, and cxx. And later on, we're going to also add in extension here. So I'm going to also so just add this NativeWind preset. So let's go back to the documentation, and then let's go ahead and scroll. So we need to create in, you can see it here. We need to create in global.css and copy this code. So let's go back to the code, and then let's create global.css. So I'll create inside the src folder. So let's do global, .css, and then we need to paste this here. So let's go back to the documentation again, and then you can scroll down. Now we need to create the bubble. So just let me copy the code, and then let's go back to the editor. So I'm just going to create this here. Dots like this. So just paste in the code. Then save this. Let's go back to the documentation again. And if we scroll down, we need to create metro config. So let's copy this. So let's go back to the to the code editor. And then let's create a file. So say metro.config.jx, and let's paste it. So let's change this from, let's just slash src to point to the global.css. And now let's go back to the documentation again. And if we scroll down now, we should be able to import the CSS there. And then in the app.json, we need to add bundler metro. So I'll copy this and global.css. Let's go back to the code. And then let's go to app.json where we have web. Let's just add in bundler metro. And then I think it also said, yeah, in the app.json, in the layout, let's just collapse this. So let's import and global.css. Sorry, I forgot to add in like this. So let's go back to the documentation. And if we scroll down, we need to create we're not creating this file. Okay, we can copy this NativeWind.d.tx, and then let's go to the code. And I'm just going to create a file here. So let's just paste this. And then let's paste this here. So let's go into TS config.json and let's add it here. Opacity. Then save this. And I think that is all. So if we go back to the doc, you see we can try it. So let's just copy this code here. And let's go back to the code. And then inside the layout where we had this. So I'll just let me just replace this with it. Then save. So I need to run the Expo server. So let me do npx expo start, and let's wait for this to run. So we can see that the CSS is already showing up. So make sure you remove the nativewind.d.tx. So this should be nativewind.envda.tx, and also create a global.d.tx, and this should be written inside it. Then inside your TS config, make sure you add them into the include array. So now we have NativeWind set up into our project. Now you can just use the class name instead of the style sheet. So we can go ahead and add in the theme. So we can switch from dark mode to light mode, and then we're going to add Google font. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can go to the browser, and then if we go to Expo and color theme, if we scroll down, we can see in the app.json, the access we need to set user interface style to automatic. So by default, this is already set like that. And then we need to install Expo system UI. This is already installed when we created a new project. And then we can use the React Native use color schema hook to check if the user is on dark mode or light mode. And then we can do the same thing here by switching from using different theme and text like that. So we're not going to be using the React Native on, we're going to be using the NativeWind on. So I'll go to NativeWind, then scroll down to where you see theme, And once you scroll down, you can see that you can add in theme here. We have color. We can scroll down, then you can just use the variable from NativeWind, and then you can use text color RGB example. You can switch things from brand, different color, different theme, and if you scroll down, you can see more of it. So we can use platform specific. So let's go to the top of the page. So we are going to do this. So we're going to define the color, and we're going to pass in the color and its value, and then we're going to pass in alpha value just like this to add custom color. So let's go to the code, and then here we're going to go to, so let's first of all create a folder. So I want to create a folder. I will call this theme, and then inside here I'm just going to create a file called app theme, where I'm going to have all the themes. And then inside the table config.js, so we're going to extend some colors here. So if you go to the GitHub, you can copy this. So I'm going to paste it. So I've pasted it now. So we define this what we saw in the documentation, RGB, the color, the name, and this is just a helper function. So we have the accent background, just like Shanty UI. So I just wanted to make it to look like Shanty UI, so border, cat, and destructive. So the color yet, we've not yet defined the color. So I'm going to define the color inside the app.theme.tx. So if I go into app.ts and theme.tx, so here we need to import NativeWind, the use color hook and var. So basically what we're going to do here is, if I go back to the documentation, you can see how the example here, they use var, and then with that we can use user theme, and the user theme is passed here. So you can see user theme is passed to the style of the view, and then we can now define text color RGB. So this is exactly what we want to do. So let's go back to the code, and then so I'm going to sorry, let me paste this here. And then below here, I'm going to define the colors. So I've defined the color here. So we have this brand specific color, destructive foreground, primary foreground, primary hover. So since this is going to stay the same in light mode and dark mode, so that's the reason why I have to define it separately. And then I passed it here to this object, light object, then define the other colors we have here. Then we also have the dark color. So just define it like this. And then this is just the type. So app color, we just get a key of. So if I hover over this now, you can see the key from all the colors. And then this is just the theme color. This is a theme color type. And so yeah, this is a helper function to convert this to RGB. So if you look at the table config.js, remember we have to pass in the color. So the name, the color, sorry, the name. No, this is not where we define the color. So inside the app.ts, this is where we define the color. So this is where we're going to define the color. So I'm sorry. So let me just collapse this now. So we are going to convert this color to use to RGB hex to RGB. So this is just a simple helper function we created. And then we're going to define create theme, which is going to take in the color, which is of type theme color. And then with it, we're going to then define it this like this. So color with the name. So the name is going to, then we can use the RGB to get the color. So color that we passed in here dot accent. So and this is where we created the color, the theme. So we have dark and light. So this might be, so this is quite long. If you want to make this or simplify this, we can go to the documentation and see how it is. So if you go to the documentation, this is how you can do it. You can just simply use define the brand, then just say light var, and then you can just define the color primary with the color, the secondary, or let's say the foreground, primary foreground, you just define it. Then for the dark, you just define it like this. So this is more simpler if you want to go with this flow. Then So once we have this theme, then we're going to use the use color scheme from NativeWind. And then with it, we can just do theme prop.name and color theme. And then this is going to pass down the theme. And then you can use the text-primary in your code. So this is more simple, I think so. So, but let's just go back. I'll just go back. So I'm just going to use this method because I wanted to define it like this. So it's easy for you to change, but you can do it any way you want. So if you scroll down now, you can see the color scheme, which we just saw from the documentation. So this is going to return the app color, the app type color, and then we're going to pass in the color scheme is equals to dark, then dark, light, and then the color. So let's go into the layout folder, into the layout file. So layout. Now we are going to let's remove all of this. Okay, let's just leave it. So we are going to import. Let's import theme provider from Expo Router. So let me move all of this inside. So let's move this. Now we need to pass in. So if we hover this, we need to pass in the prop, like the value. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import the use color scheme. So let me just paste this here. So let's import it from NativeWind. So now we have this and the color scheme. So now let me just comment this background for now. We are going to use this later. So now we need to pass in the value. So we're going to say value. So to provide the value here, we need to first of all look at React navigation. So Expo Router is built on top of React navigation. So if I go into theme provider, you can see React navigation. So we can go to the browser and let's look at it. So if we go to React navigation and then just go to scroll down, just scroll to customizing theme, then you can see how we can add the theme. So we are going to add in, so currently React Native is using the navigation container, but Expo Router is using theme provider. So, but it's just the same. So we just need to copy this, the default theme, and we also have the I think and dark theme too. So we're going to define something like this, and then we're going to pass the theme to the theme provider. So let's just go back to the code. So if we come over here now, so I'm going to define let me just do there. I'm going to define, or let me just remove this code. Sorry, let me remove this flat list. Comment it out. So I'm going to define the theme. So what we can do here, we can use scheme here, which is coming from NativeWind. We can just do scheme is equals to, so if it's dark, we can just use the dark theme. So import dark theme from Expo Router, else we just import the default theme from Expo Router. But we need to change the color to match our background color. So if you come over here, and we have the app theme color, we have the background color for light mode and dark mode. So what we're going to do, we are going to do the same thing with what we saw in the React Native navigation documentation. So we're going to just copy, I'm going to paste it here. So just like this. So we're going to use the default theme, and then we can just change in the background color. You can see this. So we just change the background color. We can go into app theme and then scroll down to where we have the I think is, yeah, we can copy app theme color, just copy this. And then we can just do like this, say app theme dot, let's import it, dot light dot background, like this. So we can do the same thing for the dark theme. So this is just, we can just rename this to navigation theme. So let's copy this. And also for the dark. So now we can come over here and we can just do something like this. We can paste the navigation theme and just to and just pass in the schema like this. So let me see. Follow navigation team. So let me see, it's an error. Sorry guys, I made a mistake here. I forgot to put this in lights. So this should be lights. And the error should stop. So let me see. The error should stop. So this is working. So the next thing we are going to do after we've added this team provider, we need to create a view here. And let me move everything. And this view we need to pass in. So I'm going to use style equals to. So we're going to go into app team, and then we're going to get app team. So I'm going to copy this to the app team, and then we're going to pass in which of the key. So this could be either light or dark. So I want to also add in another class, another style. So to add a multiple style in React Native, we can just use an array. So I'm just going to pass an object, and then I'm going to get the background color like this, and then let's pass in background color, and then let's pass in flex one. So I'm going to save this, and then we can also pass in the status bar. So because we're going to change the style of the status bar based on the color scheme, so we can get status bar from Expo Router, from Expo status bar. So just import status bar. So not from React Native. We're going to import it from Expo status bar. This has already been installed. So let me copy this and let's scroll down. So let's pass it here. And then let's add style. So for the style, we're just going to just say, let's say scheme. So if it's equals to dark, then we're going to change the style to, to light, else dark. So you can also add auto if you want, but I'm going to do it like this. And then I'm going to add animated, and I also want to add a key just so that it record it, so the changes is effective. So we have this now, and if we save this, we should be able to see that our screen now has changed to dark. So I can just go to the settings of this emulator. So let me just go to the settings. So let me look for the settings. So settings. Okay, so I'll just go to dark theme. Let me click on this. So let me uncheck this. So this is going to change the theme to light. So we can just, let me go back to the app. And once I click on the app, you can see that it has changed to white. So this is great. So we are done with the theme. So now we are going to, before we close this chapter, let's add in Google font in Expo. So let's go to Expo documentation. So if you go to Expo, just search for font. So you can see font. So you can add custom font with Expo font. So just install Expo font, and then you can just add in the font like this. And this is how to use it. But I really don't want to use the Expo font itself. I want to use the Expo Google font. So to use, we're going to be using the use hook font from Expo font too. And this also, we're going to, so in this section, you can see that we are going to we're going to prevent auto hide splash screen. The reason why is because we want to make sure the font is loaded before the user sees the app. So we are going to then hide the splash screen once the font is loaded. So currently you can see this is importing custom font. So we are going to scroll down. We're going to do the same thing like this, but we're going to be using Google font. So we can just copy this. Let's copy Expo. Let's copy this command. So once we copy the command, then we can go ahead and use this. So let's go to the code. And then if we go to package.json, we should see that Expo font is already installed, or Expo Google font is not here. So let's install it. So I'll just open a new terminal. And then let's install it. So you Expo nps Expo install Expo Google font enter. So let's wait for this. So while this is still installing, let's go to the documentation and let's go ahead and copy the code. Let's copy this. So just copy this splash screen and all of this. So let's go back to the code. And then this is already installed. So let me just close this. And at the top corner here, let's get the splash screen. So I'm going to import the splash screen. So let's just import it here. So I'll just do it down here. Paste it here. And then we can just do splash screen dot prevent auto hide. Save this, and then we can come over here. We are going to then import the font. So I'll say constant is equals to use font. So let's import this, and so I'll come at the top here. Let me import this. So this is coming from Expo Google font enter. So just import this, and then once you import it, we can then pass it here. So let's pass this. So we're going to, so let me just pass this here. So I think font has removed. Let me import it again. Okay, let me pass all of them here again, and the error should stop. So we can then get the loaded and error. Yeah. So I also want to add in the font from some icons. So let's go to the top and let's import it. So I'm going to import this icon from Expo Vector. So let's install this package first. So I'll copy this and then let's just install it. So just paste it here, click on enter, and let's wait for this to install. So while this is installing, what we are going to do, we are going to come to where we have this font, and we're just going to do the structure this and just say feather dot font. We are going to also do the same thing for font awesome dot font, and then we're going to do for another font again, font awesome 6 dot font. So now we have this. Now we can then let's go down below here, and let me just quickly do font ready is equals to loaded or not error, and then we can use the fetch hook. So let's import it, and we're going to say font, sorry, not font ready. I'll just do if font ready, then I'm just going to do splash screen, we'll say dot hide async, or let's just use it loaded instead. I'll do loaded. So you can just use the loaded or error inside there, but I'm just going to make it a different, do it the way I want. So I'm going to add in a use state hook here. So let me just add this. So import use state from React. So I'm going to then do let's do dot then, and then I'm going to just say return set app ready to true. So I'm going to also pass in, so if not app ready, sorry, if not app ready, and this. Then we need to add in the dependencies. So I'm going to do app ready and then font ready. Then we're going to say if not app ready, then we can just do return null. So save this. I think we're done. So in order to have a custom splash screen, so inside the app.json, if we scroll down to where we have the splash screen, you can see this is pointing to the assets here, and then inside images you can see splash icon. So I can change this to match the one I want. So let me bring in the asset too. So I've bring in the splash logo white. So this is my own logo, and then inside here you can see I've moved all the Expo Android icons. So I've used in my own, so I have my own icon background. So I'm going to show you how to create all of this in the end of this video. So we have the icon foreground, icon monochrome. So also we have the icon.png. So you can see I've changed this to my own. This is the old one that Expo added. And then for the splash icon, so I'm going to be using the splash logo white. So I'll go to the app.json, and yeah, I'm just going to replace all of this. And then I think I need to add in another field there. So I'll just do resize like this, resize more content. So save this. So now we can go ahead and then let's reload the app so we can see this. So I'm just going to press reload, and this is going to load the app. So we need to cancel the server so you can be able to see this. So I'll cancel the server and then reload this, start this again. So I've restarted the server. So let me go into tailwind config.jx, and if you scroll down to the bottom, let me collapse this color. You can also add in the font. So let's just pass in font like this, and then the enter, we're just going to enter 400 register, enter bold, and enter medium, and then enter semi bold. Now we can go into the index.tx, so inside layout, and let me just go to this flat list, and then we can just make this, we can change the font. So let's just give this class name. I'll just do font. So you can see font bold, and save this. And now we can see that this has changed to, we can see the header now has changed to font enter bold. So this is it for the setup. So for this chapter, we've covered the Tengu CSS setup, and also we also looked at the theme and also adding Google Fonts in React Native. Now let's look at navigation in React Native and Expo in general. So we have the stack navigation, which allows us to have screen stack upon each other. Then you can navigate forward or backward. Then we also have the tab navigation, where we have these bottom tabs at the bottom of the screen. We also have the drawer navigation, but for now we are just going to stick to stack and tab navigation. So we're going to be using Expo Router. Now we are going to be using Expo Router. So how are we going to structure this navigation? So because Expo Router enables uses file-based routing like next.js. So you can see how similar it is here. You can see we define the app, which is the inside the SRC. Then we can use we have this group route similar to next.js. You can see it here in Expo Router. Then in next.js, you just have to create a sign-in page folder and page. But in Expo Router, you can just define the file like this inside the group route sign in, and this is going to the sign-in page. Then we have the tab group and tabs. So we're just going to define the group like this, and then we have the layout, and then inside layout we just have the tab components inside here, and then we define each of the file like this. So we have this dynamic route where we pass in the ID, just like the way it is in Expo in next.js. So we're going to look at it in this video. So we also have Expo Router also have some hooks So we can see in next.js, we have this use router hook. We have a use search param. So in Expo, we also have similar thing. We have use router for navigating through different screen. We have use local search param. So where we can get the values or the params. And then we also have use global search param and then use path name and others. You can check the Expo Router documentation and you can find this there. So let's go to the Expo Router documentation. And if you scroll down there, you can see, if you come down, you can see stack. We also have native tab too. So, but in this video, I'm not going to be using native tab because native tab breaks in Android, but it works in iOS. So if you come to so let me search for this. So let's say you come over here, you can just search for let's search for tabs, and then you should see Expo Router native tab, and you can see so we can see JavaScript tab, and we can see native tab. So if you click on native tab, if you scroll down there, you can see this class effect tabs, which you can have in iOS. But native tab breaks in Android. So I'm going to just stick with the JavaScript tab, but I'm going to add in the code in the GitHub so you can try it out. So you can see, let's click on JavaScript tab. And then we're going to just define this. You can see the structure, app layout, then the tab, and then we have these files we're going to create. So let's go ahead and create them. So let's look at the stack first. So if we go to the stack, we can just define stack like this, and then you can modify, you can make changes in the stack. You can change the header style. You can also set the header to false. Then you can point to a particular screen, a particular file using stack.screen and the name of the file, and some other stuff here you can look at in the documentation. So let's go back to the code. And now I'm going to go ahead and just clear out. Let's go ahead and clear out this. I'll just remove this safe area view. And then we can just import the stack like this. Save this. And once you save this, this is not reloading. Then you should be able to see this index at the top here. And the index.txt, you can see the code is showing up. So we can also just do, let's set screen options, and let's do header shown. Let's set it to false, and we can save this. So let's quickly create the folder structure. So inside the SLC and the app, I'll just create a group route here. So I'm going to do app here, or we can just call it root. And so let me just rename it to app. I prefer to name this. Let's name it app. So we're going to also have the public route. So that is the reason why. So I'm going to name this public, where we're going to have the auth and onboarding. And then we're going to also create another folder. So we're going to later work on API. So inside the app folder, we are going to create the tab navigation. So just two tabs. And then inside here, I'm going to create in layout.txx. And then let's do index.tx. Let's create all the files we need. I'll just do history .txx. And so I've created the files here. So we can just come inside, then let me just do rnf. Let's do rnfe. And this is going to be create. I'll do the same thing for history, rnfc, rnfe, history. So let's do the same thing for index, rnfe, index. then profile. So I've done it there. So let's go into the layout now. Let's do the same thing. So let me just copy, let's just do R and F E. So I'm not going to use, I'm going to set default here, export default. So let's call this tab layout. And I'm going to remove all of this. So now inside here, we're going to import the tab. So let's import tab from Expo Router. And then we can then define the screen. So I'll do tab.screen. And then we can just define the name of the screen. So the first screen is going to be index. And the second screen, we can just do workout. And then, so I've written it here. So what we can do, we can go into the index.txt. So let me just remove all of this. We are going to later delete this file. So I'll just remove everything. And we can just do redirect from Expo. And then I'm going to do, so let's just do tab index. Or let's just do tab, save this. And then you should see that this will take us to the tab page. You can see all the tab here. So I'm going to delete this file. Let's just delete it. We don't need it. So I'll remove this file. Then let me go into the layout. I'll just pass this here. So let me open this. And then I'm just going to paste this like this. And now you should see that this will take us to the tab screen. So if I save this, so let me reload. So because of this error, let me quickly change this to app. And then let me create a layout. So I'll just copy this and then come into app folder and I'll create a layout again. So I'll change this to app layout. I'll just use stack like this. And then I can just pass in, let me pass in the screen layout option, sorry. And then let's do header shown false. And the index, you can see this now. This is going to be like this. And now we can look at, we have the index, workout, grades, history, and the profile. So let's add in the icon. So we can go into the layout. You can also pass in screen here, screen option. Or you can also pass it inside there. We can just do screen. So we can do options. And we can do header shown false. And this is going to hide the header for the index. So I'll just remove it for now. We're going to add it here. Let me add screen options. Let's do header shown false. Then inside the index, you can just add in safe area view. Before we add in the icons in the layout, let's test in navigation. So let's create inside in public. So I've created an example file and also a layout. So inside the index now, I can just link to this. I'll just paste this here and let's import link from Expo Router. And once I save this now, so I can click on this, go to example, and you can see that this has taken me to the example page. And let me just go back. And this is, so we can also use the use router hook. I'll say use, sorry. router is equals to use router from Expo Router, and then I can just remove this here. Let me change this to view, or let's just use touch as a pressable, and then I'm just going to just give this on press, and then let's do router dot push, and then we can just do example, public example. Now I can still click on this now, and this should take me to the example page. So let's say we want to pass in a params here. So what we can do, a params, so we can pass in param from one screen to the other screen. So I'll just remove this like this. So instead of putting it like this, I can pass in an object, then pass in the path name to this, and then I'm going to pass in the param. Then once I pass this, I can go to the example screen, and I'm just going to do constant equals to use local search param, and then I can just get a name. So I just set it to default empty string, and then I'm just going to pass in name here. Save this, and if I click on go to example, you can see my name is here. We can also pass in as to pressable or touchable. I'll just do text. I'll say go back, and then I can just do on press router. You can import router. I'll just say go back. Sorry, back. I think this is a function, so save this. So let me click on go back, and now you can see that it has taken me to the tab page. So this is it. So let's go ahead and add in the icons. So we're just going to work on the let me just add in the icons here. So inside the screen, so we can just do options, and let's pass in tab icon. Let's say tab icon, and we're going to get the color, and then I'm going to just return, like this, and we can just import feather from Expo vector icon, and then we can just pass in the color, and then I'm going to say the name of the icon. I'll use home, and then size, let's use 21, and let me see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so then I can change the title to home. So we can do the same thing for workout. We can also add in tab accessibility label, just to home tab. So I'll also add in this, so copy this. I'll do it for all the screens. So I'll just change this to workout. So I've written all of them. Your workout. So I'm using activity icon. For the history tab, I'm using calendar, and for the profile, I'm using user. So for the create icon, I really do not want to use just pasting icon like that, like a plus icon. So I want to create a custom and create button. So to see how it looks, I'll go into my design folder. So you can check this in the GitHub. So I'll just let me go to the home screen. Let me find where the home screen is. Okay, we can see home screen here. So this is how it's going to look. We are going to have the icon, this custom button, tab button here, which is going to be a plus sign. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to close this now, and I'm going to go into the label. So instead of tab icon. I'm just going to pass in option, and I'm going to say tab button. Sorry, tab bar button. So this is going to, we're going to destructure this and get the onPress from this. Yeah, I think so. And let me just return this. Okay, the error stop. So we can then define the button. So I can use either, you can use any one, touchable or pressable. Let me just use pressable. And then I can just pass in class name. Yeah, let's give this a class name, rex1, item center, and justify center. And then we can do onPress. It's going to be onPress. And then we can give this a view. So I want to create that rounded button. Let's do view. Sorry, view is coming from React Native. Let's give this a class name. I'll do margin top 5 so it moves above. And let's give this a height of 14, width 14, item center, and justify center, then rounded full. And then we need to give this BG primary, and then shadow large. So we need to let's get the icon. We use feather. I'm going to give this a color of white. Name is going to be plus, and then size, I'm going to increase the size to 27 from 21. So then we can also hide the label, also tab bar label, which is going to show below there. I'll just set it to no. And then let's just change the title. Let's set the title to create. So we can see this now. We can just reduce this to 4 if you want. So this is just going to push this down. So we can see that this is looking good. Let me set this to 1 first. Let's see. Okay. So we can see this. So I also want to make sure this look exactly like the design. So let's go into home screen. Sorry, light. We can see that the bar is up and it has this border radius. So we can customize it to make sure it fits. So I'll scroll to the top here and I'm going to customize the tab a bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all change the tab bar. Let's do the tint color. And let's see what this is going to do. So I'll change this to red. So once change it to red, you can see that this has the primary color has changed to red. So we can get the primary color. We can do primary is equals to use app theme color. Then we can pass in, let's say primary, and then we just say primary here. Save this, and this will change back to the primary color. You can see this here. So we have this now. We can also change for the inactive. So I'll duplicate this. I'll just change this. So instead of active, I'll do inactive. And this should be mute foreground. So I'll just say mute foreground. Sorry, I'll copy this name, place it here, and change this here. So we can also change the tab bar label style. So let me do label style. So I'm going to change the font family to use the Inter. Let's do Inter 500 medium like this, and let's give this font size. Let's set it to 10. Then now we're going to do the main tab bar style. So I'll say tab bar style. So I'll change the background color. So I'm going to get the background color here. So I'll do tab background. And then I'm going to pass it here. So we need to add in bottom here. So in order to add in bottom, we can just add in 12 and this is going to increase it. But we want to make sure we are correct based on the device. So I'm going to import, let me import this use safe area. So we're going to use the safe area insert. So let's get the to inserts, and then we can just use this to say dot bottom, and we can just add in some numbers here. So I'll just do plus, let's give this 12. So it gives some space from the bottom of the front of the device. So we can increase the height of the tab to 66, give this left 13. I'll do padding bottom 7, then padding top, and let's give this 6. Let's just give this a border radius 50, and then margin, let's do margin horizontal 10, and I can also give this a shadow color like this, and then border color. So let's get the color. Say border is equals to use app. Let's do border. So let's come down here and just pass this here, then save this, and we can see that this is now looking good. So we need to come back here and let's add in the -5. Let's see. So I think this is okay. This -5 is okay. So now the tab navigation is looking great. So let's go ahead and start working on the public screens, like the welcome screen and then the onboarding. In this chapter, let's work on the welcome screen and the onboarding screen. So let's go into the SRC folder, then app, then inside the public. I'm going to rename this. Let's rename this from example to welcome. Sorry, the spelling is wrong. So I'm going to change this to welcome. So in order to see this screen, I'm going to go into inside the layout, and I'm going to just change this to public. I'll save this. So I'll go into the layout and let me just add in this here. So I'm just going to pass this like this, then save this. So let's go into the welcome screen. So let's look at the design folder. So inside the design folder, if you scroll down, you can see the welcome screen here, and this is how the welcome screen looks. So we have the logo, the name of the app, the mockup, and the button below here. So I have this already inside the asset folder. So if you go to images, you can see app images, then you can see welcome background, and then you can see the app mockup. So we're going to use this inside the welcome screen. So inside there, we're just going to remove this use search params. We don't need it. And in order to have this background, so let me remove this. Remove this text. So in order to have this background, we have here inside the design folder. Sorry. Okay, this background. So we're not going to add safe area view here. Instead, they're going to just add in, let's import image background from React Native, and then we're going to push this inside there, and then we can just give this a class name. I'll just set this to flex1, and then we need to, let's just give this resize mode to cover, so it cover the entire screen. And now we need to define the background image. So I'll just come over here and just do background, or let me just do bg image, and then we can just do require, and then I'm going to do dots. So this is going to go to the assets, images, app images, then welcome. Let me look at the name. We have welcome background. Welcome background. And then we can just pass this here. So let's do source and pass the background image. So make sure you pass in .png. Now you can see that it has taken up the full width or the full size of the application. Now we can add in the content on this page. So we can do that here. So before I do that, let me add in a view here. So this view is going to be a floating view. Give this a class name. So I'll say absolute instead of 0, then black, bg black 20. So then for this safe area view, I'll just remove this, and I'm just going to do flex 1. Then let me remove this button, and then let's import scroll view, and let's give this content container class name, and let's give it flex. Let's go and px5, p bottom 4, and then padding top 2. So I'm just going to hide, I'll say show vertical scroll indicator to false. So now let's import view. So I'm just going to give this a class name, and let's do item center. Let's give this another view, and I'm going to just say height 20, and then width 36, and let me set overflow hidden, and then we can import image from React Native. I'll just give this a class name and size full, and then resize, I'll set this to cover, and then we can just do source. So I can import, just copy this, change this to logo, and then I think the logo is here. If I scroll up, you can see logo here. I'll just change this to logo.png, and then let's pass in the logo, save this. Then we're going to have the text here, so I'm going to just paste this and then import text from React Native. Now you can see we have margin top font, interbold, text 30 pixel, and then this here. So once we have this below here, we're going to have a div. So this is going to hold the mockup. So I'll give this a class name relative, and then I'm going to do margin top 2, and height, I'm going to just set this to 300 pixel, and then flex, flex scroll, item center, overflow hidden, and then let's copy this image too, paste it here. And for this one, I'm just going to set the class here, size full is okay. Let me just add absolute here, and then I'll do instance 0, and then I'm going to just increase the scale to 110, And this is going to be contain, not cover. And then let's get the mockup. So I'll do mockup, and this should be called app mockup.png. So app mockup.png. So copy this and let's paste it here. Then we're going to have a view. Let's have a view here. And I'm going to just give this s2 class name, item center. Now we're going to have a text. And then I'm going to give this a class name. So I'll say text center, font interbold, and the size, the text size. So let's just add this text strong every workout. Then we're going to add another text. So I'm going to just define this here. So it's going to be build muzzle track every rep. And then below this div, we're going to have a link. And this is going to link to the onboarding. For now, let me just set this to, let's just do to type index like this for now. So we can use a button now. I'll just do pressable or touchable, and then there we can do get started and save this. So instead of repeating this button every time, so I can just create a reusable component. So what I'm going to do, I'll collapse everything, then go into SRC. Inside the SRC, I'll create a folder. I'll call this component, and then I'll just create a UI folder, and then I can create button.txx. So I'll paste in the component here. So let me paste it here. So basically we just like the way ChanTUI does their own. So I'll just have a default outline and secondary. Then you can pass in children, left icon, right icon, size. And then we have these props here. And we are using pressable with ref passed and the class. And then we also have this text here. You can see the text. We have the left icon. And then we also have this right icon here. So something I missed out here to add is loading. Then we can just show loader. I can just pass it loading. So I've added it now. You can see it's loading. So I'm going to just get a primary foreground, and then you can see inside the pressable I've added if not loading. It shows the left icon. Then we use activity indicator, which is a component from React Native, a spinner. So we need to create this utils file. So I'll just go ahead and create a lib folder. So I'll just do lib, and then let's do utils.tx, and just get this code like this. And then I can go back to the button and just do utils here. And the error should stop. Now inside your workup, we can then use button instead of pressable. So let's import button from components UI button. And now we can pass in the get started. So I've added a class name margin top 6. So we need to also add an icon. So I'll just press in the right icon. Let's import feather from vector icon. Then we're going to have to import this hook, use theme hook. I'm just going to scroll to the top, and then let me import it here. So I'm just going to import this here, save this, and now we have the button. So below here we need to have a button for us to navigate to the sign-in page. So we can just add in a view, and then this is going to have a class name. So we're going to do margin top 3, flex, row, and then item, center, justify, center, and then we're going to have a text that's going to say already, already have an account. Then let's give this a class name. I'll do font enter, and let's give this text 13 pixel, and then we can just do text white, and let's do 70 0.7, and then we can just have a button here. Then we're going to have a button. So I'm using pressable here because I want this to not have a background. So you can just use the button if you want. So I'm just going to use this button like this. I'm going to save this now, and I think everything is okay. So I think I made a mistake. Let me add something here as tried. Now we see it as fit. So now we are done with this. Okay, we can see that the status bar is not showing up. So what we can do, we can come over here because this has a background, dark background. We can use the use effect hook. So I'm going to not use effect, use focus effect, and then we can just use callback from React. And what I'm going to do, let me just add in this empty array here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to then import the status bar from React. So this is going to be from React I'm going to use. So I'll do constant entry is equals to status bar from React Native dot push stack entry. So I'm going to give this a background color. So you can change the background color with React Native status bar, but you can't do that with Expo. So Expo status bar. So I'm going to just give this a color. Let's just give it 020.817. And then this we have bar style. We're going to say it's a light content. And I'll just do translucent, pause. And then we can just do return. So on return, we are going to pop the status dot pop stack entry, and then we're going to pass in the entry. So let's save this and hopefully this should work. And now we can say it is working. So we have this white status bar. So currently our welcome screen is looking good. So once you click on this, we need to navigate into the home screen, or sorry, the onboarding. So let's quickly create the file here. So inside here, I'm going to create a folder. I will call this onboarding. And because we're going to have different steps on onboarding, so I'm just going to use this dynamic step.txt. Sorry, this should not be a folder, this should be a file. I'll do step.txx. Then yeah. So let me do rnf as to onboarding step. Save this, the error should stop. So now for the onboarding, I'm going to create a constant folder here. So let me create a constant folder where we're going to define the array. So inside SRC, I'll do constant. So let's create a file. So I'll just do onboarding.tx. So here we can just define this. So these are the steps we have. So in order to keep track of all these step when user navigates, we can store this in the store, like in the system, in the device. So we can use what we call React Native async storage. So let's go to the documentation. So just go to Expo and search for async storage, and you can see the definition here is, and is so it's just used like your like local storage we have in web. So you can just go to the documentation and this is going to take you to async storage. So we need to install this, and this is how to use the async storage. So we're just going to use this to keep track of the onboarding step. Let's say the user left the app, we can still know have the data, and when they sign up, this data is saved to the data is saved to the database. So let's go back to the let's just copy this, and so we can install it here. So I'll copy this and then let's go to the code, and let me open my terminal. So I'll cancel my server. Or let me just open a new tab. So let's do npx expo install, and let's install it. So let me check if this is not yet installed. Okay, we already have NC. Okay, it has already added now. It's already installing it. So let's wait for it. So this has already installed. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go into the onboarding.txt, and we're going to define the key. So I'm going to paste this here. So we're going to have this onboarding key, and we're going to have the answer. So this is going to be stored like in the answer here. You're just going to add it once, add it in answer, then we can add it to the async storage. So I'm going to define this onboarding value. So let me just come into, let's just add validation here. Let's create a folder called validations, and I'm going to create onboarding schema. Or let's do onboarding.txt is okay. Or let's do validation.txt, and we're going to import Zod. So import Zod, and now this is a schema. So experience, gender, and go. And now we can copy this onboarding value, save this, and then we can just import this from here. Now we can also import the async storage. So I'm going to import it. So first thing we're going to do, we want to make sure that this is client and not server, since we're going to be using Expo to write the backend. So I'm going to import platform from reactnative.os. So if not web, we are going to convert web to server in the app.json. Later on, we can see output static. We're going to change this to server to write Expo API. So I'm going to make sure this is not web, and then or type of window is not equals to undefined. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say if is client, then we are going to use the async storage dot get item. Let's pass in the body key, and then we can just do then we're going to get the data, and then we're going to say if data, and then object dot assign answer. So if this, we're going to just pass this here. Then we're going to say JSON the pass, and let's pass in data. I'll just do catch dot catch, and let me just return empty like this. So let me move this to the top. So now we're going to create some method here. So I'll just do export constant get onboarding answers, and this is going to be equals to, let's just return this. Let's do return onboarding value schema dot save PS answer by this, and then I'm going to also add this ones here. we have the reset onboarding answer, and we have step index. So I can just add in the type here, sort save PS result. Then we're going to just pass in the onboarding values. So I'm using this is showing an error. So let me just remove it. I don't know why it's not working. So just remove it here. So now we have all that we need. Okay, we need one here. We need to say export constant is onboarding completed. Then we're going to just return onboarding value.save yes, pass in the answers success. So this should just return boolean. So now we have this. Now we can go ahead and work on the pages. So let's go into public onboarding step, and we're going to get the step using the using the use local search param. So I'm just going to get the step here as a step, which I'll just change it to key is equals to empty string. So we need to let's go into welcome.txx, and where we have that get started button, let's change this. Okay, yeah, this is it. Let's change this to point to the onboarding step, and then we're going to pass the param step gender. So now we have this. Now we can get router equals to use router from Expo Router, and let's also get in foreground from equals to use app theme color foreground. So now we need to define a state. We're going to say constant values and set values, and this is going to be equals to use state from React, and we can just add in type partial and then import the onboarding values, and then we can just so what we're going to do, let's call this function, and this is going to destructure the answer. So let's import answers. So now we can get the index of each of the step using the step index, and we can pass in, we can pass in the key. So let me see, something is wrong here. So let me look at the step index here. It's saying string, even though I set default to string here. Okay, or let's just add the type here like this step. So we can just do constant step is equals to steps. So import steps, and then let's do index here. So now we can get the step from the onboarding from the step the user is in, and now we can just do let's do if not step. Let's redirect the user to the welcome screen. I'll do href slash welcome like this. So now we can just do constant. So the next step is going to be steps index plus 1. And then we can also do constant. So if we have this arrow back button, so we can just do if the index is equals to 0, then router dot replace slash welcome. Let me do this properly. Then else you're going to do router dot back like this. Then we need to also create a function called select. So we're going to say next value is going to be equals to the onboarding value type of step dot feed. So this is going to be the next value, and then I think this is what we're going to have like this. So select next value, onboarding value type of field. Then we're going to say constant next values is going to be equals to, we are going to get all the values from the array, and we're going to say step the field, and this is going to be the next value. And then we can just do we can then save this the next value. We can save the next value. Let me do properly. And then we can then set it. Let's just set it first. Set values next values. So let's go into the onboarding.txt. So we forgot to add one more here, so I'll add it here. So basically this is save onboarding answer. We pass in the field and the value, and then we say answer field is equals to value. So if it's client, and then we do async set object key, and then we'll pass in, we update the answer in the storage. So save this now. We can then call this save answer. Let's call this here save onboarding answer. Then we need to pass in step the field, and then the next the value. So let me import this. So instead of, let me just call this value instead of next value like this. So now we have the go back. Let me move this down. So let's also duplicate this and say go next. So I'm going to change. I'm going to say if next, we are going to push. We say router push. We're going to push the next step. We say path name slash onboarding step, and then we're going to pass in param. We're going to say step now is next dot key. So now let's start working on the components. Now we need to import save area view. Oh, let's quickly make this a component because we're going to be adding class name flex1, then bg background like this. So I can just make this a component of its own. So inside the URL, just do save area screen.txx, and then I'm going to import it here. So let me import it. Import save area view, and then I'm going to create the component just like this. So let me import components prop from React. So we have safe area. Let me import CN. So we have the safe area screen, and this is we're going to just use this. So let's just copy this. Going to step, I'll just replace this with safe area screen, and then save this. Or you can call it safe area view or container. I think it's better to call it safe area container. So let me remove this text, and let's have a view from React Native. Let's give this a class name, padding flex1, padding x6, padding bottom 5, and then top 4. So let's have another view. And then we're going to have pressable. And I'm going to import feather icon. Let's give this a color of that foreground we imported. And then we just give this name arrow left. And let's give this a size 23. So we can give this a class name now. I'm just going to say flex row and then item center gap 2. So let's give the pressable a class. So I'll do class, and I'm going to say margin left 3, height 11, width 11, item center, justify center, rounded full, and then I'll do active bg muted, and this is going to have this on press go back. So below this preview, this pressable, we're going to have a view, and I'm going to give this a class name. I'll do height 2. This is going to be the progress bar. I'll do flex 1, overflow, hidden, rounded, full, bg border. And then inside here, we're going to have a view again, and we're going to give this a class name height full, rounded, full, then bg primary. And we're going to give this a style, and I'm going to just make it like this. I'll do the width, so I'm going to just do like this. Sorry. So we'll do index plus 1, and I'll do divided by steps dot length. Then we can multiply this by 100 and just set the percentage like this. So now we have this view, I think. Yeah, we can just go down. So we're going to do a step dot key. So if step dot key is equals to gender, then we're going to have a gender component, which we're going to do. So let's just duplicate all of this. I'll change this to go, and I'm going to change this to experience. So let me remove this. This should be a self-closing tag. And then we're going to have a button. Let's import button from our UI button component. And we're going to say next. We set it to next. Else we just say continue. Continue to sign up. And let's give this disable. I'll say if not follows step the field. Now we're going to add the on-press, and I'm going to set this to go next, like this. So we've worked on this page. So the select is going to be passed to the component we're going to create. So let's go and create a component. So let's create onboarding. Onboarding. Then I'm going to create onboarding card. The txx. So let's create gender. The txx. So let's rename it to gender step. So just do RNF gender step. So I'm going to define the step at the top. So we're going to have this prop here. So let me import. Okay, I didn't add this gender onboarding gender type inside the validation. So let me add it here. So I've added here onboarding experience, onboarding gender, onboarding goal. So I'll go to the gender step, and let me import this. Then import. Okay. So now we can just set a type here. I'll just copy this prop type, and let me just do props, and then I'm going to pass it here. So here we're going to get the foreground. Also foreground is equals to use app theme. Auto foreground. Yeah, we're going to also get the primary color. So I'll copy this. I'll change this to primary, and I'm going to do primary. So I'm going to add in a class for this, and for this we're going to have in a text here, and we're going to have a view. So I'm going to use, instead of the normal view, I'm going to be using. So if we're going to package.json, remember we had this reanimated. So I'm going to use it. I'll do animated from reanimate.view, and then I'm going to pass in this text here. So I can just do entering, and I'll just do fade. We can just do fade in right. The duration, I'll do 250. Simple like this. So we can just have this, give this a class name. We can have a text here. So just to this help us personalize your experience, and margin top, and then the also width we're going to have here. So below here we're going to have a view, and then we can give this a class name. I'll do margin top 8, and then gap 4. So here we're going to look through the gender options. So I'll do gender option dot map. I'll do option, then index. So let's return. For now, I'm just going to return this empty. I'll do constant selected is equals to value is equals to option dot value. So let me get the value from this value, and then undo on change. So let's go ahead and create the onboarding card. So I'm just going to just go into onboarding card. I'll do like this, onboarding card. So we're going to have the props type. So I'm going to just paste it here. So let me import React node. So I can just copy this card. Let's just do. So I'm going to just import get everything. So I've already get everything, and I've also import this primary foreground. Now we need to create the components. So I'm going to import React animated. So I'm just going to import this animated from React native animated, and let's import fade right in, and I'll just change this to like this. So we're going to get pressable. So let's import pressable from React Native, and let's give it a class. So I'm just going to pass in the class here. Let me import cn. So we're going to give this a minimum height 20 flex and row item center rounded Excel. Then if selected, it's just going to show the primary border. Now we're going to have a view here. I'll do view, and we're going to give this a class name. Let's do size. Then this is going to be the checkbox. I'll do all the icons, sorry, item center, and then we're going to do justify center, and then I'm just going to do icon. Yeah, so we're going to also have a view. I'll give this a class name of Martin L4 and flex 1. So let's get text components, and then we're going to pass in the label. Let's import text from React Native. So I'll do text, and then here we can just add in this class. We can add in this class, and it's selected text primary and text foreground. So we are going to also add in a view. We're going to say if selected, let's get a view, then else we can also have a view here. So this first view, I'm going to use this. So let's import feather from Expo vector icon. So we'll pass in a primary foreground for the checkbox. And then for this one, I'm just going to just remove this. I'll then give this a class name as a height 6 and width 6 rounded full border 2, and then border input border like this. So we have the onboarding card. Let's just copy this and let's go back to gender step, and then we're going to just import. So let's import this button, this component. So we're going to pass in key option value. I'm going to also pass in delay. I'll just do index +1 times 80. Let me confirm if I'm using this delay. Yeah, I'm using it. So, and then I'm going to pass in icon. So I'm going to use font awesome 6. I'll do color. It's going to be equal to selected. We're going to use primary, else, foreground. So we need to pass in name. It's going to be option dot icon, and then size is going to be 31. So we need to pass in label. I'll do option label dot label, and then on press is going to be on change option dot value, and let's pass in selected. So we can use this gender step now inside the onboarding step.txt. So I'll just replace this with it. And let me import it. So we need to pass in the value. So we say values.gender. And then we can also pass in onChange, which is going to be onSelect. Okay, I'll just do onSelect. Okay, let me just use select since I'm having issue with this. Okay, this changed. That is the reason. So I'll fix it. So I'll just onSelect for all. So let me quickly go ahead and create the remaining step. So you can copy this from the code. I'm just going to add it in the description. So I've added the component. So I also renamed this onboarding to onboarding option card. And then inside the gender, go a step, we can see the go step. We also have experience step, which is this component. So they're basically the same thing, just the same code copied inside each file. So we can go into the onboarding step now, and we can see that I've imported all of them. So yeah, I made a mistake. This should be route. I think replace. This should be sign up. Yeah. Oh, let's just use push instead. So let me just quickly create the sign up component, sign up page. So I'll just open this. I'll just create this inside there. Let's create auth folder. Or let's just leave the hot folder. Let's just create it inside like that. I'll just paste .txx. I'll do rnf. Let's do sign up. Save this like this. So inside the layout, we need to add in the remaining screens. So I'll just add in the sign up screen. Now I think everything is fine. We can go ahead and test it out. So let's make sure everything is working fine. Is missing the photo export component. So I think the error should stop. Let's try and click on it and see. So if I click on get started, let's see. Okay, now you can see it is working. Oh, this is wrong. Let's go and fix it. So in the onboarding card, onboarding option card. So if I scroll down, I think, and this is, I think here. Let me add inflex row. Let's see. Justify between. So it has fixed now. We can see that this has come to the end here. So I think everything's fine. Let me try and click on this. So we can see that this is clicking. So we can click on anyone. So if I click on next now, we can see how it fit in. So we can pick this, click on next, and then we can click on this, and then we can click on sign up, and this should take us to the sign up page. So this is great. So I'm just going to add some things here like this. So we are done with this onboarding and welcome screen. So we're going to go ahead and start working on the authentication screen. So before we go ahead and set up authentication, let's first of all set up our database and then the Drizzle ORM. So just head over to Drizzle ORM documentation, and then let's click on get started. And then we're going to just pick Neon. So we're going to be using Neon as our database. So we need to install all of this. So I'll just copy the first one. So I'll copy this and then let's go back to the code. So I'm going to be installing a version I've already used. So let me just go to, let me clear this. So let me paste this here. So I've written a version 0.4.5.2 and then 1.1.0. And let's remove this, let's remove this .env and we can just install this. While this is running, we can go back and copy this. We're going to install this. So we can copy this now and let's go back to the code. And I'm going to wait for this to install. Then we can install the Drizzle ORM kit. So this has already installed. So let's install the dependency. So I'm just going to remove this. Then I'm going to install 0.31.10. Then click on enter. And this is going to install it in the dev dependency. So let's wait for this to install. So while this is running, we can go ahead and create, let's create a database folder. So this has already installed. Now we can let's go to the documentation and see what we'll do next. So this ORM. And next thing we're going to do is to create index.txt. And then we can create this folder here. And then we need to create the drizzle config.txt. So let's quickly create this table and the schema. So let's go back to the code. So let's create index.txt. And then we also need to create schema.txt. So for the index.txt, I'm going to paste in the code here. So this is going to import the Neon database serverless and then Drizzle from Neon HTTP. And then we get the database URL. So make sure inside you've created env with the database URL. And then we're going to get this Neon URL schema. And then we're going to export the schema here. So we need to create the config for this route. So let me go back to the code. And then I can just scroll down here and let me copy this. And then we can go back to the editor and let's just create this here. So I'm going to just paste it here. So we're going to process node EMP file like this. We pass in the database URL where the schema is and the output. So now we need to go and get the database URL. So let's go to the browser and then make sure to come to Neon. So make sure you've signed up in Neon account, and then you can create a new project. So I've already created mine. So I'm just create a new project and click on create. And once you create the project, you can see the project. So I just create this project now. Okay, this one. So I'm going to click on it. So it's empty. So I'll just click on connection string. And then let's copy this. Let's go back to the code. And then let's paste this here. So I'm going to add inside the package.json. I'm going to add in the script here. So I'm going to just paste it here. So later on, we're going to see some data. So I'm just going to create seed folder later for this. So I think that is all for database setup. So we can add in authentication with better auth. So before we do that, let's go into the app.json. Like I mentioned, we're going to change this to server since we're going to be writing API. So let's change this to server. So make sure to change the web to server. And now let's go ahead and add in better auth. In this chapter, we're going to add better auth into our application. So just search for better auth Expo and then click on integration, Expo integration. So what we're going to do, we're going to configure better auth backend. So let's just scroll down. So the first thing we're going to do is to create the API route. So if I'll copy this now here, and then make sure you copy this too. Let's go back to the code. And then, so what we're going to do, we're going to go into app. We have this API, and let me restart the server because I make changes. Let me just restart the server. So I'm going to do nps expo clear, start clear. So we can create API in Expo, very much simple. We just do hello. I will do the plus API dot txx, sorry, tx. And then we can just do export default function. We can use the get requests and post requests or post method. So I'll just do return response.json, and I can just say message hello. Like this. So this is how to write API. So you can also create folder the same way you create in Next.js. So let's quickly create the one for beta auth. So I'm going to remove this API like this. So now we have the auth folder and the auth plus API.tx. So I'm going to paste in the code. So I've pasted in the code. Oh, sorry, we've not yet installed beta auth. So let's go ahead and copy. Let's go ahead and open the terminal and install beta auth. So let me open this terminal. Let me clear this. And let's go to the documentation. So I think it should be at the top here. Okay, yeah, look at it here. So let's copy this. And then let's go back to the code. And let's paste it here. So let me just make sure I'm using the version I've already used. So I'm going to use beta auth 1.6.25. And then for the Expo and beta auth Expo, we're going to be using 1.6.252 like this, and let's click on enter, and this is going to install beta auth. So let's go back to the code, the browser, and then once we install, we need to also install Expo network. We need to also install Expo linking, web browser, Expo constant. So you can this is already installed in the, so if I go to the code, if I go to package.json, if we scroll down, we can see Expo web browser. Where is Expo network here? Okay, Expo network is not installed, so we need to install it. So let me go back to the documentation, and let me copy this. So we need to install this. So copy this, go back to the code, and let's install it. So we say Expo linking. So I'm just going to wait for this to install, and then we can install the Expo network. Okay, so this has already installed. So let's just paste this and install Expo network. So I'm looking whether we have installed Expo. Okay, we've not installed it. So let's go to the documentation. So we need to install Expo Secure Store. So make sure we install it. So let's just go back to the code. And then let's open this and let's paste it and install Expo Secure Store. So once we install that, we can go to the documentation. And now we need to create the let's create Expo client. Auth client, sorry. Okay, I think I've jumped. Yeah, I've jumped. So I need to create auth.tx first. So let's go back to the code. And then let's create this inside the lib folder. And then we can go back and copy this code. So let me just copy everything. And I'm going to paste it here. So the error should stop now since we have this auth file. So let's also create the auth client .tx. So I don't know why this is not saving. Okay. Okay, it has stopped. So for the auth client, we can go to the documentation and copy this. So let's scroll down. Let's copy this code. Let's come back to the code editor and let's paste this here. So we need to add in the base URL. So when you run your Expo app, you always see this URL like this, localhost 8081, or this metro like this. So we can define this here. So this is showing an error. And we need to define the schema. So let's go to app.json and we should scroll up and see schema. So let's copy this. Go to auth client, pass in the schema, and I'll just change the store prefix to my workout. My workout like this. So this is TypeScript error. So I'll just do as better auth client plugin. So we need to set the base URL, the Expo public API URL inside the env. So we can go into the env and then I can just add it here. I'll just do so if you want to use if you want your env to be like the value to be public, you will use Expo, or to be seen in the client side, use Expo public. This is just like next.js. So I'm going to do Expo public API underscore URL. So why this one without Expo won't be exposed in the client like in your app, this is only going to be used by the Expo server once we deploy the server to Expo service here. So we are going to just copy the localhost. Let's just go back into this and let me copy this. Go back to the env and we can just paste it here. So now we can just do inside here. So I can just do process .env .expo public API URL like this. So now we have this. Now we are going to also add in the env again for the better auth secret. We need to add in the secret here. So I can add it here. So this is it. So I'll just copy this for now. Just pass it here. And then for the secret, I'll just give this a secret key. Just something that is long. So now we can go into the auth.tx. So auth.tx now, we are going to use this inside there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just pass in, let's pass in app name. I'll do my workouts. And then we can just pass in base URL. And this is going to be process. So let me define this here. I'll just do constant auth underscore URL is equals to process dot env dot better auth. So let me go into the env better auth URL and I'll just pass it here. So this is going to be the auth URL, and we can also pass in the secret. So this is going to be process dot env dot let's go to better auth secret, then pass it here. And we need to also pass in the database now. So I'm just going to say Drizzle ORM. We're going to get the adapter. So let's import it. This is going to come from better auth. So Drizzle ORM adapter, and then we need to pass in the DB. So let's import DB. And we're going to pass in provider. This is going to be PG. And then the schema. So let's import schema. Schema is going to be coming from, let me import it here. Like this. We're going to be importing it from the schema file. And now the error should stop. So we need to also pass in trust origin. So for us to pass this here, if I go to the documentation, let's go to the documentation. If you scroll down now, you can see schema and trust origin. Schema, okay, this is for this. So trust origin, we just pass in this part here. You can see your schema and /. Then for development mode, we can just pass in this here. This. So let's just add this. Okay, I think that is we're almost done with this. So let's go back to the code and then let's pass in this origin. So inside the app.json, we can copy the schema. And then let's just do like this. So I'm going to also do like this. So just to make sure. So you can also add this. Let me just go back to the doc and copy this. So let me paste it here. Like this. So for now, I'm just going to comment this out here. So I'm going to test this locally. So because I'm going to be testing the deploy version 2 locally, so I'm just going to allow it for now. Then later on, we can just add in this node env development to it. So just pass in like this. And I can also pass in like this is okay. And I can just pass in this here, just a filter boolean like this. Then below here, we can pass in social provider. So I'm going to pass in Google. We are going to be using Google. We need to pass in the client ID. So I'm going to do process.env.google. So I've added here Google client and Google secret. So we just add this in the env. Yeah. So let's go into auth.ts, copy this. And then let's just copy this like this. So let me just comment it out for now. I will come back to it. So now we are done with this now. We can go ahead and run this. So as Bethouse can create the table for us. So let's go to the browser. And this is not going to be here. We can look at it in the beginning. Let's go to install. It should be inside installation. Yeah, installation. So if I scroll down to the bottom, we should see this npx auth latest generate. So let's go to the code. And then I'm going to open the terminal. Let me cancel all of this. So I've pasted it now. I just click on npx auth latest generate. And this should generate. Let's see. So I'm thinking I need to run this server before this will be able to run. So let's wait for this. So let me, yes. So it's asking me whether it wants to generate the auth schema. I'll say yes. And now it has generated it. So let's just go and copy this. Where is it? So I can see the file. Okay, I've seen the file. This is it here. So we can cut this and take it inside the DB. And I'm going to paste it here. So we can look at all the table it has created. So we're going to also create our own table, which we're going to call profile. which is going to store the onboarding data. So let's import this auth schema inside the schema file. So inside, I'm going to go ahead and export the auth schema. We need to also let's import user. Let's import user from .auth schema. So we're going to create the tables. So I'm going to for the onboarding. So I'm going to paste this here. So let's import pg enum from the Drizzle ORM, and then I'm going to paste in the table here. We're going to do export constant profile and pg table, and we'll say profiles, and then I'm going to just paste in the table. So let's import this text and import timestamp. So now we have the user ID, which is a reference to the user table. So we have the gender with the gender enum, gender male, female. We have for experience, and we have for go, and we have created that and updated that. So we have this now, and we have the auth schema. So everything is fine. So we can go ahead and generate this. So let's go into Drizzle ORM TS. We should see that everything's correct. So let's go into the packet addressing, and then I can scroll down here, and let's just do db generate. So I'll do npm run db generate. So let's see. So now it has generated this table, so we can go ahead and run migration db migrate. So let's do npm run db migrate. So let's see. So this is already run. So if we let's go to neon, and let me go to let me open this to tables. We should see that the tables are, yeah, we can see account profile table, and we have the session, the user, and also the verification. So I noticed that the profile does not have any ID. So let me go and fix it. So I'll go back to the code, and then let me add in inside let's go into schema, and I'm going to add in the ID here. So I'm going to be using UUID. So let me just import it. And I'm going to remove the primary key from the user ID like this. So so let's go ahead and draw migration. Or let's also add in not now here. Sorry, let me copy this. Let's add it here. Not now. So so let me run generate here. So db generate, and then I'm going to run db migrate. So you can see that the table now has ID. So let's go back to the code. So if you look at my they say I had to run db push because I removed the table. So this had to compare the table in the in neon, and then it made the changes. So now we have the table already. We can go ahead and start working on the UI itself. So we can go into public. We've created sign up. Let's create sign in .txx. So let's do rnf. Let's just sign in. Let me use rnf sign in. I will copy this, just paste it for sign up to. Okay, we have sign up now. So let me add in the sign in there. So sign in. So now we're going to install a React hook form. So let's clear the terminal. I'll do npm install React hook form. So I'm going to install a specific version. So now we can see we're going to install 7.81.0 and then the hook form resolver. So click on enter. And then we can go ahead and start working on the sign up page. So let me go here. So let's wait for this to. Okay, I think I made a mistake. I made a mistake. It should be React hook dash form. So let's wait for this to install. So this has already installed. So let's import React hook form here. And there I will just define constant is equals to use form. So let me just design object here. And then we can just get control, handle submit, form state errors like this. And then we can just have the full value. So I'll just open this, pass this here. So we need to define the schema. So I'll just go into the lib where we had validation. So I'll just create auth validation .tx. So I'm going to just paste it here. So I have the sign in validation and also the sign up. So we can just go to this and then let's import sign up schema. You can also add in the sign up form value like this. So now let's import some. We're going to import. So I'm just going to import this use router hook. Use theme color. So let's have our constant on submit here. On submit. This is going to be equals to, let's do handle submit async. And then we're just going to return this. So we can get the data here. We can get email and we can get full name. We can get password. And then we can just simply do constant results is equals to. So since we're going to be signing up, so we need to also save the onboarding data. So inside the onboarding .tx, like inside constant, yes, we can just get the onboarding answers, and then we can use this and pass it into the database. So there's a way we can pass custom field in not custom field. Yes, you can pass custom field in better auth, but this one we want to use through better auth. Once the users sign up, we immediately create the profile. So we're going to come to that. So let's just add it here. So I'm going to import and get onboarding answers. Then I'm going to say if not results the success, we can just route the replace welcome. So let's just to return, and then I can define a state here. Constant is pending, set is pending, use states. I'll set this to false. So we can just set is pending to false. Yeah. Sorry, to true. And then we can just do try. So I'm just going to constant. We're going to get error. So equals to await So let's get Auth client from the Auth client, and then we can just do the sign up. Sorry, where did I get this Auth client? Auth client. Let me check this properly. Auth. Yeah, this is the file. So let me close this. Let's do it again. Auth client dot sign up. Why it's not coming up? Let me just sign up. Yeah, dot email. Okay, there's no error. So we can pass in the email. We can pass in name. This is going to be full name. And then we can pass in password. So let's confirm this from the documentation. So better Auth. So if I scroll, let me go to Expo. So if I scroll down, we can see, okay, Auth client sign in email. Yeah, I think that is correct. So let's go back to the code. And now we're going to pass in the the onboarding data together. So I'm just going to say if error, we're going to do alert dot alert. So import alert from React Native. I'll just do code not create account. You can just pass in error dot message here. And let's just return. And then we can then reset the onboarding answers. So we can just, I can just remove this. Or we can just do like this. Finally, set is pending to false, like this. So we can also have another method to handle Google signing. We say constant handle Google sign in. Let's just call it Google sign up. So sign in. So yeah, we're going to define another state. We'll call this Google loading. And we can just set Google loading to true. And I can just do the same thing I did here. I'll just do constant error auth await dot auth client dot you're going to sign in dot social. I'll pass in callback URL. And then we can pass in provider Google. So we're going to do the same thing. I'll just copy this here. So we just say could not sign up with Google. And then if finally we can just set loading state false. So let me go to the auth. Okay, let me leave it. So I think now we're going to go ahead and create a component. So let's import the safe area screen. which is the safe area view. So we're going to have a view here. So let's just give this a class name. So here we can have a view, a text. Let's import text. And this text, we can give this a class name. I'll just say create account. And I'm going to give this, let me give this a class name here. So we're going to say font interbold text leading line tracking and text foreground. So we're going to also have another text here. So this is going to be sign up to get started. Now after this view, we're going to have a view here, and let's give this a class name, margin top 9 and then gap 5. So we're going to use the controller from React hook form. Let's pass in control, which is going to be control. Name is going to be full name, and then we're going to say render. Let's get the field, and then we can just return, and let's have a view with a text, and we can give this a class name. Let's just call this full name, and I'll give this a class name, font. Let's do font inter medium, text 14 pixel, text foreground. So let's give this a class name, gap2. So below here, we're going to import text input. So yeah, let's get the onBlur and onChange. So yeah, I'm going to pass in auto, let's do autocomplete, name, auto capitalize. So let's give this a class name like this with the onBlur and onText. Then we need to, let me give this here before, yeah, let's do placeholder. I'll just do John Doe, and then placeholder text color. We can use icon color, and then we can do selection color. We just do foreground, and so we need to add something at the top here. I'll do text content type name. So let's also add in the value. So let's get the value too. Then let's do return. So return key type. Yeah, next. So we can also add a use ref here. So let me add a use ref here. So let's import use ref hook. And if we scroll to the bottom, we can just do on submit editing. Let's just say email input ref dot current. dot focus. So we have passed everything. Now we can pass in the error. So I do if error errors dot full name. We can pass in the text, and then we can pass the class name, and then we also pass in this here. So we have this for the name. So let me quickly pass in the password there. So below here. So let's copy the same thing for email. So I'm going to just paste it here. So for the email, it's the same thing. We just have this, but then we're just passing in the ref. So once you click on the after submit after editing, this is going to be focused. The email is going to be focused. So we pass in the ref, auto caption or type contents email, auto complete email. This is the class. So the input mode here is email. Then on blur. So let me move this. So we have the placeholder text color, return key, and the return key, the selected color, the unblur, unchanged text, and submit editing. This is going to make the password focus. So now we've done for the email. So let's go straight to adding the password on. So this is I'm going to just add it here. So it's quite long. So we have the name password, we have the view. So let me see, we pass in the view, the same slide, and now we are wrapping the text input with a view, and this view is having the class, this class, and then there we pass in the ref, auto capitalize now, then auto complete new password, text, content type new password. We can see new password. Then we have the class name. Then we have the placeholder text. So return key type done. Secure text entry. This is password visible. So I have a state I define at the top here. You can see it here. So if I scroll down now, you can see selected color foreground, on blur, on text, change text, and submit editing. Now we have the button that is going to toggle the eye icon. So let me import this, and then I'm going to import feather icon from Expo Vector icons. And now we have this error. If there's any error, it's just going to show up here. So this is just calling the set password visible, and then this is going to make this either secure text or regular text. So now we have this now. So yeah. So below here, let's have the button. So let's import button from UI button. So I'll give this a class name. I'll do margin top 10. And then we can just pass in disabled. I'll say is pending or is Google loading. And let's just pass in sign up here. So we need to pass in on submit, on press, and then we're going to do on submit. So we can also do that is loading we added, or you can just use left icon and add the loader. So just do if it's pending like this. So below here, we're going to just have this here. So this is just to show a div with this line with the or width. And then below here, we're going to have the button for Google and Apple. So let's have a div here. So let's make this class name gap3, and let's copy this button. I'll pass this button here. So one is going to be for Google and the other one is going to be for Apple. So I will remove let's also add if it's pending, which is going to disable it. But I'm going to remove its loading here. Then I'm going to remove, okay, instead of on submit, we just handle Google sign up. And then I'm going to change this to continue with Google. So yeah, we're going to also pass in the loader. So I'm going to just pass a right icon. And let me just import this. So we also need to add in the Google icon, like the Google image, which is coming from the asset folder, image, app images. You can see Google logo. So I'm going to use it. So I'm going to add in the left icon. And we can give this a class name, absolute left 5. And then we can import image from React. Let's give this a class name, height 5, width 5. Let me also copy this and just pass it here too. And then we can just do resize mode contain. So let's get the image here. So at the top, I'll just get image. Let me go to welcome. Scroll to the top, copy this, paste it here, change this to Google logo, and I'll change this to Google logo. Copy it and scroll to the bottom where we have the button. Yeah, so I'm just going to pass in source like this. So I think everything's okay. We need to change this variant to outline. So let me just duplicate this instead. Copy this, paste it here. But we're going to change the name to continue with Apple. For now, this is not going to work on this. So I'm just going to remove the loader. For this, we're just going to change this and just do font, awesome, color, foreground, and name, Apple, and size 22. So instead of this, I'll just do alert. I'll just do coming soon, Apple coming soon. Then below this div, so below this view, we're going to just have this here. So I'm going to import this link. So this is exactly what we had in the welcome screen. So just like this. And we are done with the sign up here. So we can go ahead and, so before we test it out, we need to go into, let's go into the auth.txt. Remember I mentioned that we need to save the data to the profile, like the onboarding data. So we're going to do that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the onboarding data. So I'm going to just define this method here. So I'm just going to say onboarding value save as body. So if not result, it's just going to just throw this error, that's invalid onboarding data. So we can copy this now And below here, let's define hooks. So we're going to say before we're going to use the method for say create auth middleware to do async ctx context, and let's just say if context dot path is equals to slash sign up slash email, then I'm just going to do get onboarding city. I'll pass in the context here dot body. So we're going to say after, that is after sign up, we're going to do create auth middleware again, async, we get the context, and then we're going to just copy this. Yeah. I'll say if context equals to this or not context dot context dot new session return. So then we're going to say await db dot insert profiles. So let's get the profile table. So let me just import profile, and then we can do the values. So I'm just going to say user ID is going to be context dot cts dot context, sorry, dot new session dot user dot id, and I'm going to say get onboarding context dot body. So let me move both of these to the top here. So now we have this hook. We have the hook now. So let me confirm everything is clear. Sign up email, onboarding, and then sign up email, or not this. So I think this is it. So we can run the server. Let me see, my server is running. So let's do open Android. So let me just close this. Okay. Let me click on it again. Okay, so build. So we're going to go ahead now and run localhost to see that the API is working. So we'll copy localhost 8081. Then we're going to test the API hello, and let's see. So let's wait for this to run. So now this is already running. So let's go to the browser, and then let me try and paste in this localhost. I'll do slash API slash hello, and this is going to first of all run this. You can see it. Just going to so it is done. Let's go ahead and check it out. So now we can see okay, method not allowed. So let me go and confirm this. So let's go to the code, and let me go to hello api.tx. Okay, sorry, I think I forgot. I need to change. I made a mistake. This should be export function. So let's try it again. So go to the browser, reload this. Now we can see hello world. So this is working. So now we can go ahead and sign up. So I'll go back to the code, and now let's try and then sign up. So I'll click on, let's pick this. So I think all the information is already there. So let's click on sign up, and then we can see the screen. So there's a space between this. So let me fix the UI. So inside the public sign up, where we have this. Okay, yeah, I've seen it. Save this. So now you can see that this is working. So something is wrong here. Left icon. Okay. Let me change to 6. Okay. So we can go ahead and log in. Let's sign up. So later we're going to go ahead and test the. So let's just test it in. I'll do manuel at gmail.com, and let's just do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and you can see the password. So let's click on sign up. So let's see. So this is calling the endpoint. Oh, we need to add in this package. So let's install this package for this to work. So let's do npm install. So while this is running, we are going to go ahead and start working on the sign in. So let's add in the sign in. So I'll just copy everything I have here. Let's just copy everything. Go to the sign in page, and let's just paste it here. So I'll change this to sign in. Copy this. Let's go back to this page. Change this to sign in. So I didn't use the foreground, so I'm just going to remove it. We didn't use it. So for the sign in, I'm going to remove, change this to email and password. We are going to remove the let's remove this controller. So we're going to come at the top here. So we have this Google. Yeah, all of this is okay. So let me just do this here. So I'm going to say constant has completed onboarding. This is going to be equal to EAS onboarding completed. I can do this. I can just do it. Let me do it. Okay, this place is okay. Then I'm just going to do constant sign up href is going to be equal to has completed onboarding. So if a onboarding is completed, we're just going to, we can route the user to the sign up page. Else, we are just going to do part name onboarding slash step. We pass in params step gender like this. So we're going to use this is so let's go now. We're going to use this in the bottom where we have this page. We're going to use this. So let me first of all confirm everything. So let me change this first. So instead of create account, we can say welcome back, and then we can just say sign in sign in to continue. And then let me give this 10. And let me increase this to 6. So the email is okay. The password is okay. And then we have this button. We can also add in a view. Then move this password inside. And then here we can pass in pressable or just to alerts. So we can just pass in pressable, the class name, on price text, forget password. So yeah, I'm just going to do sign in. And then let's scroll to the bottom and let's change this to don't have an account. And instead of sign in, we can just do sign up ref like this. So let me just scroll to the top. So let me just do as constant and as constant. Okay, the error has stopped. So everything is fine. So there's something I want to also fix here. So we need to make sure to let's say we are on a like a sign up form. We have multiple inputs here. Let me go there. Let me try and add another input here, so I can show you how the issue we're going to face. So let's say we have new password, and just copy. Or let me just remove the new password. I'll just duplicate the password already. Let me just copy this. Copy this, paste it here, save this. So let's see. So now if I try to click on this input, I can't find the keyboard is not showing up. Show keyboard. Okay. The keyboard is coming up. So what I'm trying to explain here is, let's say you have multiple or list of inputs here. When you try to type in, click on this password or any of the inputs, the keyboard might block the input, cover the input. So we need like a way to make sure that the input is visible. Let's say that if the keyboard open, it pushes this like a scroll view, that this scroll up, and then you can see the password input and then type inside the input. So we're going to be using a package here. So we're going to install a package which we're going to use to wrap this sign up page and also this component, and also the sign in page too. So let's open our terminal and install it. So I'm going to clear my terminal and do npm install, and this is going to be React Native Keyboard Controller, and I'm going to install the version 1.2.1.9, and let's click on enter. So once this install, we are going to go into the boot layout. Let's go into the boot layout, and we're going to wrap this with the with this keyboard provider. So now it has already installed. So let's close this. So come over to the root and let's get the keyboard provider. So let's move this and let's import it. So let me just go ahead and import it. I'll just say import keyboard provider from React Keyboard controller. Yes. So now we have this. Now we can use this inside the sign in and sign up page. So I'll just come over here and let's just add it here. So I'm going to just press this here. And then I'm going to move this inside and let's import this from React Native keyboard controller. And then we still need to add in the keyboard aware, sorry, not aware, toolbar. So this is going to stop error. Okay, yes. So let's also copy this to keyboard aware scroll view. So let's go to this and let's just paste this here. And then I'm going to move this, save this, and let's copy keyboard toolbar, pass it here, and let me import it. And let's import the keyboard toolbar. So save this, and I think that is all. So we can go, let's make sure, I think that this package is already installed. So let me check my package.json. So scroll to the top, you should see open. Yeah, this is already installed. Now we can go ahead and test this. Let me just reload this. So I've reloaded this, so I can go ahead and test it. So before we test it, I want to make sure I'm able to guide the route. So inside the let's go into the route layout. So I want to be able to check if the user logs in, then we're going to redirect the user to the tab and screen. So we can go to the documentation, and if you come to the documentation and just look for this, just search for stack guide, then you can see how to if you scroll to the bottom here, let's go to this page. Yeah, authenticated user only. So we can just use this. We can copy this. So let's copy this. And then we can go to the code. So yeah, we're going to replace this. We're going to, let me just add this here. And what we're going to do, we're going to just move this here. And then let's move, I think, okay, if it's login, this should be, let's move this public here. And then I'm going to just remove this too. Then remove this model. So you just have fully tab and public. So how to get this? We're going to come over here. So we're going to get the session from the Auth client. So we're going to import Auth client. So let me import this. And now we have the session. This is the data. And then in spending, what we're going to do, we're going to come over here and we're going to add it to the state. So we're going to say and let's do not here. And then I'm going to add it here to the. So now we can just come over here and just do if not a session, if not session, sorry, if we use double, so and then here we just say if not session. So something like this. Now if the user sign in, it's going to be redirected to the tab screen, to the tab page, and then we can log out. So let's also quickly get the Google client ID and secret. So just come over to Better Auth, go to authentication, then click on we have Google. Then we can just quickly get the API, the client key. So just click on this link and this will open this page for you. And you can just follow step by step. So we just go here, click on API and service. So I'm currently in API and service. Okay, let me just select a new project. So I'll select this project, this workout project, and let me go back to the welcome screen. Then once you select a project or you create a project, then you can click on API service, API and service, and then we can go to, I think it's credential. Then go to credential. Then we can click on create credential. So just click on let's pick Auth client ID. I think that's what is mentioned here. Then once we pick this, so this is because I'm using previous projects. Let me just create a new project quickly. So it's asking me to do this even when I create a new project. So what I'll do, let me just quickly click on this. Click on get started. Okay, let me just give this my workout. So let's pick external. And just click on create. So once we finish, you just click on create, and then let's wait for it. So let's click on Auth client. So now we can select web application. Then we can go to better auth. We can copy this URL like this localhost 3000 API auth callback, and then we can just come down here. Let's add it. So the URL we have here is not localhost, so it's localhost 8081. So just copy it. So I will change it to localhost 8081. Let's click on create. And now we can see the client ID. So I'll copy this. I'll go to the code. So inside the env, let me paste it here, client ID. And then let's go to the browser and let's copy the client secret. Let's go back to the code and let's paste it here. So I'll save this and let me see. Okay, so I'm just going to reload. So I've already run the server, run the Expo app again. So this I'm having this warning. So what we can do, just copy this MPS auth secret and let's create, just run this here. And this should generate a secret for us. So it was taking time, so I had to cancel it and just run this command. Now I have a long, and just use this, replace this secret, save this, and the warning should stop. So let's wait for this. So let's go ahead and test it. So I click on get started, and then let's just continue. Next, then sign up. So let me type in a name. I'll use so I'm going to type in an email. And then a password. Sorry, I should have removed this new password. Sign up. So let me just type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now I'm going to click on sign up. So I've clicked on the button. Hopefully this should work. So there's no type route nested. Okay. So this is it didn't redirect. So let me go. Let's I don't know why it's not seeing the tab. Inside app we have layout. Okay. Let me do it like this. Save this. This should work now. So let me check. Okay, you can see it has redirected us. Now we can see the tab. We can see the tab now. So this is working fine. So you can go to the database. So let's go to the Neon database. And if I reload this, we should be able to see some data. Let me check user. Okay. So the profile didn't work, but we're able to log in into our account. So I'm not seeing any data in the profile. So I found the reason why this thing add the profile, the onboarding. So let's go back to the code. And if I come into the auth.tx, I notice that I should have used this here. So if this part is not this, or the context this does not have the session, then just return no. So if this is sign up and it has the session, then it's just going to or it has it's going to just run this. So we just want this to run only when it is a sign up page. So we've made a mistake. So I'm going to go ahead and test it again. So let me quickly add a sign out button here so I can sign out from this page. So I've added a sign out button, which is inside the index.tx. So just use the auth client sign out. So I'll click on sign out, and this should take us to the welcome page. So let me click on it. Well, so this has taken us to the welcome screen. So you made a mistake. So in the layout, let's change this from tab, to app. This should point to app, not tab. So let me also move this to the top like this. So now we can go ahead and sign up again. So I'm going to click on get started. And let me just pick any option. Click on next. Then pick any option. Click on next. Then pick on this option. Then click on continue to sign up. And then this should take us to the sign up page. So I'm just going to give this a name. So I'll change this name with a different name. So I'll fill in the name, the email, and the password. So I'll click on sign up now. And let's see. So let's wait for it. So we can see this has redirected us to the home screen. So let's go back to the browser and let me reload this. Now we can see the information, the user ID, the gender, goal, and also the weight. So weight unit is kg here. So this is great, guys. This is great. So let's go back. So I think everything is working fine. We can go ahead and start working on the create and workout page. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and start working on the create workout. So before we start working on the create workout page, we are going to have to create the database tables for the workout exercise and others here. So let's look at the design for the create workout. So this is how the design is going to look like. So we're going to have this UI where user can upload image, writing the workout name, description, and then add exercise. So we're going to have to seed the exercise into the database once we create a table. So this is how it's going to look with the exercise here. So we have the set rep and reset time. So let's go ahead and create a database, the table, sorry. So inside the DB, we're going to go into schema.txt. And below, you're going to first of all create a workout table. So we can just say export constant workout. So this is going to be equals to, we're going to get PG table. And we're going to give this a name workout. And then we're going to get the ID. So I'll just copy the ID from here. And also the user. Let's copy this. So I'm just going to paste it here. So we are going to have the name, and the name is going to be Dex, and also not null. We're going to have the description. Since description is optional, we are going to just description, set it to text, and then let's say we want to add in templates. We just add in templates here and just set this to boolean. So let me import this from Drizzle ORM. Let me import it from here. So this is going to be not null, but we're going to set default to false. And then we need to pass in the created at. So I'll just copy this. And we can also pass in updated at too. So the next table is going to be the exercise table. So we have export constant exercise. So there's the exercises PG table. And this table is going to be exercise sizes. And then we're going to just copy the user ID and the ID. I'm going to paste it here. And then we're going to give this a unique slug. So it's a slug, auto text. Let's do not null. And the unique. So the slug is not important. It's not a must. You can skip it. So we're going to also have this. Yes, I'm going to paste this. We have the name, image, module description, module equipment, difficulty. Then we have first type. We have category too. So we need to also copy the created at. So just add it here. And then because we're going to have, if you look at the design, let's go into workout screen, workout with exercise. So because we're going to save the workout, and then we're going to keep track of the exercises the user select and the contents like the sets, the rep, the reset time, all of this. So we're going to create a table. This is going to be a table that we're going to join both the workout and exercise. So it's a many-to-many relationship. So we are going to just do export constant, and we're going to call this workout exercises. And then we say PG table, and we just call this workout underscore exercises. And then we're going to pass in, let me just copy ID here. And then we're going to reference the workout. We're going to reference the workout table. So I'm going to copy this user ID and just rename this to workout ID. So since we're using UUID, so I'm just going to use UUID for the workout. And then we're going to say it's null. Then we're going to use the workout table dot ID. And then, so I'm going to duplicate this too. and do the same thing for the exercise ID. So changes to exercise ID, and I'll change this to exercises ID. So now we're going to save the set. So we say integer dot not null, and then we can have these two. So let's just import the targets, or just import this real, and then now we have the workout exercises. Now we're going to also create a table for the sessions. So we're going to have like so I called it history screen, but users can can have a workout session. So I'm looking for the screen. So basically it's just to keep track of everything. So this is where users will have the session. So it's supposed to be, okay, I found it, artist screen. So this is where we're going to have it. So users can create a new session. That means they can just have a new session for a workout where they type in a set weight and the rep for each of the set. So we are going to save this in the session table. So we're going to save in the workout, the time, and also the completed ads, and also when they started. So we're going to save this, and we're going to also create another table where we're going to keep track of all these sets. So we can close this now, and then we're going to say export. So export constant, I'll call this workout per session is equals to pg table, and we just call it workout sessions. So we're going to just copy the user ID and also this ID, paste it here, and then we're going to also have the workout ID. So I'll copy this, and I'm going to also paste it here, and then we're going to have started at, so to keep track of when the user started. So I'll use the timestamp with time zone true, and then we say not null. We're going to duplicate this, and then we're going to keep track of when the user completed the session, completed ads with this, and then we also need to track the duration. So duration in seconds. So this is going to be integer, and we're going to set this to not null. Sorry, and let me just copy created ads. I think we don't even need the created ads. Oh, we can just keep it here. So now we need the workout session set. So just say workout session set pg table workout session set. So let's copy the ID. So we're going to have the session ID, which is for workout. So I'll just copy this one, then I'll change it to session ID, and this is going to be a workout session ID. Workout session ID. We are going to also copy the exercise ID, so we know the exercise. You can keep this here too, and I'm going to just remove this. Sorry, I'm going to remove this on cascade here. And then we can also keep track of the set number, the rep, and the weight, just like what we have in the let's go to the design. What we have in the design, set, weight, and rep here. So we can go ahead and run this generate. So package.json, scroll to the bottom, and then I'm just going to copy db generate. Let me open a new terminal, npm 1db generate. So we've already generated this. So we can also add in the type. I can add in the type here. So let me just say exercises. Okay, I made mistake in it, so I'll just use it like that. And work out exercise. So let's just run this. So let's go into package.json. Let me copy db migrate. And the npm 1db migrate. So it was the migrate. So I also made changes. So I've changed the exercise. I've corrected the exercise, and then I've already regenerate this. So let's just run db push. So let's wait for it. So let's wait for it. So okay, so we can go, let's go to the browser. So I'm going to reload this now. Let's see. Okay, now we can see all the table. So you can see the spelling is correct. It's correct. So let's go back. So you can go ahead and start working on the let's work on the API. So before we start working on the API, we need to populate exercises in the table. So we are going to write a sealed. We are going to write the file. Then we're going to seed the data inside the exercise table. So we're going to be using this free resource I saw, which is called free exercise DB. So you can find the repository here. So I'm going to write the script, which is going to just go through the exercises and get most of them. So let's quickly go ahead and do that. So I'll go to the code, and I'm going to create the file here. So let me create exercises.txt, and I'll create index.txt. So inside the exercises, I'm going to just copy the URL, the repository URL. So I'm going to just paste it here. So you can copy from the link in the description. So I'll paste it. So basically, this is only what we're going to get from the repo. We're going to get only this amount of exercise, and we can see the image URL. So you can just download the images and upload it on ImageKit or Cloudinary. For now, I'm just going to leave it like this. Then inside the index.txt, so I'm going to just paste the code here. So let me enable this. So let me check schemas. So I think something's missing here. Oh, I noticed I've made a mistake. So in the exercise, so in the schema, I added user. So this should not have been there. Unless you want to add in a user ID, let's just add it. So I'll copy this. I'll go back. I'll just add in. Let me just get a user ID from the DB. So I've pasted in the user ID. So I should have added in the user ID, but it's not compulsory. But it's fine. So you can just use it like this. So let's go through it. So basically we load the env, and then we get the database exercise, and then the exercise URL, which is this. So we're going to make a request to it, and then we're going to look through the source here, the response, and then we're going to map them, and we're going to get the value. So this is where we have the selected name. Then we use the source to map them, and then we pass them all the wire field, and then we're going to let's just run this file. So we can go into package.json. So I added the file here. So I'll just copy this file, or we can just do dbseed, and I'll just run this npm run dbseed, and this should run the file, and we should have all the exercises added. Now we can see, so if we go to the database, so let's go to exercises. Now we can see all of them have added into the DB. So we can go ahead. So let's go back to the code. Now we can go ahead and start working on the create workout endpoint. So let's go into the API. We're going to create a folder. Let's create workout. And inside it, we just create index dot, so index dot plus index plus dot tx. And so based on the design, the payload is going to be so the payload is going to be image. We have the workout name, description, set rep, reset, which is going to be exercise, which is going to be an array. So we're going to have export async function. So let's call this post, and we're going to get a request, which is going to be requests. And there we can get the session. So to determine user data login, against await out from the lib folder .api .get session, and then we need to pass in the headers, which is going to be requests .headers. So we are going to say if not session, then let's return response.json with a message unauthorized, and then a status, object status of 401. So now we can do constant. So now we need to write the schema for the payload. So I'm going to import Zod from Zod. So I'll pass in the payload here. So this is the validation. So we're going to have description. So let me move this. We have the name, the image that will be passed here. We have the name, image description, and the exercises. So we're going to make sure the validation is correct. So I say results is equals to workout schema dot save PS, and then we can get the payload. Let's get the payload. Let's get it from here. We can say constant body is equals to await request dot json. So we can just to can pass the body here, and then we can say if not results, dot success. Then we can just return, copy this. So let's return invalid. We can just say invalid payload. Or we can just pass in the error. Let me see if we can pass in the results dot error. So this is fine. So now we can get the data. So I'll just structure them. Now we need to make sure that this this exercise does not have duplicates like the ID. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use set. So I'm going to say if new set, I'll pass in exercise, or we can just do it here. I'll just copy this. And we can use the constant valid exercise. This is going to be equal to new set size dot map. Dot map. We're just going to get the ID and ID. Then we're going to say dot size is not equals to the exercise dot length. So let me just do is valid exercises. Then we can just do instead of this, let's use has duplicate. Has duplicate exercise. So like this is okay. Then we'll just do, if this is true, then we're going to return an error. So I'll just copy this error message here. And then we're going to just say duplicate exercise. So we can give this 400 status. So later on, we're going to add image upload. So once we're done with the endpoint, we're going to add in ImageKit. So for now, let's just quickly create the. I'll just add in constant. For now, just leave it. So let's get the. So we're going to say constant is equals to await DB, because we are going to be running to database. We're going to be we're going to be inserting the workout in the workout table, and also the exercises in the workouts exercise table. So we're going to be using the batch. We're going to be using batch from Drizzle ORM. So I'll just use array here. I'm going to say database, let's import it. Dot batch. So we just do db.insert, and then we're going to pass in workout dot values. So we can pass in the name. So for the ID, because we're using batch, we can generate the ID. We just do constant workout ID is going to be equals to crypto dot random UUID, and then we can just pass in ID as workout ID. Okay. Okay, so I've seen a mistake I make. It should be. So we have the name, we have image. For now, we're using the empty string. We have the user ID, which is going to be session.user.id. Then we have description. So we're going to say description or no. So I think that is all. I'll just do dot returning. I don't know if there's anything missing again. So I found the issue why this is giving error. So it's because of the image. So if I go to schema.txt, if you notice that I didn't add image here, so we need to just add image here to text. So once you add it, you can then go ahead and run generate. So I've already run it already, you can see. So just run generate, then run db push, and then this is going to push the changes to the database. So if I go to you should be able to see image that corner here. So let's go back to the code and then we can continue. So once you have the image, the error should stop. So below here, we're going to also add the workout exercises. So let's import it. So we're going to look through the exercises, passing the position and others here. So now we're going to then return response, and let me get the created, and I'm just going to .json created 01. So before we go ahead and start working on the UI, let's go ahead and add ImageKit so we can upload images. So I'll just go to the ImageKit documentation. So let's go to ImageKit. So make sure you can sign up here. So I've already logged into my account. Let me just reload this. So once you reload this, just scroll down to developer option, and we're going to be using the private key. So you can just copy the private key. So I already have mine already. And once we have this, we can go back to the code, and then in the env, we can just define ImageKit private key here and just paste it here. Then inside the lib folder, we're going to create a file. Let's create ImageKit.txt, and then I'm just going to paste this here. So we are going to be using this upload image method where we pass in the base64 file name, and then we are going to just use the form data to upload the image to upload ImageKit.io API, just like this. So I'm going to save this now. I'm going to go into index to API, and there we're going to add in the ImageKit to upload the image. So we can just do constant image URL is equals to, if image is passed, then we can do await upload image, and then we pass in the image, and we can pass in the we can just do workout $sign session. Just want to give this a name, a random name. Let's use this. This is fine. It's okay. And then okay. Then we're going to do else no. So we can pass in the image URL. Yeah. So let me just, you can remove this user ID. Let's use this. Let's just use it like that. Like this. This is okay. So we've passed in the image URL. Now let's go ahead and start working on the UI. So we're going to we're going to create a group route or do model. So we want to when they click on the tab, the create button, this create tab, then it's going to open the create page. So we're going to just put it inside this group model here. So we're going to create workout folder. And then inside here, we're going to create a file. Let me just rename this to workout instead of workout. Then let's create folder. So we create file.txt here. And then I'll create a layout underscore layout.txx. So later on, we're going to have the ID single workout, which is going to have index. Sorry, inside it, we're going to have index.txx. RNFE. So just do this is fine. Index. So let's create the S to RNFE. And we can just do create workout. So in the layout, we can just do RNF. So yeah, like this. Then we'll do layout, workout, layout. And I'm going to remove this. And then let's get the stack from Expo Router. And then we're going to just set the screen option. Header header shown to false. So yeah, we're going to use the stack the screen. So name is going to be create. So we're going to change the options here. So instead of the normal navigation where it's in Android, you just navigate from the side. So since we want this model kind of navigation or presentation, we can just do animation or just do slide from bottom, and then we'll do presentation. You can use model. Let me just do full screen model. So we're going to also do the same thing for, no, we're not going to do the ID/index. This is just going to be a normal slide. We can just do slide right. So we have this. Now we can go ahead and just work on the create. So inside the tab, inside create, what we're going to do, we're going to just do redirect here. Sorry. So we're just going to do, once you click this, just redirect you to the model. Let me just to work out, see if this will work out create. Yeah. So inside the create now, we can work on. So inside here, before we start working on the create, so I want to create the context. So because we're going to later on after this UI, we're going to create the exercise folder here. Sorry, the exercise. Let's create it. So exercise folder. And then inside here, we're going to have index.tx. So this is going to be the list of exercises where user is going to select. So just look at the design again. So this is without, so you can look at the UI. When user click on add exercise, this is going to take them to the exercise list. So this is it here. So we're going to have this list. Now they can check any of these, or they can click here to view a single exercise, which is this screen. For now, we're just going to focus on the all screen, all exercises. So once they check this, then they click on done. We are going to then see the list here. So we're going to be using context to manage the state. So once that we don't lose the state when the user check. So when the user check any of these exercises. So that is the reason why we need to create a context here. Context, I'll just create a folder. Let's call it context. So inside there, we can just create a file or just do workout. Let's do context. Let's just call it draft context or tx. Sorry, txx. So here we're just going to do constant workout drafts context. This is going to be equals to create context from React. So we are going to give this let's import this. We are going to give this a type. Let's just give it default to null. And then I'm going to give this like a type here. So I'm going to define them here. So I'm going to paste it here. So the workout exercise is going to have ID, image, module, name, rep, rest, and set. So let me import this and set state here. So I'm going to pass in workout draft or null. So we're going to have the workout exercises and the use state hook. So now we can just do export function workout draft provider, and then we just pass get the children, and we just pass in let's do react dot props with children, and then we can just do constant draft. This is going to be equals to use states. Sorry, use states hook, and this is going to be an array of workout exercises, and then we can just do. So let's just have sorry, let's do return workout context of provider, and then we can pass in the children here. So for the value, we can either use this or just to draft like this and just pass it here, and error should stop. So below here we're going to have the hook. So do export function use workout drafts, then you're just going to say constant value is equals to use context. They will pass in the workout context. Then we just say if no value, just throw this error. Now we have this, we can use this inside this inside the create, sorry, inside the create screen. So we can go into the create screen, and there we can have the constant name, the state to hold the name of the workout, set name, use states, then also constant description, which is going to be set description, and it's going to be use state hook with empty string. So let's just get our router from use router, and we're going to also get the cover image. So just a cover image, the set cover image is going to be equals to use state hook, and then I'm just going to set a type here to base 64 string, and then URI string, and I will say no, like this. So now we can call the API. So in order to call the API, we need to install TanStack Query. So let's go ahead and install it. So I'll open my terminal. I'll clear this. So I'll do npm install. So we're going to use a specific version. Npm install TanStack Query 5.1.01.4. So once it's installed, we're going to go into the app layout. So layout/app, and then we're going to get the. So let me wait for this to install. So this has already installed. Now we can just get this here. So I'm going to import query client from. Let's import it from TanStack Query. Let's say import query client. From at TanStack Query, and we are going to also import query provider, query client provider, and now we're going to go and wrap the entire app with query client provider. So let's move this inside there, and then we're going to pass in query client. So let's just pass in client here, and let's do query client here. So now we have this. We can go into the create. Now we can use the constant create mutation. This is going to be equals to use mutation function. So we use mutation hook, and then we're going to say mutation function. So what I'm going to do, instead of calling the endpoint directly here, I'm going to go into this lib, and I'm going to create a file. I'll call this api.tx, and there we're going to have all the API, the fetch, calling the API. Then we can use the method inside there. So inside, we're just going to do export async function, and let's call this create workout. Let's do query mutation fn, and then we're going to say the data is going to be. So I'm going to pass in the type here. So it's going to be this, and there we can just call constant response is equals to await fetch, and then we need to get the API URL. So I'll just do API URL. So this should come from the Auth client. Okay, let me just copy this. Export constant API URL is equals to this, and then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. So I can just copy API URL. Let's import it, and then this is going to be /API/workout. So make sure it's similar to what we have in the API folder, workout. So we're going to then pass in the body. So we just say body JSON.stringify data, and then I'm going to put credential omit, and then the headers content type. This is going to be application/JSON, and we're going to pass in cookie. This is going to be Auth client, so import this from Auth client dot get cookie. So I forgot to pass a method there. So let's do method post. So let's do if we will do it here. If not response dot okay. Let's just throw new error. Could not create workout. So we can use this now inside there. So let's import this, and then we're going to pass in name, which is going to be name dot string. Let me just leave it as its name. Then description, uh then we're going to pass in exercise, and this is going to come from this use workout draft, the context we created. Then we're going to selected exercises dot map. So let's just change this to selected exercises. Set selected exercises. So I'll just copy this and we're going to map. And then let's just return object here. And there we can just get the, let's do exercise. So I'm just going to say ID reps is going to be exercise dot reps, and then set exercise dot set, and then rest exercise dot rest. So we have this now. We can also have the image, which is going to be cover image dot base 64. So then we're going to say on error alert dot alert could not create workout. Please try again. Then if unsuccessful, say on success. We're just going to use router dot, let's do router dot push to, we are going to have slash workout. Then later we're going to just invalidate the workout endpoint or workout endpoint. So now we have this method there. So let's create, or let's just work on the component, is the UI itself. So I'm just going to say safe area. So we're going to use the components we have, safe area context, safe area screen, I mean. And here we're going to, let's go to sign in, scroll down, and let's copy this. Let me increase it to 27, and just import this. And then import the keyboard toolbar. So we're going to have a view. And let's give this a class name. I'll give it flex grow px5 padding top 3 and padding bottom 8. So we're going to also have a view here, and let's give this a class name. I'll just say height 14 and flex row. And let's just give it a height. Let's give flex row item center and justify between. Here we're going to have pressable. So we're going to also have a text here, and this is going to be the heading. We say create workout. So let me import text from React Native. And we're going to give this a class name. I'll do font enter bold text 16 pixel and then text foreground. So let's give this a text here. I'll just change this to cancel. And then we can just do compress. I'll just do router dot back. And we can give this a class name. Font enter let's give intermediate text 13 pixel and text destructive. So we're going to also have another button here. This is going to be save. So this is going to be primary. So here we're going to have another view. Give this a class name adding to 4 tab 5. So here we are going to have we're going to have pressable here. This is the button we're going to click to upload the image. We are going to give this a class, and there we're going to have image, and for React Native. So we're going to just say if cover image, then we are going to set class name height full width full, and then source is cover image, then else I'll just have a fragment here, and I'll do feather from vector icon, give this a color. I'll do name of the icon image size 28. So let's get the color. So I can just get the color for a constant muted is equals to use app same color the muted foreground. So let's copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here, and then we can have text choose cover image, give this a class. So I'm going to give this a class name, and then below here we're going to say if cover image, you're just going to have like an overlay text that's going to say that's going to tell the user you can click to change image. So we're going to have absolute bottom 3 rounded full background opacity of 0.6 px4 py2, and then the text, and then below here we're going to have a view again, and then we're just going to give this, let's give this a class name. I'll just do gap2, And there we can just have this here. So this is the workout name. And then we have the input. So let's import input. And the selection color, I'm just going to add get the primary. And we're going to do the same thing for the description. So let's copy this and let's come down here. Let's add for description. So we have the description optional, the class, the state, and then the placeholder text, selected color, text align, vertical top, moving the text to the top, and then the value, which is description. So yeah, we're going, let me just do this like this, and we have another view. And then we're just going to have text. Let me just copy this. So we're going to have a text here, and this is going to be exercises. And I'm going to just increase the let's change this to bold, and then the text to 16, and this is okay. And we're going to also have another text, which is just going to say selected exercise dot length. I'll say exercise added. So let's give this a class name too. We'll do margin bottom 3, margin top 1, font enter, text small, and text muted foreground. So now we need to loop through the selected exercises. So we do dot map, and then we just do exercise, and let's have a view here, and we're going to pass in key, which is going to be exercise dot id. So we're going to also give this a class name. The class, so I'll paste in the class name, and then inside there we are going to then have the image first. Let's give the view a class name first. Flex row and item center. Then we are going to say if exercise.image is available, then we are going to just do image, and we give this a class name. Let's give this height 11, width 12, and item center. We don't need item center here. We just do rounded, large, PG muted, and then we can pass in the source, which is going to be URI. Since the URL is going to come from the example we copied from the free resources. Then we're going to just say if not, we just have the same view. So let me just copy this. And I'm going to just paste it here. Let's have a view. And then let's paste it here. So muted image, let's change this to 17. And then let's give this a class name. Let's give it height 11, width 12, item center justify, center rounded, large BG muted. So we have this now. Then we're going to have a view, and then we're going to give it a class name, margin left 3 flex 1. And now we're going to have a text for the exercise name. It's exercise dot name, and then I'm going to give this a class name. Font semi inter semi bold text 13 pixel, and then text foreground. So we're going to for the muzzle, so we'll just save this too. And then below here we're going to have pressable with a feather icon, color muted, name X, and size 20. So we're going to just have press here, and we can just return set selected exercise current, sorry, previous dot filter. So if not id, sorry, id is not equals to exercise dot id. So we can just copy this and just add it in a method at the top. So just go to the top and let's add it here. We just say constant remove and do remove exercise. I'll just have id of type string, and I'll just pass in id like this. Now we can just copy this, scroll down there, and let's just pass in exercise dot id. So we're going to look through this. So in the design we have if we go to create workout with exercise, we can see this is set rep and then reset time. So we're going to have it here. So I'm going to just I'll paste this here, and then we can just do dot map, and we can just return this. Now we can just get the label. So I'll just do an array label field value and then step. So then we're going to have a view. So let's give this a class name. I'm going to say margin top 3, then flex row, item center, justify between. And let's pass in a key. So the key is going to be build. So here we're going to have the label, and here we're going to have a view, and then let's give this a class name. I'm going to say flex row, item center, justify center, rounded, large, bg muted. Sorry, we're not going to have, let's remove this from here. Justify center. I think item center justify center. Let's give this cap 3. So instead, it's the button. We're going to use pressable instead, and we can give this a class name. Can do height 8, width 8, item center. justify center, then rounded muted, and there we are going to have press, which we are going to later create a method which is to update the exercise, and then we're going to get the feather icon, color muted, name is going to be minus size 15. Then we're going to have the text. Sorry, this should be inside. We're going to have the text, and then we're going to copy this, bring it here, and change this to plus. So I think we are done with it. So we can come over here and let's have a button. So just get the button. Let's import button from our UI component, UI button, and we're going to redirect to the exercise page. So which we've not created yet. Okay, let me rename this to exercises. So let me add it in the layout. So I'll copy this, add it here. So this should be exercise/index, and the error should stop. We can also have in the single exercise page, which is going to be ID. Let me just quickly create it. I'll just copy this one and think add it here. Yeah. Or we can just make this instead of an array. Sorry, instead of a folder, we're just going to just use /ID here. And let me make it inside. Then we can delete the folder for the exercise. So now we can see this. So inside the layout, we have the ID. So we can go to create this error. That's not a stop. Workout. Um, okay. Let me just leave it with index there. So we can go back to the create now. So now let's go ahead and create the function to update the context. So I'll scroll back to the top here, and then we can just do constant update exercise. So we're going to get the ID, field, and amount, and then we're going to say set selected exercises. Let's say previous dot map exercise, and then we're going to return, we say exercise dot id is equals to id, and then we are going to then destructure exercise, and then we're going to say field, then we are going to add in the exercise with the amount passed, the number. We can just call the number instead of amount, but I'm just going to use max dot max 1, and then exercise field plus amount. and we can say else exercise. So we can copy this now and let's go down to the bottom, and then we can pass this here, and then we can pass this here. We can pass in this. Let's copy it again, come over here and pass this here. So now let's work on the method to save the workout. So constant save workout. So we can just do create mutation dot mutate. So I think that is all. Okay, we need a button we need to add it to this button, to the save button. So let me remove this. So I might add a model where if we click, it's going to show the model that it is loading. So we should also make sure the data is valid. So all the data has been passed, required data has been passed. So we can just get sort. So let's import sort from Z from sort, and then here we're just going to do constant result is equals to form schema dot save ps, and I'll do exercise. Let me copy it, exercises, and then we say selected exercises, and then the name being passed. So if not results the success, then we do alert missing details, results error issues message return. So that's it. So let's create a dialog. We're going to just create a model where we are going to display when the thing is loading. So I'm going to just pass in the save workout here. So let's create a component. We can just go inside the component folder. So I'll just say loading dialog. Let's do loading model .txx, and I'm just going to paste it. You can copy from the GitHub. So I'll just copy this. Let me change this to model, and then I'll copy this, go to create, and at the bottom I'm just going to just add it here. Let's import it. So just pass the message saving workout and visible, create mutation. Sorry, create mutation, create mutation dot is pending. We can save this. So last thing we're going to do is to add the image upload. So the image picker, so we're going to use Expo image picker. So you can go to the documentation. We are going to scroll down. So just search for Expo image picker, and then we need to install this package. So once we install it, we need to add in the plugin. We add it to the public plugin, and then we need to add in permission. And I think that is it. We can go ahead and use it. So let's go back to the code, and then let's check if this is already installed inside package.json. So Expo image picker is not yet installed, so let me just install it here, and let's wait for it to install. So let me cancel this. See here. So it has already installed. Now we can go to the app.json. So you should have added it here. So it's not added in the plugin. So let's go to the documentation and copy this. So I'll go back, and then we can scroll here, and we can just copy like this. And let's go back to the code, and I'll just add it here. So there's no need to add the colors. If you want to change the colors, I'm just going to remove it. So I'm going to change the text. So I'll change the text and also add a microphone permission false. So this is the text. So now we have the image, Expo image picker. So we can go into the create file, and then let's import it here. So in the documentation, how to use it. So we can scroll down, and we can see we need to import it like this. And then we can go back to the code, and let me import it here. Let me just paste it here. So we can create a method here. Let's do it here. We can do constant pick image is equals to. So let's return this. So from the documentation, we need to request like this. So let me add async. So it has removed the import. So let me just paste it again. So I'll go down there. Now we have this. So we're going to check if not permission dot granted, and we can just show an alert dot alert. I'll do photo permission needed. So we can just do allow photo access in settings to choose a workout cover. So we're going to just have different options in the alert. We're going to have cancel. So style, cancel. And then we're going to have text, open settings. And then we're going to say on press, linking dot open settings. So now we're just going to just return. So now after this, we're going to just say constant results await image picker dot launch image library. So allow editing through. We're going to select the aspect. Just give this 16:9, and we're going to say base 64. Yeah, true. We're going to also pass in the media type images, and then quality 0.6. Then we're going to get the image And then we're going to say if not result and cancelled and image dot base64, then we can just to set cover image base64, which is going to be image dot base64, and then we have the URI, which is going to be image dot URI. So I think I made a mistake here. This should be cover image dot URI. Okay, I think we need to do it like this. URI like this. So let me also, okay, this is also correct. Mm, okay, so I think we can just add in the pick image now. So once we click on this button, so let's do on press pick image. So let's run this and let's see. So I'm going to run this expo start, npx expo start, and let's wait for it. So I've already run this. Let me try and sign in into my account. So I'll click on this. Let me use one of my accounts at gmail.com and the password. So let's click on sign in. For some reason, the sign in is not working. Let me check the sign in page. Okay, sign in and submit. Sorry guys, we change this to sign up, to sign in. And need to clean up this. So I did remove this. Okay, I think so I forgot to clear this. So this should be name, email, and password. Remove this. Remove everything onboarding, yeah. And then I'll remove this first name, full name, and this should be sign in value, not sign up. And then we are going to get a sign in schema. So let's just replace this with it. And pass sign in schema. So I think this should remove this. So let's go ahead and sign in. So let me try it again. Okay, now you can see that it's loading. And so this should take us to this. Yeah, we can see it has taken us to the home page. So I can click on this plus button now. And this should open. Okay. Okay, so okay, yeah, we didn't wrap this. So let's go into the context. Let's copy the workout draft provider. So let's go into layout here. So let's wrap this with the workouts. So I'll just import it, then save it, and reload it. Okay, so it has opened. So I can click on the plus button and it should slide up. Now we can see this. You can see the workout name. So for now, we don't have this page, this site, so we're going to work on that. So we can click on this and this should open. So I can just select image. So click on done and this should show this. So I can crop the image, click on crop and the image should display here. So let's go ahead and work on the exercise page, the endpoints tool. So you can click here and it should take us to the exercise page. So let's go ahead and work on that. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and start working on the exercise list. Then let's go ahead and create the API to fetch all exercises. So I'm going to go into app API and then make sure you create this exercise folder, and then inside there we have the index plus API. And now we're going to use a get request. So the first thing we are going to do is to get, let's get a session. So session is equals to await auth dot API dot get session we're going to pass in the headers and request dot headers. So I'm just going to do the same thing I did in index.ap plus API. Inside workout, I'll just copy this and pass it here. So we are going to pass in search. So I'll do search is equals to new URL request dot URL dot search param dot get search, and then we can use the stream. Let's use the stream. Oh no, let's just leave it like this. Then we can get the data is equals to await db. Let's import db dot select. So we're going to select the ID, which is going to be exercise dot ID, and then we're going to get image exercise dot image and muscles is going to be exercise dot muscles, and the last one, okay, I forgot it, name exercise dot name. So we're going to get this from the exercise table. We say from exercise table, and then we say dot where. So we say if we have such, then we can use the or operator. Then just import this from let's use I like, and then we say exercise dot name, and then we are going to use percent passing the search. So we need to add the last one here. So I'm going to duplicate this muscles. If not, we just use undefined. So let me import. So we're going to stay order by dot order by ascending order. So we're going to filter by exercise dot name. So let's return this. Say return response .json. Let's just return the data. So okay, so we are done with the endpoints. We can go ahead and create the UI. So inside the model, inside workout exercises index.txt. Now we can work on this here. So let's first of all implement the API, use the API. So let's go into lib api.txt, and there I'm just going to paste in the type, and then we can just do export. We will export async function, get exercises, a query function, and then we just pass in search, which is optional, string, and let's return. So we can just say return promise, or let's just leave the type. So let's first of all get this constant query is equals to, if we have search, then we're just going to say question mark search, and then the value which we are going to encode, and then else we just use empty string here. So we're going to say constant response is equals to await fetch. So let's get the API URL slash API slash exercise and then we can just pass in $sign the query like this. So we're just going to also pass in, so let's copy this credential and then header. So I'll just pass it here, remove the content type, save this, and I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste it here, and then we can return response.json. So now we have the get exercises query function. Let's go into the index.txt inside the exercise folder, and then we can call this constant is equals to use query, and then we're going to pass in the query function. Let's pass in query key first, which is going to be exercise, and then we are going to define constant query search set query, or you can use keyword use state hook. So this is empty string. Then we're going to do constant search. So we're going to create a component, a hook, which we're going to call the bounce, and this is going to be type string, and we're going to pass in the query. So we need to create this hook. So you can create a folder inside the SRC hooks. So we made a mistake, and then we can just to use the bounce .cx. So I'm going to paste it here. So now we can import it. So now we have this, we can just pass in the search here, and then we can pass in the query function, which is going to be get exercise query function with the search value. So here we're going to get the data, which I'm going to call exercises, and I'll set it to empty array. Then is error, is pending, and then is refreshing, and then refresh. So we have this. Let's also get the router is equals to use router. So we are going to create, we're going to get the, so let me get it here. Constant selected. So let me go into create, create. And let's go to the top. Let's copy this. And I'm going to just pass it here. So let's import use workout drafts. So let's create a function to toggle or to check the exercise. So we're going to say exercise, which is going to be of type exercise. So it's coming from the API. So now we're going to, let me remove this. So what we're going to do, we're going to say set selected exercise, and we're going to get the previous state. So what we're going to do, we're going to confirm if the state already has this. So say previous state dot sum. We get the ID, which is the exercise ID, and then we're going to say if ID is equals to exercise dot ID. If this is equals to exercise dot ID, let me check if I made a mistake. Then we're going to do previous dot filter. So filter, we're going to get the ID, and we're going to say ID not equals to exercise. So if, sorry, exercise.id, and then we're going to say else. So if it does not exist, we just say previous and then we can just set the structure exercise, and then we just pass in rep. Then these are the default value, rest 90 and set 3. So I think we need to cover this. Yeah. So now let's import a safe area screen from our components, UI components, and we're going to be using flat list. So let's import flat list from React Native. So we're going to pass in data, which is going to be equals to exercises. Then we're going to pass in this class name, and then the key extractor, which is going to be the ID, and then we're going to have list empty component. So we're going to say if it's pending, so we're going to have a view, and then we're going to say array the form sorry length. But this is we're going to show a loading state. So I'll say map so let's let me to fix this error. I'll just do render item. So let me import the view from React Native. So now we're going to let's have a view here, and we're going to pass key, which is going to be index, and I'm going to create a skeleton component inside the UI folder. So let me just create that here, skeleton.txx. So I've pasted it here. This is the component, and then I'm going to close it. Now let's go straight to the index.tx, and there we can just pass in the skeleton. So I'm just going to pass this here, and then let me import this. Okay, let's import the skeleton component. Then below here we're going to have a view, and we're going to give this a class name. We'll say item center padding y 16, and then we're going to import this icon, feather icon. The feather from vector icon. Yeah, icon. So let's get say muted is equals to use app muted foreground. So below here we're going to have a text, and we're going to say if is error, we can just say could not load exercises, else we're just going to say no exercises found. So let's import text from React Native. So we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to just get the class. So we have margin top font into text and the text muted foreground. Then we're going to say if is error, we are going to show a button here. So we can just do pressable, or we can just use the button from, okay, let's use our on button, and then we just say try again. So let's give it on press. So we're going to call refresh. So we have this now. Let's give this a class name. I'll just imagine top 3 like this. So now we have this. We can have the list header component where we're going to show the search. So let's give this a view, and let's give this a class name, height 14, flex row, and then item center justify between. And here we're going to have pressable. So this is the arrow. So these can go back. Sorry, let's give this a class name. Then we turn on press to go back. Then we can import the feather icon. Let's give this a name. Arrow left, size 23, and then we're going to give this color muted. So we're going to have text here, and this is just going to say add exercise. And let's give this a class name, font enter, bold, text. Let's we'll say 17 pixel, and then text foreground. And then we're going to have a button again. So let me just copy this. And instead of, okay, we can just say go back. Then instead of this icon, we just use text. So we just give this a class name. And we can just do, I think this is okay. I'll copy this. Pass it here. I'll change this to text primary. And for the size, I'm going to change this to 13 pixel. And there we're going to just do done. So below here, we will have a view. Okay, not there. Yeah, we'll have a view, and we're going to give this a class name. Margin bottom 3, margin top 3, height 12, legs row, item center, rounded. We're going to say rounded, XL, PG muted, and then padding X4. So this is going to be the search input, the search group, and then I'm going to just get this here. So import the text input from React Native. So we need to get the color, primary color. So let me just duplicate this, change this to primary, change this to primary. And the error should stop. So we have the unchained text to the set query, placeholder, and placeholder text, selected color, and then the value. So we have this now. So then below here, we're going to have your text, and this is just going to be selected, exercises.length, selected. So let's give this a class name, margin bottom 2, font enter text. Okay, let's do font enter, text, text small, text 12 pixel, and then text muted foreground. So now we are going to start working on the render item. So for the render item, we are going to get the item, and then here we're going to let's remove this. Let's return. Yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant is selected is equals to selected exercises dot sum. We're going to get the ID, and let's return. We say ID is equals to item dot ID. So now we're going to just have a class name here. So let's give this a height of 72 pixel. Let's make minimum height 72 pixel. And then flex row. and then we're just going to give it item center, border and bottom border. And here we're going to have a pressable, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say flex1, flex row, and then item center. So we're going to have an onPress. Yeah, we're going to return router.push. So we're going to push to the path name. Workout exercise ID, and then we're going to pass params id item.id. Okay, so below here we're going to say item.image. So if the exercise has image, we are going to have view here like this. So let me import image from React Native. Let's import image, and then else you're just going to have a view here. So I'm going to just add it here like this. So this is going to be like a placeholder. So below here we're going to have a text. Let's give this a class name, my pre flex1. Let's remove this. Let's add a view for this, and then instead of this, let me remove this, and the class name as this here. So we can have font integer, enter semi-bold, and then we can have the text 13 pixel and text foreground. So we can also change this. Let's test out touch opacity, touchable opacity to see. So we have the foreground there. Then we're just going to give it item.name, the name of the exercise. And we are going to also have another text. So here, so it's going to be item muzzle. And then below this, we're going to have a button. So let me use the pressable already. Then I'm going to say feather color is selected. We're going to say primary, else muted. So we're going to say name is selected. We're going to check circle, else circle. And let's give this a class name. So we can just say height 11, width 11, and then item end justify center. And we're going to use the onPress we're going to say toggle exercise, and then we'll pass in the item. So you can use any one touchable, opacity, or pressable. So anyone that you prefer. So we are done with the render item. So remaining the refresh. So refresh control. And now we can import. Let's import the refresh control from React Native. We're going to pass in the colors. I'm going to set primary. And then on refresh, we are going to call the refresh from TanStack Query, and then refreshing. We'll pass in the is refreshing, and then we can also add in tint color primary. So I think that is all. Let's do show vertical scroll to first. Yeah, so I think we are done with this part. So let me reload this. So I've reloaded the app. So let's click on the plus button. And so the reason why this is not starting up is because of the redirect. So let's click on add exercise. For some reason this is not showing. Let me go to create exercise and make sure this is pointing to, let me see, workout exercise index. So I've restarted this, I've restarted the app. So let's wait for it to, so hopefully we should be able to see. So let me test it now. Okay, for some reason this is still showing display. So I found the issue. The issue was in the create.txt file for the workout, create workout. So just change it to workout slash exercises like this. And once we click on it, we should be able to see the UI. So this currently is not showing properly. Let me go, okay, let me go back to, okay, let me go back to index.txt. So let me scroll down to the bottom. Okay, so I forgot to add in class here. So let me add in the class here. Like this. So let's confirm why the endpoint is not coming up. So let me go to get exercise. So this is API slash exercises. Omit cookie. And then return JSON. So I think I found the issue. So if I open my terminal, so the problem is coming from the fetch I'm using. So what I'm going to do, let me try and let me run this. So let me click on add exercise. Let's see. So this is failing. So what we can do, we can comment this out, then use the better auth fetch. So what we can do, we can just come down here. Let me collapse this. Then I can just say constant data error. This is equals to await auth client dot $ fetch, and then we can pass in the API error. So just copy everything like this. So I'll pass it here, and then we can pass in the method get. So we can just say if error, then we can throw. So let me just copy the message I have here, throw this. So we're going to return data like this. But this is having a type of unknown. If we set this to as any and then save this, the error should stop. So I can remove this comment. And then we should be able to see, now we can see that it has appeared. So I don't know why it's showing. So we can see that this is looking good. So we can also, let me try and set the type. Let's use exercise item array. Okay. Or we can set it like this. So I think this is okay. So let's try and check on this. So if I click here, we can see this as select. So let me increase the size of that checkbox. So this should be in the render item. So where we have this. Okay, we didn't give this a size. So let's give it size 22. And now we can see that it has increased in size. So we can check this too. Then click on done. And this, okay, something is wrong with the UI. So let me fix this UI inside the create.txt. So if you scroll down to where we have the exercises, selected exercises here. So I think, so let's scroll down to where we have this. So we have flex row item center, justify between. Yeah, this is correct. Then we have view flex row. So I think I found the issue. This should be, let me close this. Let's move this out of this div. Let me collapse this. And we should see that it's now correct. So this is still wrong. The X needs to be in the left. So I will just go, yeah. At the top, this should be where the problem is. And then we should move this out of the view. Save this. Yeah. So this, I'm just going to increase this to 12. And then I'm going to just set capitalize. So we have this now. So we can try and save this. Just you can increase it. Let's see. Yeah, you can increase it. You can increase the set your rep, and then this something the font. Okay, so let's try and then let's just give this a name. So I'll just give this I just Babel workout. So let's say I'll just pick any image for now. So I have already this image, so I'm just going to use it. And I'm going to click on crop. And let's see if this is going to save. So it's still having that same issue. Let's go and fix. Let me see the console log. So I didn't comment anything. So let's go into create. Sorry, the API. Let's change this to use this fetch. So let me just copy everything and paste it here. I'll just copy this workout and we need to copy this. I don't think we need to pass any header. Okay, let's just say post. So I'll just comment this out. Let me change this to instead of data, I'll just do results. So let's save this. Let's try it again. So let me remove this exercise. We don't need this. So let's click on save. So it has saved, redirected us to the workout page. So this is the problem. So we're having this issue of so let's check the database. So let's go to preview and we can see the workout. So if we click here, we can see workout exercise. So we have 2 exercises added here with set 4 and 3, then 10 rep, and then reset seconds 90 is position. So currently we don't have any session, workout session for this yet. So this is going to be empty. So this is working fine. So we can go back and so I think the reason why this fetch is not working is because of this beta auth cookie stuff. Since the cookie is not part, the endpoint will always throw an error. Like remember in the endpoint we guide this. So if you go into index plus API, so if you check workout, you can see that we have this here. So this is fine. So I can just remove this one. So now we can go ahead and then work on the let's work on the workout list. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and start working on the exercise detail page, just like this. We are going to also implement AI feature like the Ask AI coach, which is going to be like this screen. So it's pop-ups 90. So let's go ahead and create an endpoint for this. So inside the app API, we can go into the exercise folder and let's create a folder. So we're going to pass in the ID and then we're going to have index plus API.tx. So later on we're going to create another endpoint for the instruction. So let me just quickly create it here. So say instruction, there's AI instructions plus API.tx. So inside the API file, we are going to create a GET request. So we do export function GET requests, which is going to be of type request, and then let's return. So we are going to also pass in body. So let me just say structured ID, and then this is just going to be of type record string. So we're going to also get the ID. So we're going to be using Zord to validate the ID. So let's import a Zord set from Zord. And then I'll go into the workout API. And let's copy this. Let's copy this. So we're going to add it here. So to make sure users does not okay, let's add in async here. So let's import auth from the lib folder. So then we're going to just say constant. This is going to be equals to id.select, sorry, database. Let's import db dot select dot from exercises table, and there's a dot where equal. So let's import equal exercise dot id matches the id. So we're going to say dot limit 1. So we're just going to say if not exercise. Let me get exercise here. So if not exercise, let's return response dot JSON message exercise not found with a status of 404. So let's return the data. Let's say return, sorry, response dot JSON exercise. So we have the endpoints now. We can go ahead and let's go to should we create the endpoint for instruction? So let's create the endpoint for the instruction. So we're going to install a package. So let me clear my terminal. We're going to be using Visual AI SDK. So install AI. I'm going to be using version 7.0.56. So let's install it. And then I'm going to be adding my Visual AI SDK key. Sorry, Visual Gateway key. Yeah. So you can just go to the Visual documentation. That is the AI SDK documentation. AI SDK. Let's say you're using Open Router. You can just search AI SDK Open Router. Or you have a Google API key or Anthropic. You just search for let's say OpenAI. Just click on the provider, and this should just open directly to this. So you can use any API key. Sorry, any so you can just install this package AI SDK OpenAI, and then you can just click like this. I think like this, yeah. Or just get the model like this. And then you can just pass it here to model OpenAI and the GPT model, then the prompt. So I'm going to be using the Visual AI SDK, which is owned by Visual. So I will just go ahead and create the API key. So I'll say AI gateway. This is it. So I already have the API key already. So I'm just going to go ahead and use it. So let's go back to the code, and we should confirm that this has already installed. Yeah. So now we can go into instruction plus API, and then let's import it. So we're going to import some packages from the AI package. Okay, so let's import generate text and then output. So we are going to also get the ID. Let's import. Okay, we didn't use this, so we need to validate this. So let me use it here. So yeah, so I'll just define it here like this. So we can also copy it, add it here too. Where is wrong? Okay, let me just do export async function get get a request type request, and then let me just paste this here. For now, I'll just go ahead and copy this. Let's import Zod from Zod, Z from Zod, and then I'm going to just copy these two. So to make sure user is authenticated, let's import the auth. So we need to get the ID too. So I'll just copy this. So now we have this. So below here, we are going to get the exercise. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy. I'll paste it here. So now we can just use try catch here. So let me import db. Let's import exercise from table, and then we're going to also import equals from Drizzle ORM. So we can then do try catch. Sorry, let me remove this. So it's not a must to call the database. We can also pass in what we require, like the name, category, the exercise module, and description. So let me look at it. Okay, we can request from it from the client side. So instead of querying the database, but I'm just going to leave it like this. So now we are going to use the get generate text. So constant output is equals to await generate text. So this has removed the import. So let's import it. Let me import it. Yeah. And also output. So we're going to pass in the model. So since I'm using the AI gateway, I can just pass it directly like this. I'll just let's use Gemini 2.5 Flash. And then I'll pass in output, which is going to be output output.object. And then we can pass in the schema. So we need to define the schema. Yeah. So I'll pass in the schema like this. So this is what the AI is going to return. So I'm going to just paste this here. And then I'm going to pass in system. So why is it showing error? So let me pass in system, and we're going to pass in prompt. So I'm going to just let me paste it here. And then for the prompt, we're going to just pass this here. So So we're going to pass in the exercise name, the category, the target module, the description, just like this. And for the output, we have the output here, so we can use it. What we're going to do, we're going to say if output dot instruction and output dot instruction dot length is greater than 0. We're just going to return response dot JSON instructions output dot instruction. So we have this now. We can just have a catch here to just show that this failed. Now let me just do console.log. Just a failed. So let me just get the error. Like this. So we just return. We can pass in a fallback. But I'm just going to just copy this. I'll just return empty array instead. And let's just do empty array. So we are done with the two endpoints. So we can go ahead and add it in the API file, API lib here. So I can copy this. So I'll just remove S here. So this is get exercise query function. Then I'll just pass in ID string. Remove the search. I'll remove this. And this should be exercise slash ID. I think this is okay. So we can also copy this again. And let's paste it here. And let's say get exercise instruction query function, which we pass in the ID. Sorry, I made a mistake here. So this is going to be get request, but this one is going to be ID slash instruction. And the type is not going to be this, it's going to be instruction I think string of array. Yeah, string of array. So we have this now. Let's go ahead and work on the UI. So you can go into the app, the model exercise id.tx. So before I start working on this, I want to also mention that I've made correction to something. So inside the model, sorry, not inside the model, inside the tab, then go to layout. So instead of redirecting inside the create file, so I just change it to null. And then in the layout, inside the tab, I added this listener. So tab press is going to just redirect out the user to the create file inside the model folder and the workout folder. So that is what I wanted to mention. So we can go ahead and work on this. single. So let's get the ID. We say constant params is equals to use local search param, which we can just pass in the type. We say ID string or string array, and then we can just say constant. So we want to make sure the ID is valid, so we can use Zod. So let's import Zod from Z from Zod, and then we can just pass in this here. So with it we can just say constant exercise params. Let me copy exercise param schema. Sorry, this is equals to, I'll do results exercise param schema dot search, so sorry, dot save PS ID. I'll do array dot is array. I'll just do params dot ID, params dot ID index of 0, else params dot ID. Then I can say constant ID is equals to results dot success results dot data dot ID, else empty string. And then we can just do if not ID. We can then show return. We're going to return a component here. So now we're going to get the use query from TanStack Query. So let's import it. And then we're going to call this get exercise query function. So this is the function and this is the query key. So now we have the exercise. We are going to add here or is error. So we're going to also have like okay, if it's pending, should we say not exercise? We can just return, we can return a component. So I'll call this exercise detail skeleton, which is going to also have a prop on back. I'll call this router. So let's import router, use router hook, constant router is equals to use router. We'll just say router dot back. So for the component, I'm going to add it here. So let me import it. So we're going to be using the safe area screen. Then we're going to also import the skeleton. This is going to be for the image. Why this is a variable view is the so is the action, like the back button. So I think I imported this from the wrong. So let me import it. Safe area view. Then also the skeleton, and then the pressable button, pressable component. So this is how. So let's also import the feather icon. So this is how it's going to be. So we're going to use this here. So now we have this, we can go ahead and start working on the actual component. So we're going to do the same thing we did here. Just copy this and replace it to like this. So we're going to have a scroll view. So you have a content, so let's give a class name, flex1, then content container class, we just give this padding 6. Then we're going to just say show particle scroll force. So inside here we have a view, and we give this a class name of height 80, and then background muted. So here we're going to have the image, so like this. So let me import image from React. So let me import image from React Native, and then we're going to also import. We're going to get the foreground. So I'm going to do this here. Okay, let me do it here. So say constant foreground is equals to use app theme, and the error should stop. So now we have this. We're going to have an overlay. So I'm going to just let's do it here. We're going to have a view, and we're going to give this absolute insert 0 bg black 20. So now we have this. We are going to come down here now and copy this. So let's copy this. So we are going to have a view, and we're going to give this a class name of height 14, flex row, and then item center, justify between padding x4, and we're going to have a pressable here. I think this is exactly what we had, like this. So I'll copy that pressable, I'll bring it here. So we can just do Expo Router dot back. So we need to call this like this. So I'm going to change the color. Instead of like this, I'm going to use this class. So height, width, item center, 5 center, rounded full, and then black with opacity of 0.4. So I can copy this, paste it here. So with a different icon, I'll just use bookmark icon, and we can set this to, let's set this let's use white. So for now, I'm just going to remove this, and we can, instead of go back, we just say, oh, let me just remove this for now, and I think everything is okay. So below here, we're going to have, below the view, we're going to have a view, and we're going to give this a class name of padding x5. Sorry, 5. And here we're going to import text from React Native. So below here, we're going to also have the muzzle. So I'll copy this, I'll paste it. So we're going to set this to medium, capitalize, and then 13 pixel text primary. And then let's see, below this, we're going to have, so not here. Inside here, we're going to have a view. Let's give this a class name of margin top 6. And then we're going to have a text. We'll call this description. and another text, which is we're going to call the exercise dot description. So we're going to give this some class name, and then I'm going to also pass it here too. But yeah, I'm going to change it to 14. You can use text small. And there we just change this one to muted foreground. So I'll just remove the bold. Like this is okay. Let's add leading sys. So now we have this. We can have a pressable. So this is going to be the button that is going to trigger the AI coach dialog. So I'm going to add in a class name here, and we're going to give it margin top 5, minimum height 14, flexible item center, rounded X border, and like this. And then we're going to have an onPress. For now, we're going to have onPress. So let's define the state at the top. We can do on open set. Let's do is coach open. Set is coach open. Use states. Sorry, we're going to set this to false. So copy it, and we're going to scroll down. Let's pass it here and just set this to true. So here we're going to have the text. I'll call it Ask AI Coach. I will give it a class name. And then we're going to add further. Sorry. And we're going to say color primary. So let's see if we get the primary here for brand. Primary. And if we scroll down here, we can just pass in the name. We're going to use chevron right, and we're going to give this size 21. So here we're going to have a view, and we're going to give this a class name, margin top 6, overflow, hidden, rounded, added to Excel, BG card, border, and then padded X4. So we're going to create a component here. I'll call this exercise info row. We're going to pass in icon. So this is going to be 2 icon, label equipment, and then value exercise dot equipment. So we can just copy this like this. So I'll change this to bar charts 2. So I've written everything. So we have difficulty, exercise difficulty. We have target, first type, activity, and then this. So let's go ahead and create the components here. So I'll scroll down. I'll just add it. Let's add it below here. As a function, we'll pass this. Then we're going to return a view. So we need to pass in the props. So we just have the icon label value, and then label value the type. We're just going to get constant primary is equals to use app team, the passing primary, and then we're just going to give it a class name. Minimum height 68, flex row, item center, border B, border bit padding Y. And we're going to also have a view here with the icon. We import feather, and we're going to give this color primary, and name is going to be icon, and size we are going to set this to 19. So we're going to give this a class name. So we give this height 10, width 10, item center justify center 100x. So below here we're going to have another div. We'll give this a class name, margin L3 flex 1, and then a text. So we have the label and the value here. So we are done with this. We are done with the label, with the detail. So let's just add this. I will just copy this and paste it. So you can see it here. It's just similar to what we have, like a empty state. So you can click here to go back. So we have the pressable, which is the icon to go back for the icon. We can remove the pressable from the icon, but we have this icon here. We have this the text, the description, and the button to go back. So we can go ahead and create the AI coach model. So I'll just go to components, and then inside there we'll create exercise. And then let's create a component, AI coach model.txx. So I'm going to paste the code here. So you can copy it from the link in the description. So I'll paste it here. So basically what we have here, we just pass in the exercise description ID name. We have the close and then the visible prop. Then we got the use app team, the color foreground. Now we're calling the endpoint get instruction query function, passing the exercise ID, and then we're passing the key. And if it's visible and there's an ID, then we're going to call the endpoint. Now we are retrieving the instruction, which is going to be data instruction or exercise instruction, just like this. Now we have the model. So this is how to get model from React Native. We have the animated data slide in or request close, presentation style, overflow, overfull screen, status bar, then transparent, then visible. Then we have the view with PG overlay. Then we have safe area view with space at the bottom, and we have this view here. So it's more like a button sheet. So we're trying to create like a button sheet, but you can get I think there's a component for package for button sheet in React Native. So this is just me creating it manually. So we have the scroll view, then we have the AI coach, the step-by-step guide is loading, show this loading, and then we are looping through the instructions. So this is it. And lastly, just give this note here and a button to close the bottom sheet. So I'll save this and now we can go back to unless I import it here. So do it here. So let's import AI coach model. Let's pass in exercise, and then we're going to set AI code to false, and then we're going to set visible to is coach, sorry, is equals to is coach open. So save this and we are done with this. So I can go ahead and just run this. Okay, let me cancel this and then run this again. So let's wait for this to run. So I've run this again. So let me close this. So let's click on the plus button. Click on exercise. And let's wait for it. So let's click on this one now. Now we can see the loading state. And we can see that this is looking great. So I noticed that there's no space here between this AI coach. So let me go ahead and reduce it. So I think the problem is coming from here. Yeah. So I need to move this inside this view and also this inside this view. So save this and this should have the padding. Now you can see that it's looking good. So let me try and so I can click on the Ask AI coach and you can see the bottom sheet. So let me see if this is calling our API. Okay. Okay, let me reload this because I just added my API key. So let me try it again. So let me try it again. Hopefully it should work. Okay. So I've already restarted my server and let's try again. So I restart the app. So I'll click on this, the plus button. Let's click on add exercise. And then I'll click on the first one. So I'll click on this one. And then let's click on Ask AI Coach. And this should load. Now we can see the instruction, the guidance that it has given us. So this is great. So this is working fine. So we can go ahead and start working on the workout list. In this chapter, we are going to work on the all workout list. So we are going to go ahead and create the workout folder. So let's create the API first. So inside the app API, let's create, okay, inside your workout folder, we can go into index plus API. And at the top, we can create a get request. So we can do export async function and then we can call get. So let's get a request. So request with type request. And then we're going to get a session for better auth. And then we're going to also get, so I'm going to be passing limits to the endpoint which we're going to use on the home page. So I'm going to just do constant. So we're going to get the limit value, which is going to be equals to a new URL request dot URL dot search param dot get limits. So I want to confirm this is being passed. We're going to say constant limit is equals to limit value. And then I'm going to use sort to validate this. So let's import sort. Okay, sort is already imported. So we're going to use this dot number dot int dot minimum 1, then dot maximum increase this resource size to 20, and then we're going to do save PS, and then we're going to pass in the limit value. Then else you just set this to null. So now we're going to query the database. So we're going to say constant query is equals to await db dot select, and then because we are going to, if we look at the design, so let me go to the design workout screen. We should see that we are going to get the workout, then we're going to count the exercises, the set, and then we're going to get the modules here, you can see, which we're going to combine, and we are going to make sure we don't return duplicates. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the API now, and we're going to select the exercise count first. So I'm going to import exercise. Let me call it exercise, yes, exercise count. And we're going to say count. Let's import workout exercise.id. So let's import the count to count the number of exercise. And then we're going to get the ID, that is the workout.id. We'll get the workout name. So workout dot name. I also get image workout dot image. So now we are going to group this. So first we need to combine the modules into one string. So what we're going to do, we're going to use, let me say, modules, which we are going to return from the exercise. We are going to say we're going to import SQL from Drizzle ORM, and this is going to be type string. I think I made a mistake here. Okay. So what we're going to do, so we're going to be using the string aggregates. So let's call it like this. And in order to avoid duplicate, we're going to use distance. So the distance, and we're going to pass in exercise table. I want to import exercise table. Okay. So what I'm going to do, okay, I think I've imported it. So let me see. Okay, yeah. Dot modules. So yeah, we are going to also wrap this. Sorry. So just in case this return false, we are like now we're going to wrap this with let's get this. So then we're going to pass it in. Like this, then we're going to, let me see. We are going to add comma here, and we're going to separate this with dots, and then we're going to also add comma, and then return empty string. Like this. So we're going to also we're going to also get the set. So we're going to say total set. So let's also get the SQL. We're going to return number. So we're going to sum or the set. So I'm going to use this. So let me just copy everything here, paste it here. So instead of string aggregate, we're going to use sum. And then there's no need for the distance. Then we're going to say workout. Instead of exercise, we're going to use workout exercises dot set. And then we're going to remove this. And if this, just return 0 if it is null. And then we're going to make sure we convert this to integer. So I'm going to just use this like this. Now we are going to do from workout, and then we're going to join the table. So we're going to use the left join, and we're going to join the workout exercises table, and we're going to say equals to workout exercises table dot workout id matches our workout.id. So let's import equals. I'll import it from this ORM. So we're going to also let's also call left join. So we're going to join the exercise table. So exercises table, and then we're going to say equal exercises table dot id. Then we're going to say dot workout exercises dot exercise id. So we are going to make sure we get this from the user. So we're going to we're going to say and. So we're going to use the equal sign, the equal. So let me import the and. So we can come over here and do workout.user ID. So it's equals to session.user.id. And we also want to make sure the workout template is false. So let's just group this by workout ID dot ID, and also order by descending order workout dot created at. So let's get the descending so we can say constant data is equals to if limit dot success, then we can do await query dot limit, and we do limits dot data else await query, and then we can return response dot JSON data. So now let's go ahead and use this. Okay. So see, this is wrong. Limits. Oh, sorry, I forgot to add in if limits and not limits dot success. Then let's return response dot JSON with message invalid invalid limits. I'll return a status code 400. So, and then so I found the issue. So let me remove this await here, and the error should stop. So let's create the function here. So we can do export async function. I'll do get workout query function fn is equals to sorry, and let's return this here. So I'm going to also add the type here. So let me just add the type at the top. I just work out this item. We have the set count and others here. So I'm going to come back here. Let's copy this, paste it here. And the API is going to be workouts. So I can just move it to where we have this create instead. So get workout auth such workout. If error, throw an error. Then I'm just going to change this to let's change to the workout list item. Then I'm going to add limits here. So we need to pass in limits. Like this. So we have this now. We can use this inside the, we can go ahead and work on the component page. So let's go into app. And then inside tabs, we have workout here. So let's import constant router equals to use router hook from Expo Router. And then we're going to get use query from TanStack Query. So let me import it. And then we're going to also import the get workout function. So now we have this. We're going to also create a state to handle the search. It's a constant query. So set query is equals to use states with empty string here. So let's go ahead and import safe area screen, and I'm going to add edges top. We can add, let's add, okay, let me just remove this first. Let me remove it so you can have space both to the top and bottom. And then we're going to import flat list. So we're going to have data, which is going to be workout. And then we're going to have our content container class. We're going to give this px5 and padding bottom 24. So let's do item separator component. I'll just set it to, so let's return this. We're going to import view from React Native, and then we're going to give this a class name of a height 3. So we need the key extractor. We're going to say key extractor, and then this is going to be, let's return, it's going to be the ID of the exercise of the workout. So we just do item.id. And now we need to also add empty state. So say list empty component. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the spending. So I'm going to create a component. We're going to create a component here, which is going to become empty state. So I'm just going to paste this here. So let me import skeleton component. And let's go ahead and create the empty state, the error state. So we can also call it empty state too. I will change it to empty state instead. So let's come over here. Let's do it inside the UI. We just do empty states.txx. So I'll paste in the component here. So I'll paste it. You can see empty state, and then I'll go back to workout. I will change this to empty states. So let's also update this to empty states instead of error state. So below here we're going to have the list header component, and we're going to have a view. Let's give this a class name padding bottom 5 and then padding tall 3, and let's have a text which is going to be my workout. So we need to import text from React Native. So let's give this a class. I'll do font inter bold text 24 pixel, and we're going to also add in the color text foreground, and let's add in tracking. I'm just going to say minus 0.5 pixel, and then below this text we're going to have the search input. So I'm going to just pass this here. So let me import feather icon, and also import the text input. So I'm going to get the constant muted. I think it's muted foreground. Is equals to use app theme color, muted foreground, duplicate this, change this to primary. So let me see the error stop. So now we are done with the list header component. So we can have the render items. So we are going to get the item, and then we need to return. So the pressable, or let's just use touchable here. So it gives this a positive kind of feedback, and there we can give this a class name, and then the class name. So reflex right item center on the except border bg and bg card and padding 3. So here we're going to have the onPress, and this should link to router.push. So this is going to go to the single workout page. we say path name slash workout ID, and then we pass in the param. So params is going to be ID item.id. Yeah. So we're going to have the image. So we say if item.image is provided, we are going to have the image component from React Native. Else, we're going to have a view. So let's import the image from React Native. So scroll down here, and I'm just going to add it here. So we're just adding class with height 72 pixel, 82 pixel, rounded large, BG muted, with side mode cover, and then the source. And then we're going to have, so if image is not there, we're just going to have a placeholder here. And then we're going to have a view, and this will have a class name, margin left 3, flex 1, and then we are going to have the text here, just like this. So class for the name, class font interseminable text 15, text and foreground, and then we're going to have class here for the module. We are going to also have the size count and the total set, and then below the below the view, we're going to have an arrow icon. We'll get this from Feather, and we're going to give this color muted foreground, and then it's going to be a right arrow, and let's give this a size 20. So we also have the refresh control, and let's import refresh control from React Native. I'll just change color. It's going to be primary. The colors primary. Refreshing is refreshing. Then this okay, on refresh, we are going to just refresh. So we can also use the refresh here if you want, instead of expanding, so that you can see the skeleton order once you refresh. So this is fine. So I think that is all. Okay, we forgot to add in this. So I'll say show vertical scroll pause. So now let's save this and let's go back. So I notice this arrow is not showing properly in the single exercise page. So let me go and change it. So inside the model exercise and then ID. So where we have the arrow. So I think I set this to foreground. Okay, let me try white. Okay, now we can see it clearly. So I think this is fine. So let's go back to the home. So I'll click on the back button now. Let me go back, cancel, and let's go to all workout page. You should see all the workouts now I've created. Okay, something is wrong. Okay, let me go ahead and check the problem. Go to counts. Okay, let's go to the API. Okay, I see the reason. So I made a mistake here in the spelling. So let's see if this will go. So let me confirm I'm making a mistake. Total set, sum, we work out set, work out exercise, work out ID, let's join exercises table, ID, exercise, work out exercises dot exercise ID, via user ID. So this is loading. So let's wait for it. So group workout ID, and then so let's wait for this to load. Okay, now we can see it. So we can see the workout here. You can see the muscles and the exercise, uh, the exercise count with the set. So this is great. So we're going to go ahead and work on the workout detail page. In this chapter, we are going to work on the workout detail page. So let's go ahead and work on the endpoint first. So inside the API folder, we're going to create the ID file ID plus API dot tx. So we're going to export async function, and this is going to be a get request. We're going to get the request with a type of request, and we need to get the ID. So we're going to say ID, and we're going to say record, string. So we need to get, let's import sort, and z from sort, and then we're going to say constant ID schema is equals to sort.uuid. So we need to get the session. So let me go to workout API, scroll to the top. I'll copy this here. Let me copy this. Let's import auth from the lib folder. And now for the ID, we are going to do if not ID schema dot save. Yes, we are going to pass an ID dot success. Then we can return. So I'll copy this, I'll just replace it with this one. And we can just say workouts. Let's do workout not workout ID not valid. So once we have this now, so we're going to retrieve the workout. Look at the screenshot. We're going to retrieve the workout and also the exercise. So we're going to use the patch. So let's get constant. It's going to be equals to await dot patch. So we're going to first we're going to get the workouts. So say db.select. We are going to get the ID workouts. Workouts.id image workouts.image. Let's not forget the name, workouts.name. and then description, workout dot description. So this is going to come from the workout table, and we want to make sure we find for a specific user and also matches the ID that is being passed. So I'm going to say equals to workout dot ID, then we'll pass in the workout ID, then equals to again workout dot user ID matches sessions dot user dot ID. So let's import from Drizzle ORM. So let me just import it here. Import and equal from Drizzle ORM. So now we're going to retrieve the workout exercises table. So let's import it here. So I'm going to just import it. So I'll change exercises to exercises table. Then we're going to use the workout exercises. So what we can do now, we can do db.select, and we're going to get the ID of exercise table and .id, and we're going to get the image of exercise table .image, and we get all of this. We get the name. Now for the workout exercises, we're going to get a position rep, preset, set, and the target width. So we're going to get this from the workout exercises, and then we're going to do an inner join. We're going to join the exercise table, and we're going to make sure this is equals to exercise table .id matches workout exercises exercise ID. So now we're going to say where so we're going to equals to, we're going to filter this to get for the workout ID. So we're going to say workout workout dot ID, sorry, it should be workout exercises dot workout ID matches ID. By this, then we are going to do dot order by, ascending order, and we say workout exercises dot position. So let's import the from this URL. So once we have this, we're going to get the workout here. So I'll call this workout rows and exercises rows. So we're going to get the workout like this from the first index. And once we have this, we are going to say constant modules. So modules, yes. Is equals to. So we want to make sure the modules are not there's no duplicate. So we're going to the structure and then use the new set. We're going to pass in exercise row dot map And let's get the modules. And let's say modules dot join. So let me go to this and copy this. Then save this. Now we can return response.json. We're going to the structure workout. We're going to pass in exercise, and this is going to be exercise row, and then the modules. So we save this now. We can go to API in the lib folder, and let's create the method here. So I'll do that below here. Okay, let me do it here. So export async function get workout query function. So we're going to pass in ID, which is of type string. So I'm going to add a type here. Let me add it here. So this is the type. We have the workout, the size item. Okay, the workout, the sizes, and then the workout detail. So we are going to copy. Let me just copy what I have here. So copy this and then just paste it here. And we're going to just pass in slash ID. So I think this is fine. So we can use this now. So let's change this to workout detail. So we can go ahead and work on the UI. So let's close this. Let's go straight to the app model workout index.txt. So I think this is it. So let's get the ID from the use param. Use lookup param. So let's get ID is equals to use lookup search param. And let's give this the type of ID string. So I'm just going to import use query hook. So let's import it from TanStack Query, and then we're going to import get and workout query function. So now we have this. We can get the exercises. So this is going to be equals to workout dot exercises or empty array. Then total set is going to be equals to exercises dot reduce So let's import scroll view from React Native. And I'm going to give this a class name of flex1. And then I'm going to give this content container class padding bottom 8, and I'm going to say show vertical scroll bar force. So here you're going to get the image from the workout. So I'm going to just add this here. I'm going to import view from React Native, and then we're going to import image, and we're going to get muted from use app. So let's also import the feather. So we're going to have a view here, sorry, not a view, safe area view. Give this a class name, absolute insert x0 and top 0, then edges, we're going to set this to top. So let's import use router because we're going to use it here. So I'll say constant router is equals to use router hook from Expo. Okay, then we're going to have the top part of the overlay. So this is going to be the overlay on top of the image where we have the back button. So I'm going to add in the back button here. So let me just import pressable. So we're going to have a view that wrap the button, which is height 14, flex row items justified between. Okay, now this is the container. This is the class for the pressable, and then we just have this. So this is not even important. We can remove this. So what we're going to have now is we're going to say if error, then we're going to show empty states. I'll just give a message could not load this workout. And we're going to say on retry, we're just going to say refresh. Then else we'll have a view, and then we're going to give it a class name padding x5, and then we're going to import text. So we're going to give the name of the workout. So let me import text components from React Native. So scroll down. So we're going to also have check if there's muzzle. We're going to then show the muzzles here. So have this now. So here we're going to also have a view, and we're going to give this a class name of empty4 and flex row gap 5, and then we're going to look through the start. So we're going to say start dot map starts, and then we're going to return this. We're going to have a view which is going to say flow flex flow, and the item center gap 1.5, and then we have the icon, and then the label font into text 12 pixel and text muted foreground. So below here we're going to have the button that's going to redirect us to the active session, or to start the session. We'll say class name empty5, and we're going to give this an icon. So we're going to use the left icon crop. We'll say feather color white. Name is going to be play. Size 17. So on press, we're going to have router dot push path name. So we are going to let's create the session. I'll just call it active. So we're going to create it inside here. We say active.txx. So rnf active session or active workout. Let's do the active session. So I'm going to go back to the index.tx, and there we just pass in slash workout workout slash id slash active, and there we pass in param id. So here we're going to just say start workouts. So here we're going to have here we're going to have a view with the text, and we're going to call this exercise, and we're going to give this a class name, margin bottom 3, margin top 6, font enter bold, text 16 pixel, and text foreground. So here we're going to say if exercise dot length is equals to 0, then we're going to just show an empty state. So the empty state for passing icon activity, I'll say message no exercise in this workout. So we are going to have the list of all the exercise. So I'm going to just pass it here. So we have a view which we have a few hundred Excel border, then border and BJ card. Then we'll look through the exercise. Then we have this class here. It's 16 flow and flex row item center, padding bottom, and padding border px4. And then we have the last. So we are trying to hide the border for the last item. Then we pass in the key. So we have the view, this view here. So we have the text, the number, more like the position of the exercise. There we have the name of the exercise, and here we have the set rep and then the rest. And then we have this feather icon there, the showing menu. So we think we are done with it. So we're going to have the workout display skeleton. So I'm going to pass it here. So I'm going to import skeleton. So I think the error should stop. So we're using the scroll view here. And let's go to the top. So I'm going to just replace it with this here. So we can save it. And then let's go ahead and try it. So let's click on the plus button. Click on add exercise. And let's wait for it to load. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong path. I'll go back. Let me cancel this. Go to workout. And I'll click on a single workout. And we can see this is loading up. And we can see the image. You see the arrow, the back button. And this is the exercise. So the icon is not showing up. And we can see this here. So I'll fix the icon. So I think it's here. So we have the mouse. Okay, the start icon. So that is it for this chapter. We're going to go ahead and start working on the active session. In this chapter, we are going to work on the active workout session. So this is a screen. So once the user click on the start workout, then it's going to pop up this screen. So we're going to fetch the workout, and then we're going to send the sets to the backend. So we're going to go ahead and then create the endpoint first. So let's go into, let me close everything. And then I'll go into app API, and then we can create a folder called workout session. So I'll say workout sessions. And then we can create index plus API.tx. And then we're going to create a post request. We say export async function post request type request. So we're going to get the session, so I can go into workout API. So let me just find index plus API. I'll just scroll to the top and just copy this. I'll paste this here, and let's import the Auth API. So yeah, I'm going to import Zod from Zod. So we need to validate the payload that is going to be sent. So I'm going to paste it. So we have this here. We have the session schema. We pass in the workout ID started at, completed at duration seconds. Then the set, which is going to contain the exercise ID, the set number, the rep, and the weight. So we are going to validate this here. We're going to say constant result is equals to session schema dot save PS, and we can just get the body here. It's a constant body is equals to await request dot JSON, and we can just pass in body. Yeah. So we're going to say if not result dot success, then we're going to return let's return invalid payload. Invalid payload. Or we can also pass in the error here. Error result dot error. So we change this to 400 status. So now we can destructure the body. So I'll just do constant, and I'll just destructure constant like this. So we get data. Now we're going to constant. This is going to be equals to await db. Let's import db dot patch and we're going to say db dot. So we're going to confirm if the workout exists and belongs to the user that is that we're going to get, the user ID we're going to get from the session. So we say select ID workout workout, let's import it dot ID. So we're going to say dot from workout, and we're going to say dot where we're going to confirm. So this is equals to workout ID dot ID matches the workout ID we're going to pass. Then we're going to also check if the user ID, so we're going to say workout dot user ID match session dot user dot ID. So let me import and equal from Drizzle ORM. And then we're going to just add in, so let me see, yeah, dot limit 1. So we're going to say db dot select exercise. We're going to get the exercise ID, exercise ID. So workout exercise dot exercise ID. So let me see if I got this spelling right. So this is exercise ID. And then we're going to get this from the workout exercise. Workout exercise. And we're going to say dot, and where equals to workout exercise dot workout ID. So we're going to pass in the workout ID here. So now we have this. We are going to get the workout rows and the exercise rows. So now we have this, or we can change this to workout exercise ID rows. So we're going to make sure to check that the workout length is greater than 0. So we're going to just do this and return 404. So this is just to check if the workout exists and it belongs to the user. So we're going to then say constant exercise IDs is equals to new set, and we're going to just look through the exercise ID row dot map. I'll say exercise ID, and we're going to return exercise ID. So now with this, we're going to say constant set is equals to, we can do valid set is equals to set the filter exercise ID. So we're going to say exercise IDs dot has the exercise ID from valid set, from the set. So once we confirm this now, we are going to then insert both of them. We are going to create a session ID. So we're going to say session ID is equals to, we're going to import crypto random UUID, and we're going to say await db dot batch, and then we're going to insert, so db dot insert inside workout session the values. So the ID is going to be session ID, user ID is going to be session.user.id, and we're going to pass in the workout ID, and then started at is going to be new dates, started at, completed at is going to be new dates, completed at. Then we're going to pass in duration seconds. So once we insert this, we are going to then insert. So if we go to schema, remember we have the workout sessions, and we have the workout session set. So we're going to add the set here. So we can just say db dot insert workout session set. So let me import it. Dot values. So now we're going to pass in the session ID, exercise ID, which is going to be set set dot. So let me confirm. Okay, sorry, I need to look through. Let me cut this out. The set is an array, so I need to look through it. So I'll cut this out, and I'm going to say valid. So let me change this to small letter. Valid set dot map set, and let's just return this like this, and then we get the exercise ID, then set number, this is going to be set dot set number, and then we have the reps, which is going to be set dot reps, and then for the weights, it's going to be set dot weight, or we just set it to null. So now we are done with it. Now we can just return response dot JSON. With it, we can just say message workout session created, and then we are going to return the ID, session ID, and we're going to set status to 01. So we are done with this. Now we can go into the API in the lib, and let's create this here. So I'll just copy, let me copy the post. Let me copy this workout, this create workout here. So I'm going to change this to, instead of create workout, I'll say create workout session. Create workout session, and then I'm going to remove this. So for the data, I'm going to add in the type here. So we have the session input, which is this, and then we have the set. So I'll just copy the session input or payload, and then we're going to pass it here. So instead of workout, you're going to say workout sessions. So make sure it matches the folder for the API workout session. And I will just pass in the data. I think everything is fine. So we can use this inside the active. So let's go ahead and create the page. So inside model, we have active. So let's add the active in the layout. So let me just copy this. Let me do it here. So I'm going to just set ID active. So I can just remove the option, it's not a must. So we have, did I delete anything? Okay, let's see if I deleted something. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let me copy this. ID slash active. So let's go into the active. So the first thing we're going to do is to get the ID from use local storage. So we look local search param, and we're going to add in the type ID string, and I'm just going to get the ID here. So let's call the endpoint. So we're going to import use query hook from TanStack Query, and then we're going to also call the get workout function, which we're going to pass in the ID. Now we're going to also get the use router is equals to use router hook. So we're going to also have some states here. So I'll say constant completed. So we completed, set completed. And this is going to be equals to string state, sorry, use state. And I'm going to set this to string array and then an array. And I'm going to also have a state for I can duplicate this, set this to is saving, and then set is saving. I'll send this to Boolean and false. So we are going to also create a hook here. So inside the design, if you look at the active, we have this timer. So I'm going to create the hook for it. So I'll call it use worker timer or use session timer, anyone. So I'll just come back here. So inside the hook, I'll just go ahead and create it. So I'll just call it, let me just call it use workout timer.cx. So I'm going to paste it here. So you can copy from the GitHub. So I'm going to import the hook from React, then use ref, and then use effects. So this is going to be our timer, and I'm going to use it here. So let me just copy it, and I'll go into the active, and there we can get it. So I can say constant. Let me do it down below here. Constant timer is equals to use workout timer. So import it. So let's get the as a total set is equals to workout dot exercises. So I'm going to just do this, and we're going to do dot reduce, and we're going to sum the set exercise and let's say sum plus exercise dot set, and then we're going to add 0 at the end there. So let's go ahead and add in save area screen. So I'm going to import this keyboard aware scroll view. So I'm going to let me import it first. And then the keyboard toolbar. So now we're going to create a component. We're going to call it active session. Okay, let me just change this to, let's change it to session. Active session page. So active session. So we're going to pass in completed, which is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the completed state. So we are going to also pass in the timer, which is going to be equals to timer. We are going to also pass in the workout, which is going to be workout. So we are going to also pass in some method there which we've not created. So it's going to be called onFinish. For now, I'm going to duplicate it. So we're going to also have onLeave. And then we are going to have, let me duplicate it. We're going to have toggle. So we're going to toggle set. And the last one is going to be record the value. For now, I'll set it to none. So you can define the artist session below here. So in order not to waste time, I'm going to just paste the code here. So we can go through it together. So let me quickly import everything. So let me import workout session from API, workout details. So for the timer, I'm going to define the type here. So let me define the type at the top here. So I'll pass it here. So we are going to also use format time. So now we can import use safe area insert from React native safe context. Then let's import the use theme color. We have the muted coming from the use app theme color, and then we have the state for to expand each set, just like what we have in the design. And then so we have this completed exercise to filter all the exercise and to get the completed exercise. So we should also make sure that all the sets are also completed too. So we have this div, so this view with the text, the workout name. This way we're going to show the number of completed exercise, and then a button to leave. And here we're going to show the timer. So we're going to pass timer the elapsed. So remember we're getting timer from the use timer hook. And then we're going to format the time and the text to the elapsed time. So you can see this is what we're going to have here. And then this is to pause and play, to stop the time, to pause the timer and to resume the timer. So yeah, this is where we're going to look through the exercise, just like what we have here. So we have this state to check which of them is going to be is expanded. So we have this view for each of the exercise, and then this is the button to the header button here, which we have here to expand and then to collapse the exercise. So we can see the name of the exercise, the set, the rep, and the rest time. And this is what we have here. And then this is where we are going to show the this input, the set weight rep and the status, the checkbox. So we are just going to give them their weight, each of them, each of the column. Now we're going to set the label, and now we're going to loop through the set. So we say from a size set, and then we're going to map through the set. So we're going to define the key here, and so we're going to also check if this a set is completed or is done. And then we have, so here we're going to have the set here, and this is a text input. We are going to record, so we're going to have a function to record each of them, and this is a placeholder, so you can type in so you know where we're fetching this exercise, so we're going to set it the value that is already there, and the user can also make changes there too. So so we have another text input here for the rep. We have the pressable. This is to check, and then we have the button to finish the workout, to close the workout if done. And then this is a timer, which you can see here, the rest timer. So this is it, and a button to skip the timer. So that is it for this part. So we can go ahead and start working on the each of the methods we're going to, and the props we're going to pass to this artist session component. So let's go to the top, and we're going to go ahead and pass all this. So we're going to go ahead and pass in the record value, unfinished leave, on leave, and targets and toggle set. So let's work on the record value. So for the record value, I'm going to be using useRef for the value. So I'll have this here, where we keep track of the rep and the weight. So then we have this one we are going to use. So we want the user, once they try to click the back button and their insertion, we're going to show the dialog to confirm they want to leave. So that's why I'm going to have this ref here. So we are going to create the method, say constant record value is equals to, we're going to pass in the key, which is of type string, and then we're going to pass in field. So this is going to be of type reps or weight, and then we have the value, which is going to be of type string. So let's return this. So we're going to say value ref.current. We're going to say the key is going to be equals to, we're going to destructure value ref.current key, and then we're going to say field value, just like this, and this we can pass this record value here. So we're going to come over to, we're going to fix this. So let's just work on the toggle set. So I'm going to do that. So I say constant toggle set is equals to, we are going to pass in the exercise. This is going to be type of workout exercise. Then set is going to be a number. You can also call this toggle set status. I think that is the better name. but we can just leave it. So we can get the key. We can set key is going to be exercise.id and then set. So now we're going to say constant is done is equals to completed dot include the key. So we're going to set completed previous states. We're going to say is done, then previous state dot filter item item not equals to key, else we are going to destructure the previous state and then pass in the key. Then we're going to say if not is done, it's timer dot start rest. So do exercise dot rest. So we save this. So now we can pass it here. Toggle set. So let's fix the workout issue. So we're going to say if is pending. So I'm going to return. We are going to return the skeleton. Then if is error or not workout, we can return the empty state. I'll do message. I could not load this workout. So we can just do on try, on retry, and this is going to be refresh. So we're going to pass the refresh from TanStack Query, and the error should stop. So let's go ahead and work. So for the unfinished, we just do router back. So let's work on the unfinished. So for the unfinished, we are going to first of all work on the save. So I'll just take it to the top. I'll do constant and save session. So we are going to also make sure that if users try to, if they click on the finish, if they click on this finish workout, but we're going to show a dialog to confirm an alert to confirm, and then once they click on it, we are going to then trigger the save session. So yeah, I'm going to say if not workout, then return. Then we're going to save this. So we have is saving here. So as I said, is saving to true. And then let's use try catch here. So we're going to say constant set is equals to an array. We're going to set the type to save session set. And then we're going to look through the workout exercise dot exercise. for each exercise, and then we're going to return. So once we loop through the exercise, we're going to also loop through the exercise set. So I'll do for loop here. I'll do let set equals to 1 and set is less than equals to exercise dot set. So let me just wrap this. And we're going to construct the key. So the key is going to be equals to, let me copy it here, exercise ID and set. So I'll pass it here. So we need to add in set plus plus. So we're going to say, we're going to say if not completed, we're going to skip. So if the completed array does not have the key, just continue. Then we can get the values equals to. So I'm going to, okay, we have the value ref here. So we say value ref dot current. We're passing the key, and we are going to also get the weights. Is equals to number values dot weight. So we're going to push the set with a set dot push exercise ID is going to be set. So it's going to be exercise dot ID. So we're going to say set number set. Then reps is going to be pass int values dot rep I'll just do, or if it's not passed, we just pass in the exercise dot reps or 0. Then we're going to have the weight. We're going to pass in the weight. So we have this now. We are going to go ahead and call the endpoint. So I'll come over here, copy this create workout session query function, or this should be mutation function. I'll copy this, save this, and then go back to the active.tx. And then below here, we don't need to even use mutation. So I'll just do await here. I'll just call it. So let me change this to async. And we need to import create workout session mutation function. So let me import it. And then we can just pass in the workout ID, which is going to be workout.id. And then we can pass in the started at. This is going to be new date timer dot started at. I'm going to convert this to ISO string. And then we're going to get the completed at, which is going to be new date dot to ISO string, sorry, dot to ISO string. And for the duration seconds, we are going to do math dot round timer dot elapsed. So we can then pass in the set. So we can just console any error.log. But we can also throw an alert if we want. So if any error, we can just throw an alert. Then I'm going to do finally set is saving to false. So I'll convert this function to use callback. So let's come down here, call this, and then we can put the array, we can pass in the completed, the timer, and then the workout. So now we have this. Let me import use callback from React. So we're going to save this. We're going to collapse this now. And what we're going to do, we're going to use, let's first of all create the finished workout here. Finished workout. So we are going to display an alert. So if the users try to save, we're going to just do alert. Let me import alert from React Native. And then we're going to just say finish workout. And then I'll just pass in $, completed length dot length of total sets completed. So we're going to pass an array so we can type the actions. So the first one is going to be cancelled. I'll set the style to cancel. Sorry, this should be inside an object. And then we're going to have text finish. So we're going to say on press. And then we're going to call save session dot then. So say async so later on we're going to refresh the we're going to call the endpoint for refresh the endpoint for the workout, the session history. So for now I'm just going to just return. So I'll say router dot replace. Okay, we have the history here. So I'll just do. So I'm going to just move this like this and save this. Let's also add this allow leave. I'm going to send current to true. And then we can just catch we can think there's no point adding it here. We can add the catch the error here. So let me add it here. So if there's any error, we can just do alert dot alert could not save. check your connection. You can also have it here too if you want. So I'm going to leave it like this. And now we're going to, let's plug in the function. So I'm just going to pass it here on finish workout. So we want to make sure that if the user tries to go back, so we're going to listen for the navigation, and once the user tries to go back, we're going to show an alert to regain, and what the user has already done, we're going to save it to the database, or we show this alert to confirm that if they leave, their data will be lost. So we can just do it up here. So what I'm going to now to do it, I'm going to have a hook here. We're going to add the save session. We're going to add it to use ref. So I'm going to pass it here. So we're going to have save session ref, use ref, and let's import this from React. And then we're going to subscribe to it. So we're going to say constant. We're going to use effects. So we're going to say constant unsubscribe is equals to navigation. So we're going to import to use navigation. So let's do it here. We say constant navigation is equals to use navigation. So we are going to do dot add listener, and then we're going to listen to before remove, and then we're going to say event. So here we're going to check if allow leave dot current are done. So we're going to say event dot prevent default. So let's define leave. So we're going to say allow dot current, allow leave dot current is equals to true. And then we're going to say navigation dot dispatch event dot data dot action. So here we're going to say if completed dot length is equals to 0. So we're going to show an alert dot alert leave workout question mark. Let's say your progress will not be saved. So we're going to have text cancel, and then style cancel. So we're going to have text leave and style destructive, then on press I'll say to leave. And then we're going to return. So we're just going to say alert dot alert. We're going to then save the progress. So save the progress, and then we're going to say you completed dot length of total sets. So we're going to add the action. So we're going to have text. So we're going to have the 3 action here. We're going to have cancel, discard, and then we're going to have save and leave. So say text, save and leave. And we're going to have on press like this with the ref current. Then we're going to pass in the leave, and if any error, we're going to catch this. So I'll also do the same thing for finish workout. I'll remove it. So I think that we're done. So now we're going to return unsubscribe, and then we're going to say completed navigation total sets. So I think we are done with this. So let's I think that's where we have is pending. Yes, so we need to return this artist skeleton, which I've added here too. If I collapse this, you can see it here. So for the error, okay, we have the empty state already here. So I think everything's fine. So we can check this out. So let's click on the plus button. Oh, sorry, not plus. Let me cancel this. Go to workout. And then we can select to the workout. So we can start workout now. Let's see. Okay, we can see the timer is moving well. So we can pause this. We can click on play. So if I try to leave, we're going to see this. So we can just type in, let's say the weight is, let's just give it a random number. I can just check this. And we can see the timer here. So I can skip the timer. I can check this. Let me just give this any value. I'll just send this. Check this. So I can also type in this. So let me close this. So I'm going to just cancel the timer and let's click on finish. Finish workout. So 7 out of 7 and then click on finish. So I'm supposed to have made this to pause. So it has taken us to the history. So what I forgot to do was to add loading state. So I need to add it here. So I'm going to import the loading dialog and let me just import it. So let me check the components. Okay. Let me see. Loading model, not loading dialog. So let me import it. So let's make changes. So I'm going to go to finish work. So like I said earlier on, I'm going to make sure the timer pause once they click on finish workout. So what we're going to do inside the use workout timer, if you look at here, we have the resume and the pause function, which is being passed here. So I'm going to just call this like this. So we're going to just pause this. And once we pause, I can then Here I'll just say on press. So this is going to resume. So I'm just going to run this. So I'll say if not was paused, and let's say timer dot resume. So we're going to do the same thing inside the use effect. So I'm going to check this here. Let me check it here. So we're going to copy this code. So let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So we're going to just create the function resume timer, and then we're going to just say if not, but we're going to just do the same thing we did here for this finish workout cancel button. So what we are going to do, I'm going to pass this resume timer here. So I'll do on press resume timer, and there we can say on press, sorry, on press resume timer. I think that is all. So I also wanted to mention that in the layout, workout layout inside the model, I have updated this to have animation so it should slide from the bottom and presentation style. We can change this to model or full model, whatever one you want. So we can go ahead and test this again. So I'm going to click on the start workout, and you can see that it can slide in. So we can, let me just make this, let me make it full, full screen. So let's try and click on the leave button. So we can see that the timer has paused. So if I cancel, it's going to resume. So this is working fine. So we can go, let me just cancel. I just leave. And this will take me back to the workouts detail page. So we are done with the workouts active session. So let's go ahead and work on the history. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and work on the history page. So we're going to go ahead and create an endpoint inside the workout session to fetch all the sessions. So I'm going to go into endpoint workout session, so index those API, and then we can create a get request. So async function get, and we can just say request, which is of type request. So we're going to get the check if the user is authenticated. Now we are going to query the database. So let's get the data is equals to, data is equals to db await db dot select. So I'll select id, which is the workout session dot id. We're going to also retrieve the workout id, which is workout session dot workout id. We are going to retrieve workout name. So we'll say workout name, and then I'm going to get that from the workout dot name. So we're going to get the image. We're going to get that from workout table dot image, and also completed at. So that is going to, it's going to come from the workout session dot completed at. So let me just, okay, let me do this. Then duration, sorry. So let me just move this once here. So duration seconds. It's going to come from workout session duration seconds. So we are going to count the exercise. So I'll do exercise count. We're going to use count distance, and we're going to count workout set dot exercise id. So this is going to avoid any duplicate. So if I hover over this, you can see non-duplicate value. So we're going to also get set count, and we're going to say count workout set dot id. So I think we are done with this. Let me just move this one. Workout sets. So everything is aligned properly. Then we're going to do from workout session, and then we're going to do inner join workouts. So we're going to join this, and we're going to say equals to where workout dot id is equals to workout workout session dot workout id. So we're going to also do a left join, and this time we're going to join the workout set. So equals to workout set dot session id. So it's equals to workout session dot id. So once we join this, we're going to then filter this to say where the workout session, so the workout session dot user id is equals to session dot user dot id. And then we can do order by descending order. The workout session dot completed. So let's return response dot JSON data. So let me import this from Drizzle ORM. So we can go ahead and create the API. So let's go into API in the lib folder, and we can do that here. We can do exports. So let me just copy this. So we're going to just change this to, instead of get exercise, we say get history. And then I'm going to just remove this. So we're going to do slash API workout sessions like this. So it's going to be get request, and I need to set the type, so I'll remove this. So let me set the type here. So we're going to say history item, where we have the ID, workout name, image, and then the workout ID. So you can just change this to history or workout session. Okay, let me just do history session. So I'll copy it. So I'll just pass it here. And this should be an array. So we can go ahead and use this. So I'll copy this, go into collapse everything, go into source, app, and inside the app tabs, we have the history page here. So let's import use query hook from TanStack Query. So I'm going to import it. And I'm going to also import the query get history query function. So before we continue, let's look at the design first. So I'm going to go to the design folder and we're going to find for where we have the history. So we can see the history here. So what we're going to have, we're going to create a weekly calendar. So we're going to show all the recent workout, all the workout, but the user can click on any of these dates and then we're going to filter out and display the those particular workout for that day. So that's how it's going to be. So let me close this. So we're going to create a state. I'm going to say selected date and we're going to say set selected date. So we're going to be handling this on the client side. So you can also, if you want, you can do it on the back end. So I'm going to filter. I'm going to just say this is going to be type of date. Sorry, date or no. And we're going to set the default to no. So let's quickly also import use router hook from Expo Router. And now we're going to filter this. So I'm going to do constant filter is equals to selected date. So if there's selected date, we're going to say data. The filter item. So we're going to confirm if the same. So I'm going to have to install. Let's install date function. Let me check whether I've installed it. So we've not installed. So let me quickly install it. I'll create a new tab. And let's maybe it's okay. We do npm install date fns. So let's wait for this to install. So the data function has already installed. Now we can go back and import it. So I'm going to import it at the top here. So we're going to import a same day. So let's get it. And I'm going to just pass it in. And then we're going to say new date. We're going to item dot completed. And then we're going to just pass in selected dates. Selected dates. We're going to say else data. So let's import a safe area view. So we're going to say safe area view. And we're going to import flat list from React Native. We're going to pass in data. So let's pass in filter data. So we can also do if is pending empty array else filtered. So we can pass in list empty component here. So before we do that, let me add in the let's add in content container s2px5 bb6, then item separator, separate component. We're going to return a view. I'll give this a class name height 3. Then we need to pass in the key. So let me add in key extractor. So this is going to be item.id. So here we're going to say if is pending, then we're going to show a loader, else we're going to import empty, and there's a message could not load history. Then on retry, we pass in refresh. So we're going to create the history the history skeleton. So let's create it here. So I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to import the skeleton component. And here, instead of that, I'm going to do else is error. We're going to show this. Then, sorry. So let's also get empty state. So I'm going to pass an icon, calendar, and message. So if selected dates, I'll just say no workouts on this day. Else no workouts yet. I'll say we'll just say complete a workout. And okay, to see it, yeah. So now after this, we're going to have the list header component. This header component. Sorry, let's import view. And there we have a text which is going to say history. And we're going to give it a class name. So let me import text from React Native. So class name, padding top 3, font inter bold, text, let me see, large, to Excel. Yeah, to Excel, and then text foreground. So below here we're going to have a view, and there we're going to have the weekly calendar. So let's go ahead and create a component. So I'll create a component inside. Let's do it inside here. So weekly or week calendar .txx. So I'm going to paste it here and save it. So we're going to create this weekly calendar or week calendar, passing the unchanged and value. And then we're going to get the width, that is the window dimension, because we're going to have the scroll. We're going to have it to scroll. So here's the history screen. So we're going to have it, you can scroll back. So And we're going to have the scroll view. We can set a ref. Then we're going to get the current day. And then, so we're going to have our own internal state. So if value is passed, then we're going to set the selected date with the value. And then we're going to create create the weeks. So let's go back to the history file and let's bring it here. So I'm going to import week calendar, and we're going to pass on change, which is a selected date, set selected date, and we're going to import start date, start of day. So once we have this, we're going to have view, and we're going to give this a class name, margin y5 flex row gap 3. So it's pending. If it's pending, we're just going to show a skeleton here. So this is going to be the summary card which we have in the history and design. So this card. So I'm going to just say skeleton. Let's give this a class name, height 20, flex 1 rounded Excel. So let's duplicate this, and then we're going to leave like this. Then here we're going to have a summary card. So we're going to create that here. So add the component here. So let me paste it here. So we have the summary card here. We just have label and the value. And we're going to just define it here. So the label, the first label is going to be workout, and value is going to be a string filter dot length. So I'm going to copy it, and we're going to paste it here. So let me just write it instead. So I have label. This is going to be total time. So the value is going to be, we're going to get format duration, and we're going to get total seconds. So I'm going to just pass it here. So let's pass it here. So now we're going to have a view. Let's give this a class name, margin bottom 3, flex row, item center, justify between. And we're going to have a text. I'll say recent workout. Let's give this a class name, font enter bold, text space, and text foreground. So let me fix this. So I will remove this. This is not supposed to come from data function and date function. So let's quickly create let's create format .cx inside the lib folder. So let's get this from the link in the description, and then we're just going to import it. So format, let me import duration. Sorry. So I've already imported. So now we're going to have a button to reset. So we're going to have a button to, when the user click, we are going to reset the set date. So to retrieve the all workout. So I'm just going to call pressable, yeah. So let's import pressable. So maybe I'll just call it reset or clear. So we have this now. We are going to go ahead and call render item. And we're going to create a component. I'll call it history card, where I'll pass in item. And okay, I think I made a mistake here. Okay. And then we're going to pass on press. Because a router dot push path name. So we need to create inside the we need to create a folder here. So I'll call it history. And then inside here we're going to create a file. So it's going to be id.txx. So rnfe single session, single history. So okay, now we have this. We can just pass it there. So I'll say path name is going to be slash history id. And then we're going to pass in params id item.id. So let's create a component here. So I'm going to pass the component. So we're going to import history item type. So let me import it. We're going to also import use theme color. So let's also import image from React Native. So let's import feather icon. So we have the workout name, and then we have the session format session date. So we can get it. I'll go to the format file which I created in the lib folder, and I'm going to add this here. So let me import it format from date function. So we can just get this format session date, and then let's import it. So lastly, we're going to pass in show vertical scroll force. So let's save this. I think we are done. So we can go ahead and test it. So inside the model, the necessary layout, we need to add in the history ID. So let's add this here. So let me go ahead and test it out. So let me make sure my Expo Router is running. So let me close this. Let me click on history. So I noticed there's an error. So once I open this, let me scroll down. We can see this error. So I notice in the API, this was so this should be workout session, not workout session set. So let's save this, and then let me try again. And we can see the weekly calendar. So let me check if there's any API. Okay. So I fixed it. So I forgot to add in the group by the workout session ID and workout ID, and then make sure to add the await here. So that's going to fix it. So now we can see one workout, 2 minutes, and the recent workout. So you can click here, and this should say no workout. Then we can reset this back, and this is going to take you back to the current day. So we can go ahead and start working on the single history page. In this chapter, we're going to work on the history detail page. So we're going to go ahead and work on the API first. So which is going to be inside the API folder. We have the workout session, and we're going to create the ID. So this is going to be square bracket ID plus API.tx. And this is going to be a GET request. So we're going to say export async function and then GET. So we're going to get requests with type of request, and we're going to get the ID from ID. Then we're going to write the type, which is going to be record string. So we're going to get the user session. So I'm just going to import auth from beta auth. From the lib auth. Then we're going to import Zod to validate the ID. This is Zod, and there is a constant ID schema is equals to Z UUID. So here we're going to say if not ID schema does save PS, and we pass in the ID does success. Then we can return. So let me copy this. And so I just say invalid session ID. So you can also pass in the error if you want. Error okay. If we want to get the error, we need to copy this as a constant result. And then I can just say results. And with that, we can just say error results dot error. So now we're going to fetch the session and the set, just like the we're going to get the session, which is the single session page or history page, you can call it anyone. And then we're going to get the completed set and also the exercise the set belongs to. So we're going to also get duration, total set, and volume. So let's go ahead and then. So what we're going to do, we're going to use batch db. So let's import db dot batch. So the first query is going to be to get the session and also the workout info. So I'll say db dot select id. We're going to get the workout session dot id. You're also going to get workout ID, which is going to be workout session dot workout ID, then the workout name, also workout.name. So we need to import the workout table dot name. Image is going to be workout dot image by this. So let me also get the completed ads, which is going to come from workout session dot completed ads, and also the duration. Duration in seconds. Workout session dot duration seconds. I'll say dot form workout session, and we're going to inner join. So we're going to say dot inner join workout. So we're going to get workout. Yeah, we're going to say equals to where workout ID dot ID matches the workout session dot workout ID. So we're going to let's get equal from Drizzle ORM. So we're going to say where. So we're going to make sure the workout session matches the ID we pass. So let me get and the ID we passed. Then we're going to also make sure the workout session user ID matches the session user ID. And we're going to get limit 1. So we have the first query. So we're going to also query for all completed sets. So we're going to say db.select, and we're going to get the exercise ID, which is going to come from exercise. So let me just get exercise here. So I'm going to use exercise table, as exercise table. So we can copy this now. I'll just come over here. I'll change this to exercise table dot ID. And then we can get the exercise exercise name. I'll say exercise table dot name and set number, which is going to come from workout session set. So let me see. So the set number workout session set number. We also get the reps from workout session set. It's a workout session set dot reps and weights, which is going to come from workout session set dot weights. So this is going to come from workout session set, and then we're going to join the exercise table. And we say equals to where exercise table dot ID matches workout session set dot exercise ID. And then we're going to say where workout session sets the session ID matches the ID passed. So I'm going to get this. So now we have this, so we can get session, let's say session rows, and then completed set rows. So below here, we are going to say constant session row is equals to session rows, and we got the first index. So we're going to so check if there's no session row, then session is not found. Now we're going to create a map to store the exercise by ID. So it's going to look like this. So we're going to have the exercise data ID, which is going to, so we're going to fill in the name and ID, and then we're going to get the set, the rep, and the set rep, and then weight. So just like this, you see we have weight and rep. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to say constant exercise by ID is new map, then string. So we're going to have an object here, which is going to be ID or string, and the name of the exercise string, and then the image, which is going to be string or no. And then we're going to have the set, which is going to contain the reps, type number, and then weight, which is type number or no. So we're going to say let volume, which is going to be a type of number or no. Default value is going to be null. This is to calculate the total volume. So we're going to loop through the set. We're going to say constant completed set of completed set row. So we're going to say constant existing exercise is equals to exercise by ID dot get completed set dot exercise ID. So we're going to check if existing exercise, then we're going to push the set. We're going to say exercise by ID. Sorry. So say existing exercise dot set dot push. So this should be an array. Dot push reps, which is going to be completed set dot rep, and weight completed dot weight. So we're going to say else. So that means this exercise is not existing in the map. Then we're going to set it. We're going to say as exercise by ID dot set. We're going to get the completed set dot exercise ID, and then which is the string we have here. So we're going to now pass in the object. So we're going to pass in ID completed set dot exercise ID. We're going to pass in the name of the exercise. Let's say completed set.exercise name, and then we say image is completed set.exercise image. So I think I didn't pass down. Let me try and get it. Exercise table and exercise image. So let me get it here. Exercise image. And now we can add this set. So say reps completed set.reps. And we're going to say wait completed set.wait. So below here, then we are going to say if completed set.wait is not equals to null, then we are going to add it to the volume. We'll say volume is equals to volume. So this can be null. So I'll just set if it's not just it's going to be 0. So it's going to be plus completed with set dot so completed set with times completed set dot reps. So now we can return this. We say return response dot JSON. So we're going to pass in the session data, the session row. So the exercises it's going to be we're going to destructure it and say exercise by id dot value from the map. Sorry for this. And then we're going to say set count or total set count can be like that. It's going to be completed set dot length. And we're going to get passing the volume, which is going to be if volume is not equals to null, then we use the math dot round volume else null. So we have this now. We can go ahead and work on use the endpoint inside the API in the lib. So API.tx in the lib. So this is we're going to just duplicate this. So let's say history detail query function. So I'm going to add a type here. So let me scroll up. We have the history session item. We can just add this here. So we have the history detail, which is going to have the ID, the image, and then so this is for the history for the session completed at and duration seconds. Then we're going to have the exercise, which is going to be ID name, image, and then the sets. And let me move this here. Like this. So we have the volume and the set count. And the set where you have the rep and width. Just like this. So I'm going to replace this. We're going to say workout session slash ID. Sorry. ID. So let's pass in the ID. Say ID type string. So this is going to be history detail. So we can go ahead and work on the UI. So we'll go scroll into app model history id.tx. So we're going to get the ID from use local search param. We say use local search param, and this is going to have a type of ID string. So we set ID let me just do this. So we're going to get, let me get it here. We're going to get router equals to use router from Expo Router, and we're going to get muted is equals to use app team color muted foreground. So let me change this to foreground. So now we're going to call the use query from TanStack Query, and then the get history detail session. Sorry, history detail query function. So now we're going to say if is pending, let's return a skeleton. I'll add it here. So let me import safe area screen from UI components and then the skeleton. So now we are going to also check. So let me add it here. So history detail skeleton. And then we're going to say if is error or not data, let's return empty state the message and could not load this history. Then I'm going to say on refresh or retry, sorry, refresh. So now let's import safe area screen. And then we're going to also get save and scroll view. We're going to give this content container class ex5 pb8. And then we'll have a view. Give this a class name height 14, flex row, and then item center justify between. So we're going to have a pressable here. Let's give this a class name height 11, width 11, and then item center justify center. And then on press, we're going to say router dot back. And let's import the feather icon. Feather icon. I'll say color muted foreground. Sorry. And then we're going to say name arrow left. And then size 23. So below here, we are going to get we're going to import text from React Native. So we have the data.workout name. So let me import this from lib format. And then below here, we're going to have story view. And we're going to create a component called start card. Here we're going to pass in the label, duration, and also the value. So the value is going to be format. I will do format duration from lib format. I'll say data dot duration seconds. So we have volume. So I can copy this, paste it here, change this to, okay, I'll do start first. Sorry, set. And then we are going to just remove this. And I'm going to say string and data dot set count. And then the volume. So let me say volume And this is going to be, I'll say data dot volume. So it's not equals to null. Then we can just, we can set data dot volume, and I'm going to just pass kg here. Dot local, and else you just put an hyphen. So let's give this a class name. Margin y5 flex flex row gap 2. So let's have the component here. So add in the component. So I've pasted here. So now we have this. So here we're going to have a text, or let's wrap this inside a view. So this is going to be exercises, and we can give this a class name. Auto margin button 3, font enter bold, text base, and then text foreground. So here we're going to have a view. We can give this a class name of overflow, hidden, rounded, Excel, border, border, and then BG card. So we are going to look through the exercises. The exercise dot map, exercise, and then we're going to return view, and then the key is going to be exercise ID. Dot ID, and we're going to give this a class name. I'm going to say minimal height 20, text row, item center, border, B, border, yeah, border, px3, py 2, and the last should have border bottom 0. So if there's exercise image dot image, let's import image here. So we're going to say image. We can go with the class name, height 11, width 12, rounded, large, and then BG muted. So set resize mode to cover, and then source is going to be URI exercise dot image, and then else we have a view, like this with height 11, width 12, item center justify center, rounded, large, and BG muted with the icon, feather, and name image. So we have this. Then we're going to have this here. So this is the exercise name, and we're going to look through this set like this. So we have set dot width of 0 with kg, and this set dot rep. So we have this. So everything is fine. So let's check it out. So go to history, and let me wait for this to load. So click on a single history, and we can see the loading state. And now we can see this. Something is wrong with the icon. Okay. with the back arrow. So everything is fine. We have the duration, we have the set, total set, we have the volume, and we can see the exercise name, image, and then the weight and rep for each set. And then we have these two. So this is fine. So I'm just going to add this class here. So this is going to move the arrow forward. So we can just click back, and then this is fine. So we are done with this page. So we're going to go ahead and work on the home page inside the tab here. So before we go ahead and work on the home, I want to also add a button here. So you can add a button like this. So let me import this from UI and component UI button. And so this is just repeat workout. We are going to pass in the workout ID. So this is similar to what we have in the workout ID index.txt, just like this. So the user can click on it to repeat the workout. So now if we go back to the history, and then we'll click on this workout. And now if you click on repeat workout, this should take you to the active like this. In this chapter, we're going to work on the home screen. We're going to first of all create an endpoint to get the home start. We are also going to create an endpoint in the workout session to get the workout that are already completed, or like the sessions that are already occurred. So we're going to get the day which the users completed a workout session. So I also want to mention in the week calendar component, I've updated it to pass the mark date. So we're going to pass in the date, and then here we're going to check them with the we're going to check if they match, if any of them in the mark date matches with the date that is from the week, and then we're going to just set here. So we're going to say has workout, and this is going to have the indicator which is BG primary, and if it's today we just have BG border, this gray indicator, and then we're going to have transparent for days that are not today or that the user did not complete any workout. So that is it. And then if you go into the app, the inside tab history, you should see that you're able to get the workout date. So we say date.map and new date, then item completed at. So we map through the item and get all the completed at dates, and then with date we're going to pass it to the calendar. So now we're going to go ahead and create endpoints for the home start. We're going to create a folder here. So let's create a folder. We're going to call it home start, and then I'm going to create index plus api.tx. So because in the design, inside the home screen design, so the user can filter, can click on any of the day, and we are going to fetch the home stats for that day. So what we are going to do, we are going to be passing in the date to the home start endpoint. So I'm going to go into the index here, and the very first thing we're going to do, we're going to say export async function. So this is going to be a get request, and I'm going to define the date here. So let's import Zod. We're going to validate the date from Zod, and we're going to say constant range schema, range dates schema is going to be equal to Zod.object. So we're going to be passing in the end, which is going to be isostring dot dates time, and then start z.isostring iso.datetime. So we're going to also refine this to make sure the start date, the end date is greater than the start date. So I'm going to get the end and then the start. And then we're going to say new date, start is less than new date, end. So we're going to, if the end date is greater than the start, we're going to pass in a message. We're going to end date must be after the start date, or s2 greater start date. Then we're going to also refine again. So we're going to make sure that the date being sent to us, the backend, is within within 24 hours. So because of we're going to increase to 26 hours so that we make sure we get any complete date from the client side. So if they send within that range, we are going to make sure it matches the validation. So if the date that is sent from the client side does not reach within that range, does not match within 24 hours or 26 hours, we are going to throw an error. So we are going to say new date end dot get time minus new date start dot get time. So we're going to define a max here. I'll say max day range ms. So we're going to say 20. Let's give 26 times 60 times 1000. So what we are going to do, we're going to do less than equals to max range in milliseconds. So we're going to throw an error. We say message okay, so use error. I'll say date range is too long. So now we can get the request from request, type request. I can go into index plus API and copy this. And let me pass it here. So let's import auth from libauth. So we're going to get the date from the params. So I'm going to pass this here. So let me change this to this schema. And now we have the start and end. So we are going to say constant session is equals to await db dot select. So we're going to say duration seconds. We're going to get that from workout session dot duration seconds, and we're going to say dot from workout session. So we're going to get this where, so we're going to filter this. So it's equals to workout session dot user ID matches the session dot user dot ID. And we're going to then use the greater than. So I want to make sure that the session that's going to return is within this date range. So we're going to say workout session dot started at then start is greater than the start date, and less than equals to workout session dot start at end. So let me import all of this from Drizzle ORM. I say import and greater than equals to and less than and then equal. So the error should stop. So now we have this. We're going to say constant workout is equals to session dot length. So with this, we're going to get the, if you look at the design, we have the total workout, the size, then we have the time and the average time. So we're going to get the total time seconds. So I'll pass it in. So we're going to use session to calculate the duration seconds. And then we're going to get the average and time seconds here. And we're going to return this to the client side. So let's quickly create an endpoint for the calendar. So I'll call this calendar plus API .tx. So this is going to also be get request. So let me just copy this, paste it here. So we're going to also pass in date 22 and we can change this. We can change this to 22, 21. So we're going to put the mass range to 21, since in the week calendar we are only showing 3 weeks. So we start from the second week and end to this week. So this is 3 weeks. So I'm going to set it to 21. And also in the index plus API, make sure you add times 60 extra. So we have this now. We can just do, we can do date range cannot more than 21 days. So now we can check for the user session. Then we're going to get a start and end. So we're going to, instead of durations seconds, we're just going to get already started at, and this is okay. So I'm going to remove this. So we're going to get workout dates. So I'm going to loop through sessions dot map, and I'm going to say let's get started at dot to ISO string. So let's remove this and let's pass in workout date. So let's change this to less than, not less than equals to. I'll also change it to for the home start. So let me import this. Sorry. So I think everything is fine for this. Can also increase maximum 22. So we have the started at, start and end, and then the workout day. So let's go into API.tx in the leaf folder, and then I'm going to add them here. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and let's change this from get history, say home start. Home start. So we're going to get the date. So I'll say date of type date, and we're going to say constant start is equals to start of day, passing the date. Constant is equals to end is equals to add. So instead of using the end day, which is going to stop at 23 hours, we are going to we're going to get till the following day midnight. So we're just going to make sure we get everything. So you can use the end of date if you want, end of the day if you want. So I'm going to use a start date, which is going to add date, which is going to the beginning of the next day. So we're going to convert this into isostring and query. And then instead of this, I'm just going to remove this. And the endpoint is going to be API home start. Then we're going to say query. So this is it. We can duplicate this for the calendar. And we're going to change this to this. So instead of single dates, we're going to be passing start dates and end and day. So I'm just going to remove all of this, and we're going to change this to slash workout session slash calendar and query like this. So we can use this now inside the home page. So let's go into the into the home. So I'll close everything. So inside the SRC, inside app.tab.index. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to replace this with the code I already have, so that we don't waste time here. So I have the component already inside home. You can see we have this component here. Let me drag this. We have the home stacks. We have the my workout, recent workout, and this strict bow and bottom sheet with this home session header. If you look at the home stacks, we are going to pass in the data. This is just a component here. We have my workout. This is the component for my workout here. So I think there's an error here. So we have the recent workout. This is calling the history. And if you scroll down here, you can see this is going to link to the history page. Single history. So it's just a single workout from the workout session. So we're just having it here. And I think this is just workout template is just placeholder, like not really data that is being fetched from the backend. So I'm going to remove that one. So I can go just copy it from the GitHub, and then let's just replace it with this code. Yeah. So I'm going to get logo, the streak icon, which is inside the assets image, and then app images. You can see it here. And you can see we're calling the home stacks here, passing the selected dates. And then we have the calendar. So we're going to get the current week. And we're going to get calendar start, which is going to be, we're going to begin from 2 weeks ago and this current week. Okay, we're going to add one. Then we are going to pass them here. Sorry, into the get workout calendar date query function. So this is just like what we did in the endpoint, like in the API. So we're going to get the beginning of the next current week. So I think that is all. So let me add in the type in the API.txt file. So I'm going to add in it here. So let me add it at the top here. So we have the home start and the workout calendar date. So save this and let's scroll down to the bottom. And where we have this, I'm going to add in workout calendar date. And there I'm going to also pass in the home start. So the error here stop. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this data. I'm going to say constant workout date is equals to data dot workout date dot map. So let me just want to make sure there's data there. So we can just to so I'll say data dot workout date dot map. We're going to say map date. This is going to be date string. I'll just say new date string else undefined. Let's see, the error has stopped. So the error has stopped, and now we can go ahead and look at this. So let me reload my server. Okay, we need to install this component Expo linear gradient. So let me install it. npx, or let me just do it here. Let me cancel this server. npx expo. So I've already installed it. So I've installed it here. You can see expo npx expo install expo linear gradient. So I'm going to just restart my server. npx expo start-c, and this should run. And if we come over here now, we have there's no longer any error in my workout. You can see there's no error. So also I want to also mention in the recent workout where we're going to fetch data like the history. If you look here, I'm passing 1 here because I added limit to the function. So if I go here into the get history query function, we have limits being passed here. So query limit is being passed to the endpoint. And if we go to index plus API workout session, you should see, if I scroll up, you can see the endpoint is inside the workout session. So you can see limit is being passed, search query params, search params. So we are going to get limit and check if it's passed. And if it's success, as if it's passed, then we're going to get the limit from the query. Also just passing just return the rows of the query. So basically that's it. So let's wait for this to run. So now it is running. So I'm going to wait for it to open. So it is done. So I'm going to cancel this. And still loading the API. So you should be able to see the home screen. Okay, something, there's an error here. So we can see the UI, but something is wrong with this one. Create your own. So we're going to fix it. So but this error from Drizzle ORM. So we can see that this, let me click on the thing, and this should load. Okay, we can see that it's coming on. So let's fix this create button inside the index.txt, I think inside the home page. Okay, it's not inside the home page, it's inside the my workout, which is inside the home folder in the component. And if you scroll down here, so I've already fixed it. So the problem is because by default linear gradient from Expo gradient does not use the class that we have here. It does not has any effects in the linear gradient component. So what I have to do is how to import CSS, this CSS interpol from NativeWind, and then pass in linear gradient and then class style. So once you save this should be fixed. So we have this now fixed, and I think everything is fine. Everything is fine. So we can click here to view our workout, and this should take us to the workout page. So it should take us to our workout page. So we can go back to the home screen. So everything is looking great. So we can go ahead and work on the profile screen. So if I click on profile, we need to work on this screen. In this chapter, we are going to work on this screen, the profile screen. So I'm just going to paste in the code. You can get the code from the GitHub. So I'm going to go into SRC app, and then inside the tab and go to profile. So I'm just going to paste in the code so we can go through the code. So let me save it. So let me fix this. So let me remove this. So I'll just do a session. So let me fix this. I'll go into the lib auth that is inside this lib folder, and I'm going to just set the type like this. So we have this auth session. So let's go into profile, and then I can just pass this here, and I can just do constant session is equals to data as auth. Where is it? So let me do data as auth session. So the error is going to stop. So we can go through. So the first thing we're going to do, so we have this constant here, which is the privacy and policy, the URL for privacy and policy and terms and condition URL. Then we have the use router. So we're getting the user session. So yeah, we're using use color scheme from NativeWind to switch between light and dark mode. So you can see here, if I move this down, so let me move this from here down. So you can see that we got the primary color. We check if the color scheme is equal to dark, we can say it's dark, and there we get the name. So we're going to split the name. So for the avatar, and then we have this we have the sign out button. The sign out button here. It's going to be directed to the signing user. So this is just a place. This is confirm delete. So we can have the delete button, but for now I didn't implement it. Just show this dialog, this alert. So here we have the save area screen, the page name, the scroll view, and this is where we have the initial for the avatar and the name, the email. So let's just look at it. So I'll go to profile now, and then we can see how it looks. So we can see the edit button. If you want to add in edit, you can add in edit. We have the session component which we created here. So this is it. So let me move this one to the top. So we have the session component which is for this session, you can see. So the title is preferences. We have the role component which I have defined here, which is going to have the icon at the left, the text, and the icon on the right. So like here we have activity, we have the bell notification if you want to add that. We also have the dark mode to switch. So switch is coming from React Native. And then we're going to set the set color scheme, which is coming from the use color scheme from NativeWind. And you can switch this from here. You can switch it to dark. We have the track color for primary and true. Primary value is dark. Then we have support and legal. We have the help support policy. So this is we're calling the open browser async, which is coming from Expo web browser. So when we install Expo, the initial project when we created this project, this was already installed. This was installed. You can see Expo web browser. You can see it. So this is going to open the privacy and policy and the terms URL. And this is for the sign out button. And if you want to add delete account, you can add it there. So for now, this is everything. So we can try and test the switch to dark mode. And this is going to switch. This is dark mode. So don't worry about this. We're going to run the development build. So let's just switch this off and on. So let me check the layout. So if dark lights, so let's see. So this is the given so but we can go to the home screen and we can see everything's looking great. You can click on the create workout and this is going to open. So we can try and sign out now. Let me switch this back to light. Let's click on sign out and this should take us to this page. So sign in page. So I think I made a mistake here. This should be sign up. Sign in. Yeah, sign in. Yeah. So the reason why it took us, it redirected us to the welcome screen is because of what we have in the layout. So if we go to layout, you can see because of this. So the guide here, if there's no session, it's just going to redirect us to the public, and the first screen in the public is the welcome screen. If you go to the layout, you can see the first screen we have here is the welcome screen. So that's the reason why. So you can just let the user to just redirect to the welcome screen direct if you want to like that. So for now, this is fine. So we are going to go ahead and start. We're going to go and work on the app icon, like inside the assets, the images. We're going to look at the app icons for Android and for iOS, and also the splash screen. So if you look at here, I have this splash screen here. Sorry, this is it. The splash screen. We're going to make sure we set everything. And I'm going to also show you how to generate this app icon. And then we're going to also look at how to generate the app screen for Apple Store or Play Store. So let's go ahead and work on that. In this chapter, we are going to look at the splash screen and app icon. So if you come over to Expo documentation under develop user interface, and you can see splash screen and app icon. So you can read through it and you can see create a splash screen icon, and they have a Figma template which you can click here, and this is going to open it. It's going to open this community Expo app icon splash STK54 community, and you can just click on this to open it in Figma, and you should see something like this. So you can drag your logo, set it for iOS, you can set for Android. So Android, we have the background, the foreground, and also the monochrome. And you can see here, this is the monochrome, this is the foreground, you can see it, and then this is the background. So you can change the background whatever color. If I click on this and change this to, let's say, red, you should see that this is going to, and this is supposed to show red. Okay, I think I need to remove the color for this, and then you should be able to see the red color. So this is how you do it. So we also have this splash screen here. You can see the splash screen, and you also have the iOS splash screen splash. So this is how we are going to do it. And if you come over to the documentation, if you come over to splash screen documentation, so you can just read through this doc here and see how to set up iOS. You can set up iOS splash screen, Android splash screen, and for the app icon, you can create app icon, and you can define app icon for iOS or use icon composer from iOS, or you can just do it like this. So we also have, if you go to the splash screen, Expo splash screen, so you can see you have to install Expo splash screen and how to set it up here. So this is all. And then, so I also found a GitHub repo. So from Code with Beto. So this is a package that you can use to generate app icons. So if you scroll down, you can see the best AI icon generator, and you can just look at how to use the the command there, the CLI, and it's going to use to generate app icon for you, just like this example you see here. So also from Code Better too, you can also see they have this app screenshot. So you can come over, open it, and use it. So I've used it, and this is exactly what I did. So this is what it was. This is the template they have there, and you can come up with your own size, your own style. This is for Apple. You can come over, you can see Google Play, and they also have this app icons here. You can also add. So this is it. So we can just go back to the code and let me add it. So, and then I'm going to show you. So in order to see this, we're going to use the development build, this of Expo Go. So if you have Android or iOS Xcode or Android Studio in your system, so you can just set it up. So I have Android emulator. I'm going to use Android emulator, and then we can use the Expo application service to build our app, which we are going to do later on when we are deploying the app, the backend. We're going to use it to build, but we can also turn this off and just run this locally. So you have to set up Android Studio. Then after you've run this, you need to install this command, this Expo dev client, and then we can run the development build. So if you're using iOS, if you click on iOS emulator here, let me scroll up. You should see run iOS. So I'm using Expo Android emulator. So I'm going to copy this command and let's run this. So I'll go back to the code, and so for the app icons, first of all, I already have this background color. So this is my old one, so I'm going to be using this this white background, because if I go to close this app, let me close this and go back to the home screen. You should see that I already have the app already built, so you can see this. So I'm going to be using the white background and the blue foreground like this, so that it does not we don't open the wrong app. Then I also have this icon. So this is for the icon on PNG, which is this. This is the old Expo on. This is Expo on. So I just changed. So I'm going to rename this one. Instead of using this one, I'm going to be using this one. So this is going to be. And for the Android, we have if you go to app.json, we have the background color, which I'm going to set to white. And I'm going to set the foreground, the background image, and the monochrome. So for the iOS, we can just point to we can use the icon we have in the assets here for it. And for the splash screen, you can also add dark background color, but I'm going to just stick with this one I have here, blue background, and then the logo is going to be white. So I'm going to go ahead and so I'm going to clean this up so everything will look better. So let me quickly change this to the app to the sorry, let me change this to this color, to the background, and also this will be the foreground. So I've already cleaned this up. So you can see now I have this background color, the foreground, the monochrome for Android, and then the icon.png. So we can go ahead and so if you're using iOS, you can just use this inside. So I can just point it to use the app, the icon.png. So I'm using Android, I'm just going to go with this one. So let me cancel this and then install the dev client. So I've pasted it, I'm going to click on enter, and then this should start installing. So once we install this, we are going to run Expo Prebuild. So this is going to generate the Android folder for us. Or if you're using iOS, it's going to generate the iOS folder for you. So it has already installed. So I'm going to clear my terminal and I'm going to paste this command. So we're going to do nps expo prebuild. And I'm going to click on enter. And this should generate an Android folder for me because I'm using Android. I have Android Studio and this is Windows. So it's going to generate, you can see, .android. So once this is done, we are going to then run the Expo on Android. So now it is done. So I'm going to just paste this command there, and then this is going to build the Android app. So we are going to have like this Expo app, but we are going to be able to see our own app icon and everything. So I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to take some time. So I'm going to wait for this. So it has already started running, and so you can see that it is done. So the development build is done and it has opened the app. So if I close this now, you can see that there's no more space at the top, and you can click on get started. So we can go through the app. Everything is looking great. So I can click on next. So this is how it's going to feel when you have it on your device. And I can click on this, continue to sign up. I can click on sign in. And you can see that space that was at the top now is no more showing up. So I can log in. My name, gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Sign in. Okay, so it has logged me in. So you can see that you can see everything's looking good and it's working. So let me go to profile, and if I switch it to dark mode, this should work. Now you can see that it is working fine. So there's no more white space at the top. So this is great. So we can look at the let me move this out so we can see the app icon. So I'm going to click on, so let me close this so we can see the icon. So I'll move this up. We should see this. I need to increase the size of the app icon. The image is quite small, so you can see the app icon is showing properly. So if I click on it now, we should see the splash screen. So we're going to go ahead and then deploy the backend. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and deploy our API. So we're going to be using the Expo application service EAS. So EAS has various products here. They have the Expo EAS Build, which we're going to use to build our app, and they have submitting to Apple Store, Google Play Store, hosting, updates, and others. So we're going to concentrate on hosting because that is where we want to deploy our API to EAS hosting. So if you click on this now, you can see that to export your app and to deploy your API, you can just run this command. But the problem with this is that using this command directly like this, we export both your app itself. So we only want to export only the API. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. And once we export it, it's going to generate a this folder, and then we can just use export deploy, EAS deploy, and it's going to deploy the app to EAS. So you can just make sure to go to EAS.dev service and sign up into your account. Once you sign up, you should be brought to this page like this. So we can go back to the documentation, and if you scroll down to where we say get started with EAS hosting, you can go ahead and install EAS CLI. So just copy this, and let's go back to the code editor, and I'm going to just open my terminal, and then we're going to run the command. So let me open this. So I'll paste it here and click on enter, and this is going to install EAS CLI globally. And once we install, we're going to then log into our account. So it has already installed. Now you can log into the EAS. Just run EAS login. Let me clear my terminal so you can see it clearly. So I'll just do EAS login. And once I click on this, this should ask me to log into my account. So I think I'm already logged in. So let me wait for it. So like I said, I'm already logged in. So you're already logged in. Do you want to continue? I'm just going to skip this. So since I'm already logged, if you are not logged in, just log in and follow the process. So I'm going to go ahead and export the project. So what we can do, we can just type in this command. So if you run npx expo export platform web, once we run this, you should see that it's going to create a this folder here. And what will happen is that it's going to copy every of our projects, and it's going to have them inside the this folder. So it's going to build them, and it's going to put them inside a folder here. So I'm going to wait for it to run. So it is done. So we can see inside the disk folder, you can see the client. We can see all the projects. If you go into asset, you can see asset, you can see Expo static JXS. This is for the web. Let's come over here. So let me go to assets and assets. So these are all the images here. So we have the server, and if you come over server, you can see app. You can see we have all the file here. This is for the HTML. This is for the web show because we're exporting it as web. So we have the tab view. So because I don't want to have all this HTML file, so I'm just going to only, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this again, but instead of, let me cancel. So instead of web, only web, I'm going to, so I don't know what is wrong with this second type here. So I'm going to use no SSG, so dash dash no dash SSG, and I'm going to run this. So this is only going to give us the server, the API, and we're not going to have all these, we're not going to have, so it has removed the file. We're not going to have all those HTML stuff. So it's going to skip static and site generation and just go straight to export only the APIs. So we're going to wait for it. So you can see that it is done. So now if you go into the server, you only see only the functions. So these are all the APIs here. So now we're going to go ahead and then deploy this into EAS. So we can go to the documentation. And if you come over to EAS documentation and you scroll down to where we have deployments and aliases. So if you scroll down here, we can see that we can deploy the app and also provide an alias. So if you're using only EAS deploy, once you try to deploy again, the URL can change. So using aliases will help to have this one standard URL like this for us. So you can also run EAS deploy production and whichever one you want. So I'm going to use this. So I'm going to export as dev, test dev. So we are going to, once we export this or deploy this, sorry, we are going to go and add in the env inside the EAS app, or you can even use the EAS CLI. So I'm going to go back to the code, and then now I'm going to clear this. I'll paste in the command shell copied. I'll just use test dev, and then I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to go ahead and deploy these disks in the EAS. So it's going to create the project for us. So we're going to wait for it. So would you like to create a EAS project? I'll say yes. And then it's going to link the project. So you can also change the project name here if you want. Like if you want to change the name to my workout, so it's not a problem. Before we build this app, you can go ahead and change the name if you want. But I'm going to leave it like this. So I'm going to just say choose a review URL. Let's go with this one. So I'll just click on enter. So it's creating the deployment for us. So let's wait for it. So now you can see that it has deployed the app. So you can run, once you're ready for production, you can just run EAS deploy production. So you can also do EAS env and then create the env to add the env in EAS, but I'm going to go to the web and add them. So I'll go to the browser. I'll go to this so we can see the project here. So I'll click on this project. And then we've not built the app. So I'll go to environment variable. And then I'm going to add in the env. So to add in the env, we can click here, but we can still go to the hosting first. Let's look at the deployment. So if you go to deployment, we can see the deployment here. And if you click on this, we should see the URL. Okay, we can copy this so we can see it here. So you can copy this URL and use it, test it locally to see if it's working fine. So I can click on it. And if I I remember that I have /API/hello. I'll click on enter. You can see hello. So let me go So I'll go back and let's go ahead and add the env. So I'll go into environment variable and then we can add in the env. So we can choose either plain text, sensitive, or secret. And you can choose the environment you want. So if you're doing this, if you're going to use the URL for development, you can pick development. You can pick preview. So we're going to build the app, like the Android app, and we're going to build it for preview. If you want for production, you can just click on production here. So I'll just check all of them and add in the API keys. So I've already added it. So for all of this, I've picked secret. So it's not readable outside of the EAS server, including on the website and the EAS CLI. So all of this is secret, but this Auth URL, we can make this sensitive, but I'm just going to leave it like this. But Expo Public is going to use the URL. So you can see I've passed in the URL which I just clicked now, this. And then I'm going to go ahead and just add the variables. And now before they deployed, they push the endpoint and also the env, we can copy the URL and go and test it out. So I can come over here. I'll copy this and I'll go to the code editor. I'll close this. I'll come over to the env and I'm going to just update this to, I'll just update this here. So if I update this, so we can see now I have the URL here. I'll just add this for now, but I don't think we need all of this anymore. So I'm just going to you can leave them there. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and test it now again to see if this is going to work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel this, sorry. Let me cancel this. I'll use the Expo Go. So I'm going to clear this. I'm going to npx expo stats -c. So we're going to test the API. So this is going to show development. You just type in S to switch to Expo Go. And I'm going to click on A. So this is going to open this in Expo. So we can see. So it's going to run all of this. So I will just click on Expo Go. Wait. So you can see it is building the app. So let's wait for it. So this has already opened. So let me try and sign into my account. So I'll click on sign in. I'll just at gmail.com. I'll click on sign in. Okay, so we need to add, let me go into lib into auth.tx. So let's add in this app auth URL. So I'm going to add it here. So let me try again, sign in. So let me try and sign in again. So something is wrong. It's not able to see the origin. So I found the issue. So I've passed in this auth URL from beta auth URL, but the problem is that we need to rebuild this app again. So we need to build the project and so export the API and then deploy it to EAS. So I'll cancel this and so let me just run this again. And once we export this, then we are going to, so if we make any changes in any part that is used by the server side, we need to run it again, export it again, and push it in order to use and deploy it in order to use the updates. So I think that is the reason, because I made the changes inside the auth.txt and we need to, so I'll wait for this to complete. So now we've already export this, so I can just run deploy and then pass in the aliases test dev, and we should wait for it. So it's creating a deployment. So it has deployed it already. So we can go ahead and test it. So let me click on, okay, sorry, let me start this server again. npx expo and start. So now I'm going to click on S to switch to Expo Go, and I'm going to type in, click on A to open the Android simulator. And I'm going to wait for this. So let me click on Expo Go, and this should open in Expo Go. So I want to make sure I have the right version. So I'm going to try it again. Click on sign in, and this should work now. So we can see that it's already signing me in. Now it is working. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and build the app with EAS. So we can click on EAS Build, and there we can, so we're going to run EAS Build platform all. But let me look at, so you can scroll, so click on create your first build. So once we install this login, then we need to run this command, EAS build config. So once we run this, I think that is all. So you can build for, then you can run EAS build platform Android or all platform. So I think that is what we need to do. So let's go back to the code. And we need to just cancel the server. So make sure everything is okay. And I'm going to just run this EAS build config. And this is going to create the EAS JSON file in our project. So now it's going to ask you, do you want for all iOS, Android? So I'm just going to pick, if you pick all, I think iOS, let's pick all to see. So it's going to create the EAS JSON. And then now you can see we have this, we have the version, our version source, we have the build, so we have for development. So if you want to build this for development, you can. If you want to build it for preview, this is for tester, and this is for production. So if you go to the documentation and see how to configure EAS, you can come and see this is default EAS generated file. So you can do EAS build profile name, and we have development. True. If you want to, if you're running it for iOS, you just put iOS simulator true, and so for production. So I'm looking for where we see APK is being passed. So I think let's click on internal distribution. So I think it is not Yeah, so let's go back to the code. And so I'm going to add a distribution which we have the internal here. I'm going to add in Android. Let me add comma here. So I'm going to do build type APK. So we have in production you just add app bundle. But for the testing, this is for preview. We use this APK and EAS is going to generate the APK file which we can install on our phone. Like if something in the documentation, if you're using iOS, you will just use the simulator iOS and then like this. So well, to test this, if you want to test this with iOS device, you will need Apple development accounts, which costs money, and then you will now have to run EAS device create. So we can just check that in the doc. So I'm using APK. So, but if you want to test it with the iOS simulator, just to simulator, and then you can just set it to true. And this is going to also build it for the iOS simulator. So I'm going to be using APK, and now we can go ahead and build this. So I'm going to just open my terminal, and I'm going to paste this command there. So this is EAS Build Profile Preview Platform Android. You can just change this to iOS, or you can do all. So I'm going to use Android here, and I'm going to click on enter, and this should go ahead and then build this project. So we can wait for this to run. So now you can see, so preview environment for build, and so you should start building this. So let's see, so it's going to generate an Android keystone. So I'll do yes. Keystone generated, compressing project file, uploading it to EAS Build. So it's going to compress all our file, which we have here, our project, and it's going to push them to upload them to EAS, where it's going to build the Android project. So it's going to generate the APK for us. So let's wait for it. So we can see that this is already building. So you can just go out of this. You can go to the EAS dashboard. Sorry, to my account, and we should see if I go to overview. Let me go to build. Okay, we can see this is already building. So it has run, and you can see it has run pre-build to get the Android project, the Android folder, and then it's going to start building this application. And once it is done, we're going to have the APK. So it is done. So it has built the project already. So if you come up here, you can see you can click here to install for Android. You can just scan this QR code and you can go ahead and install the app, and or you can just come over here to download the build. So I'm going to click here to scan it now. So I've already installed it, and I'm going to just bring up my player. So I've already recorded it using it. So I'm going to play it now so you can see. So this is directly from my phone, which I've already installed. So you can see I'm going to log into my account, and once I log in, it will take me to the home screen. Yeah, so you can see everything's working fine. The all workout page. So I'm going to create a new workout here. So even the AI coach is working, and we're going to select exercise and type in a workout name, and I'm going to also upload image covers. You see that it is working. So I'll click on the cover image now, and you should see I've selected the image, and now it's showing up. So click on save, and it's going to save. So we can start workout. So you can also leave test to leave and click on finish. And now you can see that's taking me to the history page. So we can go back home and that's it. So that is the end of this video. So make sure to like, subscribe and share this video.